Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to our YouTube channel, Cosmic Harry, and I really welcome all of you to this channel. And today we are gonna see what if Gomez Adam found Harry Potter at graveyard and raised and trained him as a true Adam Heir. So, if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Now, without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The cemetery at Godric's Hollow was, in Gomez Addams' considered opinion, one of the finest in the British Isles. He'd said as much to Morticia over dinner 3 nights ago, gesturing with a lamb chop while describing the particular lean of the headstones. The way the yew trees had grown so thick and gnarled that their roots cracked open the older crypts, the delightful abundance of moss. She'd given him that look, the one that made his blood sing, and said, "Tell me more about the moss, mon cher," and he'd had to excuse himself from the table to kiss her hand, her wrist, her elbow, the curve of her shoulder. But that was 3 nights ago in their hotel suite in Bath, and now Gomez was alone among the graves at midnight on Halloween, cigar clenched between his teeth, savoring the atmosphere. He did love a good cemetery. The fog was superb. Not the thin, anemic fog you got in American suburbs, but a proper English fog, the kind that swallowed your shoes and climbed your trousers and made the world feel like it had been wrapped in wet gauze. The moon hung somewhere above it all, turning everything the color of bone. Gomez walked between the graves with his hands clasped behind his back, reading the inscriptions, occasionally nodding in appreciation at a particularly dramatic epitaph. "Taken too soon, but never forgotten," he read aloud, rolling the cigar to the corner of his mouth. "Pedestrian. Ah, but look at the stonework, gargoyles on the corners. Now that's commitment." Something exploded. Gomez looked up. The sky to the east had gone wrong, a column of green light, sick and vivid, punching upward through the fog and illuminating the underside of the clouds. It hung there for a moment like a wound, then collapsed. The shockwave rolled across the village a second later, rattling the windows of the cottages and sending a flock of crows screaming out of the yew trees. Gomez took the cigar from his mouth and watched the crows wheel against the sky. "Magnificent," he breathed. He was already walking toward the light before it fully faded. A man of lesser curiosity might have retreated. The explosion had carried an energy to it that Gomez recognized, a wrongness, a taste like copper and spoiled milk that settled on the back of the tongue. Dark magic. Real dark magic, not the party trick variety that Fester used to clear the dinner table, but something that had torn at the fabric of things. Gomez Addams had been around dark magic his entire life. He'd grown up in a house where the library tried to eat visitors, and the family crest featured a vulture perched on a skull. He knew darkness the way a sailor knows the sea, respected it, navigated it, never feared it. The explosion had come from beyond the cemetery, from a lane of small cottages nestled at the village's edge. As Gomez rounded the corner of the church, he stopped. One of the cottages had been destroyed. Not burned, destroyed, as if a giant hand had reached down and crushed it, leaving the walls splayed outward and the roof caved in at impossible angles. Dust and plaster still hung in the air, giving the fog a gritty texture. A child's mobile dangled from a surviving rafter, turning slowly in the breeze. And there, in the rubble, someone was screaming, not the scream of an adult. Gomez knew the difference, had heard Mama Addams shriek curses in 4 languages, had listened to Fester howl through 1,000 volts of electricity. This was small, high, furious, a baby. Gomez picked his way through the wreckage with the sure-footed grace of a man who'd spent decades navigating the hazards of his own home. A collapsed beam here, shattered glass there. He stepped over a section of wall and found a staircase that led upward into nothing, the second floor mostly gone. At the base of what had been the stairs, half buried under plaster dust and the remains of a crib, was a woman. She was dead. He could see that immediately, the way she lay, the stillness of her chest, the open eyes that caught the moonlight and gave nothing back. Red hair fanned across the rubble like a bloodstain. She'd been young, couldn't have been 30, and clutched against her chest, wailing with the full-throated fury of the very young and very alive, was an infant boy. Gomez knelt, The baby was perhaps a year old, maybe 15 months. Black hair stuck up in wild tufts, a round face gone red and furious with crying, and on his forehead, livid and fresh and still seeping blood, a wound in the shape of a lightning bolt. "Well," Gomez said softly. "Hello there." The baby stopped screaming. He looked up at Gomez with enormous green eyes, the dead woman's eyes, surely that same vivid, impossible green, and his lower lip trembled. "I know," Gomez said. "Terrible night, no question about it." He reached down and carefully, gently, extracted the child from the woman's arms. She didn't resist. The dead never do. The baby was warm and surprisingly heavy, wrapped in a blanket that had once been blue and was now gray with dust. Gomez settled him in the crook of his arm with the practiced ease of a man who'd been handling babies since Cousin It's triplets. The baby blinked at him. Then, with the decisive clarity of the very young, he grabbed Gomez's mustache and pulled. "Ha," Gomez barked. "Grip like a vise, Morticia's going to love you." He looked around the destroyed cottage once more, the dead woman on the floor. A man's body near the door that Gomez had stepped over without fully registering, same black hair as the baby, glasses cracked and askew on a face that had been handsome. No one else. No other adults, no family, no one coming to help. And in the air, fading but still present, the residue of something terrible, the kind of magic that left scars on reality itself. Gomez could feel it prickling against his skin, an oily sensation that wanted to settle into his bones. Whatever had happened here, it had been an ending. A collision of forces so profound that the house itself couldn't contain it. The baby made a sound, not crying now, but a small, questioning noise, as if asking what came next. "What comes next," Gomez told him, "is that we get you somewhere warm, fed, and properly appreciated. The first rule of the Addams family, my boy, never leave a fellow creature out in the cold when there's room by the fire." He tucked the baby inside his coat, against his chest, where the child could hear his heartbeat. The baby sighed and went still. Gomez Addams walked out of the ruins and into the fog, and he did not look back. The hotel suite in Bath was excessive by most standards, which meant it was barely adequate by Addams standards. Gomez had taken the entire top floor, 5 bedrooms, a sitting room, a parlor with a fireplace large enough to roast a goat, and a bathroom with a tub that Morticia had declared almost tolerable. They were on holiday. Morticia was 6 months pregnant and had wanted to tour the English gardens, not the cultivated, cheerful ones, but the old physic gardens and the medieval herb plots where monks had once grown hemlock and belladonna. Gomez burst through the door at 1:45 in the morning, cigar gone, hair wild, coat bundled around something that squirmed. "Tish," he called out. "Cara mia, you'll never believe what I found." Morticia emerged from the bedroom in a black silk dressing gown, her dark hair unbound and falling to her waist. She moved the way she always moved, as if the air parted for her out of respect. Her pale face was calm, her dark eyes taking in her husband's disheveled state with the fond tolerance of long practice. "Gomez, darling, you're covered in plaster dust." "Am I? Marvelous, it was everywhere. Tish, look." He opened his coat. The baby peered out from the folds of wool and blinked at Morticia. His green eyes caught the firelight. Morticia went very still. "Gomez," she said, "that is a baby." "Found him in the rubble," Gomez said, and his voice shifted, still animated, still Gomez, but underneath it something raw. "A cottage destroyed, Tish, 2 dead, the magic in that place, I've never felt anything like it. This boy was the only thing left alive." He pulled the coat open further, cradling the infant against his chest. "Look at this wound, look at it." Morticia stepped closer. Her fingers, pale and elegant, brushed the baby's forehead with a touch lighter than moth wings. The lightning bolt scar was angry, swollen, crusted with drying blood. The baby winced but didn't cry. He watched Morticia's face with solemn intensity. "Dark magic," she murmured. "Very old. Very powerful." Her fingers lingered near the wound without touching it again. "This scar is a doorway, Gomez. Something tried to pass through this child and he refused it, forced it back. At 15 months old. At 15 months old." They looked at each other over the baby's head, and something passed between them that didn't need words. 20 years of marriage had given them a vocabulary beyond language, a shared understanding that operated in glances, in the tilt of a chin, in the pressure of fingertips. His parents. Morticia said, dead, both of them, a man and a woman young, and no one else came, no family, no authorities, not a soul, just the fog, the dead, and this boy. Morticia took the baby from Gomez's arms. She did it smoothly, naturally, as if she'd been holding this particular child her whole life. The baby settled against her immediately, one small hand finding the edge of her dressing gown and gripping it. Morticia looked down at him, and something shifted in her expression, something fierce and ancient and utterly non-negotiable. "He's ours," she said. It wasn't a question. "I was hoping you'd say that," Gomez said and kissed her. They cleaned the wound themselves that night. Morticia mixed a poultice from her travel kit. She never went anywhere without certain supplies, and her herbalism bag could have stocked a small apothecary. Nightshade extract for the swelling, essence of grave moss for the dark magical residue, a binding of spider silk to hold it all in place. The baby, they hadn't named him yet, were still turning possibilities over like wine on the tongue, sat in the middle of the enormous hotel bed, and watched the proceedings with alert, intelligent eyes that seemed to belong to someone much older. "He doesn't cry," Gomez observed, sitting cross-legged on the bed beside the child while Morticia worked. "I mean, he did, screamed bloody murder in the rubble, but since then, not a peep." "He's deciding," Morticia said, applying the poultice with steady hands. "Deciding what? Whether we're acceptable." Gomez looked at the baby. The baby looked back at him with those uncanny green eyes. Then, very deliberately, the child reached up and grabbed Gomez's mustache again. Gomez laughed, a full, booming laugh that should have startled an infant but instead made this one smile for the first time. A crooked, gummy, delighted smile. "He's decided," Morticia said, and she was smiling too in the way she smiled, barely there but devastating. They named him Harrison. Harrison Addams. The surname first, because it was the surname that mattered. It was the family, the history, the sprawling Gothic tapestry of Addamses stretching back centuries. Harrison because it was strong and old and had the right number of syllables to be shouted across a cemetery in warning or whispered as a lullaby. "Harrison," Gomez said, testing it. "Harry, little Harry Addams." He lifted the boy above his head, and Harry gurgled with pleasure. "Welcome to the family, my boy. It's going to be the ride of your life." 0001 Cemetery Lane. The house rose from the fog like a crooked tooth, all dark wood and leaning gables, shutters hanging at angles that defied geometry, a wrought iron fence topped with spikes that had been sharpened recently and would be sharpened again. The front gate opened with a shriek of rusted hinges that was less in need of oil and more musical instrument tuned to B-flat minor. The path to the front door wound between headstones that had been repurposed as garden ornaments, past a dead oak whose branches reached toward visitors like fingers. Gomez carried Harry up the path with the pride of a man showing off his kingdom. Morticia walked beside him, one hand on her pregnant belly, the other trailing along the fence in a way that made the iron hum. The front door opened before they reached it. Lurch stood in the doorway, 7 feet of gray-skinned, hollow-eyed butler, his face as expressive as a cliff face and twice as imposing. He looked at the baby in Gomez's arms, his massive brow furrowed. "You rang," he intoned. "Lurch, we've brought home a new member of the family. This is Harrison." "Harry, he's ours now." Lurch looked at the baby looked at Lurch. Most infants, confronted with Lurch's appearance, would have screamed. Harry reached out and patted Lurch's enormous chin. Something shifted in Lurch's face. It might have been a smile. It was hard to tell with Lurch, but the general direction was correct. "Ooh," Lurch groaned, which in Lurch's lexicon covered everything from dinner is served to, "I would die for this child." "He approves," Morticia translated. They stepped inside and the house took notice. It always did. The Addams mansion was less a building and more an entity, something that had accumulated awareness over centuries the way old houses accumulate dust. The floorboards creaked in greeting. The chandelier swayed despite the absence of wind. Somewhere in the walls, pipes groaned in what might have been curiosity. "We're home," Gomez announced to the house at large, "and we've brought company." A hand skittered across the side table. Thing, a disembodied hand of uncertain origin and absolute loyalty, scurried to the edge of the table and stood on its fingertips, craning, if a hand could crane, to get a look at the new arrival. Harry spotted Thing and went perfectly still. His green eyes tracked the hand as it climbed down the table leg, crossed the floor, and scaled Gomez's trouser leg to perch on his shoulder. Thing reached out one cautious finger and poked Harry's cheek. Harry grabbed the finger and shook it. "Ha," Gomez crowed. "First handshake." "Well, finger shake. Thing, old friend, meet your new charge. You're on baby detail." Thing gave a thumbs up that managed to convey both enthusiasm and a solemn oath of protection. "What in the name of all that's unholy is all this racket?" The voice came from the top of the stairs, cracked, ancient, carrying the authority of someone who had been shouting at people since before most of them were born. Grandmama Addams descended the staircase in a patchwork dressing gown, her wild gray hair sticking out in every direction, her face a topographical map of wrinkles that spoke of centuries of cackling. "Mama," Gomez said, "we found a baby. You found a baby in a graveyard." Grandmama paused on the third step from the bottom. Her eyes, sharp and dark despite her age, eyes that had seen things that would make most people check into a sanitarium, fixed on Harry. "In a graveyard," she repeated. "The finest graveyard in Godric's Hollow. Bring him here." Gomez brought him. Grandmama leaned in close, her hooked nose inches from Harry's face. She sniffed again, her eyes widened. "This child," she said, and her voice had changed, gone lower, gone serious, the way it went when she was reading Bones or stirring the cauldron that predicted family deaths. "This child has been touched by something old and foul and not entirely gone." She straightened up. "He's perfect, give him to me." "Mama, I need to do a proper reading. The stars are right for it. Halloween, witching hour, and the child's blood is practically singing with residual magic." "5 minutes, Gomez. I'll have him back before you can say custody battle." Gomez looked at Morticia. Morticia inclined her head a fraction of a degree. He handed Harry over. Grandmama took the baby with the ease of a woman who had raised children, grandchildren, and on one memorable occasion, a demonic familiar that required bottle feeding. She carried Harry into the parlor, where her supplies were always laid out on the seance table. Candles, bones, cards, a crystal ball that was either genuinely magical or an elaborate paperweight depending on who you asked. She was in there for 20 minutes, not 5. When she emerged, Harry was asleep in her arms, and Grandmama's face wore an expression that Gomez had only seen a handful of times in his life. "This boy," Grandmama said, "was marked for death by something that calls itself a lord. A self-styled dark lord, powerful, yes, truly powerful, but brittle, the kind of power that comes from breaking yourself into pieces." She looked at Gomez, then at Morticia. "The thing that attacked him is not entirely dead, and it left a splinter in this child. Here." She tapped Harry's scar with one gnarled finger. A piece of itself, lodged like a thorn. The room went quiet. The house itself seemed to hold its breath. "Can it be removed?" Morticia asked. Her voice was steady, but Gomez could hear the iron beneath it, the sound of a woman who had already decided that this child was hers and that anything threatening him would be dealt with. "In time," Grandmama said. "It's tangled up in his magic right now. Pulling it out tonight would be like pulling a nail out of green wood. It'd tear, but I can ward it." She grinned, and it was a terrible grin, the grin of a woman who had been practicing magic since before anyone in the room was born. "I can make it so that Splinter doesn't grow, doesn't feed, doesn't whisper. It'll sit in there like a bug in amber, and when the boy is strong enough, we'll pluck it out like a bad tooth." "Do it," Morticia said. Grandmama did it. She worked through the rest of the night with candles and bone dust and words in a language that predated Latin. And when dawn broke over Cemetery Lane, Harry Addams slept peacefully in a crib that Lurch had carried down from the attic. The same crib, Every Addams baby had slept in. Dark wood carved with ravens and thorns, the mattress stuffed with herbs that promoted nightmares, the good kind, the interesting kind, the kind that made you strong. Gomez stood over the crib and watched his son sleep, because that's what Harry was now. His son. It didn't matter what blood ran in those veins. It didn't matter what lightning bolt someone had carved into that forehead. Harrison Addams belonged to this family, and this family would burn the world to keep him. He's going to be extraordinary, Gomez murmured. Morticia appeared beside him, silent as shadow. She slipped her hand into his. He already is, she said. Cara mia, he already is. 3 months later, Wednesday arrived. She came into the world on a Friday, which Morticia noted with some disappointment, but the child's disposition quickly made up for it. Thursday Addams was small, pale, and solemn. She did not cry at birth. She looked at the doctor with an expression of such penetrating assessment that the man dropped his stethoscope. Harry, now 18 months old and already walking with the determined, slightly unsteady gait of a tiny explorer, was brought to see his new sister the next morning. Gomez carried him into the bedroom where Morticia sat propped against pillows, Wednesday bundled in her arms. Harry, Gomez said, kneeling so the boy was level with the bed, this is your sister. Wednesday, you're the big brother now, it's a sacred duty. You must protect her, conspire with her, and never, ever tell on her. Understood, Harry looked at the baby. Wednesday looked at Harry. Something passed between them, some current of recognition, the kind of thing that happens between people who are going to spend their lives as co-conspirators. Harry patted Wednesday's head with a small, careful hand. Mine, he said, it was his third word. The first had been boom, Uncle Fester's influence, and the second had been more, which he said whenever anyone did anything he enjoyed, from Gomez's fencing demonstrations to Morticia's piano playing to Grandmama's potions bubbling over. Yours, Gomez agreed, and you are hers, that's how it works. It was, as these things go, the beginning of one of the most formidable sibling partnerships the Addams family had ever produced. And the Addams family had produced some doozies. Harry's magic announced itself early and without subtlety. He was 3 years old, sitting in the parlor while Gomez practiced his saber work, lunging, parrying, engaging imaginary opponents with the joyful abandon that characterized everything Gomez did. Harry watched from the floor, surrounded by wooden blocks that he'd been stacking into elaborate towers and then gleefully demolishing. Gomez executed a particularly dramatic lunge, his saber singing through the air, and Harry clapped with delight. The blocks on the floor rose 6 inches into the air and began to orbit his head like a tiny solar system. Gomez froze mid-lunge. Tish, he called, not taking his eyes off his son. Tish. Morticia arrived from the greenhouse, a sprig of nightshade behind one ear, and stopped in the doorway. Harry sat in his ring of floating blocks, grinning. He waved his hand and the blocks rearranged themselves into a pattern, not random, not the chaos you'd expect from a 3-year-old's accidental magic, but a deliberate spiral, a helix, something that looked almost like a strand of DNA rendered in nursery-colored wood. Well, Morticia said. That's rather advanced. Advanced, Tish, that's inspired. Gomez abandoned his saber, dropped to his knees beside Harry and grabbed the boy's shoulders. Do it again, can you do it again? Try a bigger spiral, use the furniture. Gomez, perhaps we shouldn't encourage him to levitate the furniture until he has more contour. The couch rose 3 feet off the ground. Morticia looked at it. She looked at Harry, who was watching the couch with an expression of fierce concentration, his small hands spread wide as if conducting an orchestra. She looked at Gomez, who was practically vibrating with pride. The armchair too, she said. Harry raised the armchair, then the side table. Then the rug. By the time he was done, the entire parlor was floating and Harry was laughing, a clear, wild, delighted sound that rang through the house like a bell. He passed out afterward, of course. 3 years old and moving that much mass with raw will, even Addams' blood had limits. Gomez caught him before he hit the floor and carried him to bed, still grinning. This boy, he told Morticia as they stood over Harry's sleeping form, is going to change the world. Several worlds, I suspect, Morticia agreed. After that, the magic came in waves. At 4, Harry discovered he could talk to the snakes in Morticia's garden. Not just the general sense of communication that most people have with animals, but actual, grammatical conversation. He'd sit for hours among the black mambas and cobras that Morticia cultivated, chattering away in a language that sounded like wind through dry grass. The snakes say you're the prettiest person they've ever seen, Harry reported to Morticia one afternoon. How kind. Tell them dinner is in the vivarium tonight, live mice. At 5, he started helping in the greenhouse. Morticia's greenhouse was not the cheerful, sunlit affair that the word typically conjures. It was a cathedral of glass and shadow, lit by phosphorescent fungi, and the occasional shaft of moonlight, filled with plants that ranged from the merely toxic to the actively predatory. The crown jewel was Cleopatra, an African strangler that Morticia had raised from a cutting, and who had developed a deep attachment to the family. Harry learned to prune Cleopatra without losing fingers. He learned which mushrooms caused hallucinations, which caused paralysis, and which simply tasted good in soup. He learned the art of potion making at Morticia's side, not the fussy, by-the-book potion making of academics, but the intuitive, improvisational craft of someone who understood plants the way a musician understands sound. The key, Morticia told him, guiding his small hands as he crushed dried foxglove, is respect. Every plant has a purpose, every poison has a cure, and every cure in sufficient quantity is a poison. Balance, Harrison, always balance. Harry absorbed this with the seriousness of a 5-year-old who has been given a task worthy of his attention. He also, on one memorable occasion, crossbred a Venus flytrap with a snargaluf pod that Morticia had obtained from sources she declined to name, producing a plant that could catch and consume small birds. He named it Gerald. At 6, Gomez put a fencing foil in Harry's hand and discovered that the boy was a natural, not just good, not just talented, the kind of natural that comes along once in a generation, fast, instinctive, fearless. Harry picked up the basics in a week. By the end of the month, he was drilling complex combinations. By the end of the year, he could hold his own against Gomez for 30 seconds, which doesn't sound like much until you understand that Gomez Addams was one of the finest swordsmen alive and fought with the joyful ferocity of a man who viewed combat as the highest form of affection. Riposte. Excellent. Now, lunge, lunge, recover, watch the footwork, old man. Gomez danced backward across the ballroom, his saber flashing, and Harry came after him with green eyes blazing and a grin that was pure Addams. You see, Tish, you see, the boy fights like he was born with a blade in his hand. He was born with a curse on his forehead, darling. A blade would have been more conventional. Conventional? Bah! Gomez disarmed Harry with a flick of the wrist, then immediately handed the foil back. Again, at 7, Wednesday decided to kill Harry. This was not unusual. Wednesday, at 6, had already developed a sophisticated understanding of mortality and a clinical interest in testing its boundaries. She had attempted to electrocute Pugsley, born 2 years after her, round and cheerful and seemingly indestructible, on no fewer than 4 occasions. She had rigged the nursery with tripwires. She had poisoned the family cat, which had been dead for 12 years anyway and didn't seem to notice. But Harry was her favorite target, because Harry was the only one who made it interesting. I'm going to drop a chandelier on you. Wednesday announced over breakfast in the same tone another child might announce plans for the playground. Which chandelier? Harry asked, not looking up from his eggs. The one in the ballroom. It weighs 400 pounds, 600. Pugsley weighed it last week. 600 then. I've rigged the chain with an acid solution. It should give way in approximately. She checked the small pocket watch she'd stolen from Grandmama. 7 minutes. Harry considered this. I'll be in the ballroom in 5, he was. Wednesday watched from the doorway as Harry walked into the ballroom, looked up at the chandelier and waited. At the 6-minute mark, the chain began to hiss. At 6.5, it snapped. 600 pounds of wrought iron and crystal plummeted toward Harry's head. He raised one hand. The chandelier stopped 3 inches above his palm, hanging in the air as if gravity had simply decided to take a holiday. Harry held it there for a moment, examining it with academic interest, then set it gently on the ballroom floor. "Good acid," he said, "but you used too much." The chain dissolved unevenly. The east side went first, which gave me an extra second of warning from the sound. Wednesday's eyes narrowed. It was, in her vocabulary of expressions, which ranged from blank to slightly less blank, the equivalent of a standing ovation. "Next time," she said. "I'll use the ceiling beam." Looking forward to it. This was how Addams' children said, "I love you." At 8, Uncle Fester taught Harry about electricity. This was less a formal education and more a series of escalating experiments that would have given a safety inspector a fatal aneurysm. Fester, bald, round, and crackling with a bioelectric charge that he'd acquired under circumstances the family had agreed to never fully investigate, demonstrated the principles of conductivity, resistance, and amperage using himself as the primary apparatus. "The key, Harry, is commitment," Fester said, jamming a light bulb into his mouth and biting down. It blazed to life, illuminating his face from within like a jack-o'-lantern. "You can't be half electric, you've got to feel it." "I don't think I can do the light bulb thing, Uncle Fester. Not with that attitude." "But you've got your own juice, kid. That magic stuff, it's all energy, right? Same principle, different flavor." Fester was more right than he knew. Harry, under his uncle's enthusiastic guidance, learned to channel his magic through his hands like current through a wire, focused, directed, controlled. By the time he was 9, he could light a candle from across a room, shatter a window with a thought, and produce a bolt of raw force that left scorch marks on the ballroom wall. "Magnificent," Gomez would shout from behind the settee where he'd taken cover. "Do the wall again." "Aim for the portrait of Great-Aunt Calpurnia. She always hated children." At 9, Harry summoned his first creature. This one came out of nowhere. He'd been reading in the library. The Addams Library was 4 stories tall, accessible by a spiral staircase with 3 missing steps, and a landing that occasionally wasn't there, and contained books that ranged from mundane to actively sentient. Harry had been reading a volume on familiar bonding, a dusty tome bound in something he chose not to identify, and he'd reached a passage about the summoning of spirit animals. He tried it. Just tried it. Sat cross-legged on the library floor, closed his eyes, reached inside himself for that core of energy that hummed like a plucked string and called. Something answered. The air in front of him tore open, not dramatically, not with thunder and fire, but like cloth parting along a seam. A shape emerged, dark, fluid, winged. It solidified into a raven the size of a small eagle, feathers so black they seemed to absorb light, eyes like polished obsidian. The raven looked at Harry. Harry looked at the raven. "Hello," Harry said. The raven said, "About time." In a voice like stones grinding together, then flew to his shoulder and refused to leave. He named her Nyx. She was, as far as anyone could tell, not entirely a bird, something older, something that had been waiting in whatever space existed between here and there for someone interesting enough to call her through. She ate raw meat, spoke when she felt like it, which wasn't often. She had standards, and had an unsettling habit of appearing and disappearing at will. The family accepted her immediately. Morticia declared her elegant. Gomez tried to fence with her. Wednesday attempted to interview her about the afterlife, and Nyx responded with a string of profanity in a language that Grandmama later identified as Sumerian. "She fits right in," Grandmama said approvingly. Throughout all of this, the magic, the fencing, the explosions, the Wednesday survival training, there was love, not the gentle, quiet love of storybooks. Addams' love was loud. It was Gomez grabbing Harry and dancing him around the ballroom when the boy mastered a new spell. It was Morticia reading to him every night from books of dark fairy tales, her voice low and musical, Harry's head on her shoulder and Wednesday curled on her other side. It was Pugsley following Harry around the house like a rotund shadow. idolizing his big brother with a devotion that expressed itself primarily in gifts of homemade explosives. It was Grandmama teaching Harry the old magic, the bone reading, the candle work, the languages of things that weren't quite dead and weren't quite alive. It was Fester taking Harry up to the roof on clear nights and pointing out constellations while absent-mindedly generating scent. Elmo's fire from his fingertips. It was Thing, always Thing, skittering after Harry like a loyal dog, tugging on his shoelaces when danger approached, giving thumbs up when Harry succeeded at something, and once, memorably, slapping Pugsley across the face when Pugsley's latest invention nearly took Harry's head off. Pugsley wasn't offended. He redesigned the invention with a wider blast radius, and it was the conversations. The ones that mattered. Harry was 10 when he found the box. He'd been exploring the attic, a favorite pastime because the Addams attic was essentially a museum of family history, crammed with trunks and portraits and artifacts that defied description. In a corner behind a taxidermied walrus, don't ask, he found a small wooden box, and inside the box a newspaper clipping. The headline read, "Boy Who Lived Vanquishes Dark Lord." There was a photograph, a baby with black hair and green eyes and a scar shaped like a lightning bolt. Harry brought the clipping downstairs. Gomez was in his study, blowing up model trains, a hobby that brought him a satisfaction so deep it was nearly spiritual. The crash and roar of tiny locomotives colliding filled the room with a beautiful chaos of smoke and sparks. "Father," Harry said. Gomez looked up, saw the clipping in Harry's hand. The trains continued to crash unattended, but Gomez didn't notice. "Ah," he said. "Sit down, old man." Harry sat. He put the clipping on the desk between them. "That's me," Harry said. "It wasn't a question. That's you." "Who were they?" The people in the house. James and Lily Potter." Gomez said the names carefully, giving them their full weight. "Your parents by blood, they were young, they were brave, and they died protecting you. From the Dark Lord, the splinter in my scar. Yes, a man named Voldemort. He killed your parents and tried to kill you, and something, we still don't know exactly what, bounced his curse back and destroyed him. Mostly." Harry touched his scar. Beneath Grandmama's wards, it was quiet, had been quiet for years, just a thin line of raised tissue that occasionally tingled when the weather changed. "Why didn't you tell me before? We were waiting for you to ask," Gomez said, "or to find out on your own, whichever came first." "You're an Addams, Harry. We don't keep secrets from each other. But we also don't dump heavy truths on children before they're ready to hold them. You're ready now. And the wizarding world, they think I'm missing. They think you're somewhere else entirely. An old man named Dumbledore left you with your mother's relatives." Gomez's lip curled just slightly, the closest he came to expressing contempt. "Muggles, apparently, who were supposed to raise you. I found you before they could." "Were they good people, the relatives?" Gomez paused. He'd investigated, of course. Within the first year of Harry's adoption, he'd had Tully, the family attorney, run a thorough background check on the Dursleys of Privet Drive. What he'd found had not impressed him. "They were ordinary people," Gomez said carefully. "And there is nothing wrong with ordinary in principle. But they were ordinary in the way that a cage is ordinary, small, rigid, and hostile to anything that doesn't fit inside it. I don't think you would have been happy there, Harry. I don't think you would have been you." Harry looked at the clipping again. The photograph baby blinked up at him, waving tiny fists. "I'm an Addams," Harry said. "You are, and I'm a Potter. You are that too. Can I be both?" Gomez leaned forward. His dark eyes, wild, warm, endlessly alive, met Harry's green ones. "Harry, my boy. You can be anything you want. That's the Addams way. We don't choose between the things we are all of them," loudly and without apology. He put his hand on Harry's shoulder. "Your parents were heroes. They gave their lives for you, and that sacrifice deserves respect. Honor them. Carry their name alongside ours, but never doubt where your family is. Your family is here. Your family has always been here." Harry folded the clipping carefully and put it in his pocket. "Thank you, Father. Now then, would you like to blow up some trains? I find it's very therapeutic for processing emotions." Harry smiled. It was his mother's smile, Morticia's calm, barely there, devastating smile. "I'd like that." The explosions were spectacular. 6,000 miles away in a castle in Scotland, Albus Dumbledore was not having a good decade. He sat in his office at the top of the astronomy tower, surrounded by silver instruments that whirred and clicked and occasionally emitted small puffs of colored smoke. Fawkes the Phoenix dozed on his perch. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses snored in their frames. It was, by all appearances, a peaceful scene. Dumbledore's hands, resting on his desk, trembled. The monitoring charms on Privet Drive had failed. Not recently. They had failed years ago, so gradually and quietly that Dumbledore hadn't noticed until it was much too late. The blood wards he'd anchored to Petunia Dursley's home, the protections that should have kept Harry safe until his 11th birthday, had faded to nothing. Because the protections required the presence of the child they were meant to protect, and the child had never arrived. Dumbledore had visited Privet Drive himself. He'd spoken to the Dursleys, who were confused and then hostile and then frightened. They'd never received a baby. They'd found the letter he'd left, yes, the letter explaining the situation, asking them to care for their nephew, but there had been no baby on the doorstep. They'd assumed it was a prank and thrown the letter away. Harry Potter had vanished on the night of October 31st, 1981. Somewhere between the destruction of the cottage in Godric's Hollow and the morning of November 1st, Dumbledore had searched. Merlin, how he had searched. He had called in favors, activated networks, consulted seers and trackers and the Department of Mysteries itself. Hagrid had collected the boy from the rubble. Dumbledore had confirmed this. Hagrid had flown the motorcycle to Surrey, landed in the early morning hours, and placed the sleeping infant on the doorstep as instructed, except Hagrid, when pressed, admitted that he'd made a stop. Just a brief one, just for a minute, at a pub on the way. He'd been cold and the baby had been sleeping, and it was only one drink. And in that brief window, someone had taken Harry Potter. Dumbledore had spent 10 years trying to find out who. The tracking spells returned nothing. The trace, the magical signature that the Ministry placed on all underage wizards, showed no results in Britain. Harry Potter was either dead, hidden behind wards that exceeded Dumbledore's ability to penetrate, or outside the country entirely. He wasn't dead. Dumbledore was certain of that. The prophecy still pulsed in the Hall of Prophecy, still active, still waiting. And occasionally, very occasionally, one of Dumbledore's instruments would twitch, and he'd catch a ghost of a signal, wild, powerful, joyful magic being performed somewhere across the Atlantic. It never lasted long enough to trace, but it was there. Harry Potter was alive. Harry Potter was out there, and Harry Potter was performing magic of a caliber that should have been impossible for a child his age. Dumbledore looked at the letter on his desk. The Hogwarts letter, addressed in green ink on heavy parchment, that would go out on Harry's 11th birthday in July. The letter that would find the boy wherever he was, because Hogwarts letters always found their intended recipients. He picked up the letter and held it to the candlelight. "Where are you, Harry?" he murmured. In the corner of the office, an instrument shaped like a miniature galaxy suddenly spun to life, its silver rings whirling. A small puff of smoke rose from it, not the usual pale blue, but deep, vivid green. Fawkes opened one eye, looked at the smoke, and ruffled his feathers in a way that might have been unease. Dumbledore stared at the green smoke as it dissipated. "Interesting," he said. The letter arrived on July 31st, 1991. Harry's 11th birthday. It came the way all Hogwarts letters came, by owl, which would have been unusual in most households, but was positively mundane at 0001 Cemetery Lane, where the family's postal system included bats, ravens, and on one occasion, a particularly motivated vulture. The owl, a respectable tawny, clearly exhausted from crossing the Atlantic, collapsed onto the breakfast table between the toast rack and a jar of something Grandmama had labeled "Do not eat unless desperate," and held out its leg with the last of its strength. Harry detached the letter. The owl immediately fell asleep in the butter dish. "It's from Hogwarts," Harry said, examining the seal, a coat of arms featuring a lion, a snake, an eagle, and a badger, The entire table went still. Gomez set down his coffee. Morticia set down her hemlock tea. Wednesday looked up from the book she was reading, Advanced Interrogation Techniques, a history. Pugsley stopped wiring something under the table that was almost certainly explosive. Uncle Fester stopped chewing. Grandmama stopped stirring. Lurch, standing in the doorway with a platter of sausages, stopped existing in motion and became a gargoyle. Even Thing, perched on the toast rack, went rigid. Harry broke the seal, unfolded the parchment, and read aloud, "Dear Mr. Potter, Addams," Wednesday corrected flatly. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Harry skimmed the rest, lists of required books, supplies, equipment. "Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. That's today." Silence. Then Gomez erupted. "Hogwarts," he leapt to his feet, knocking his chair backward with a crash. "The finest school of magic in Europe, founded by 4 of the greatest wizards in history. A castle, Harry, a genuine castle, with dungeons and towers and a lake full of monsters." He grabbed Morticia's hand and kissed it with passionate intensity. "Our boy, Tish, going to Hogwarts. Sit down, Gomez." "I can't sit down. This calls for celebration. Lurch, champagne, the good stuff from the crypt, it says, Mr. Potter." Wednesday observed, her voice carrying the temperature of a meat locker. "A clerical error," Morticia said smoothly. "One we will correct. It also says I need a wand, robes, a cauldron, and—" Harry flipped the page. "A selection of books, including the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, and a History of Magic." "Pedestrian," Grandmama sniffed. "I'll send you with real books." "And I'll need to go to London," Harry continued. "There's a shopping district, Diagon Alley." Gomez stopped kissing Morticia's hand long enough to look at Harry with eyes that blazed with adventure. "London," he said. "Diagon Alley, the heart of wizarding Britain." He straightened his tie, a motion so habitual it was nearly autonomic, the way a knight might settle his helm before riding into battle. "We'll make a trip of it." "We'll make an event of it," Morticia corrected, and the distinction was important. "I'm coming," Wednesday said. "Obviously." Harry said, "I'm bringing supplies. Obviously. I'm going to study the local fauna." "Wednesday, darling," Morticia said, "the British wizarding world has many fascinating creatures. I'm sure you'll find them educational." "I meant the students." Morticia almost smiled. "Those too." Gomez was already pacing, his mind racing in 12 directions at once, the way it always did when adventure presented itself. "We'll need to make arrangements. Lurch, pack the trunks, the traveling trunks, not the coffins. Well, maybe one coffin for Fester. Mama, start on the ward packages. I want Harry protected from here to Scotland and back. Thing, send a response owl. Actually, wake up that owl first, it's drowning in the butter. Tell them Harry Addams will be attending, and they can update their records accordingly." Thing saluted and scurried toward the sleeping owl. "Tish, we'll need to visit the family vault at Gringotts. I've been meaning to establish a proper relationship with the goblin banking system. Marvelous creatures, goblins, vicious, mercenary, and excellent with numbers. I feel a kinship." "Of course you do, darling." Harry sat at the table amidst the chaos, the letter in his hands, and felt something settle in his chest. Not nervousness, Addams's didn't do nervous. Not excitement, exactly, though there was that. It was closer to recognition. The sense of a door opening onto a hallway he'd always known was there, waiting for him to be tall enough to reach the handle. He touched his scar. Beneath Grandmama's wards it was quiet, but deep down in the place where the splinter lived, something stirred, not painfully, not threateningly. Just awareness. As if the thing lodged in his forehead had read the letter over his shoulder and was, for reasons of its own, paying attention. Hogwarts, it seemed to whisper. Yes, Harry thought back. Hogwarts. He folded the letter, slipped it into his pocket beside the old newspaper clipping he still carried, and reached for the toast. "So," he said, "when do we leave?" Gomez grinned. It was the grin of a man who had fenced with death, danced with darkness, and loved with an intensity that could power a city. It was the grin he'd worn the night he found a screaming baby in the rubble of a destroyed cottage and decided, without hesitation, that this child was his. Tomorrow. Gomez said, "We leave tomorrow." The house groaned in approval, the chandelier swayed. Somewhere in the walls, pipes hummed a discordant melody that sounded, if you listened closely, like a lullaby. Harry Addams was going to Hogwarts. The wizarding world had no idea what was coming. Chapter 2. The world has been warned. The Addams family traveled the way they did everything else, with maximum flair and minimum regard for what anyone else considered normal. Gomez had chartered a private jet from New York to London, which would have been straightforward except that the Addams family's luggage included 17 trunks, 4 of which growled. A coffin containing Uncle Fester, who preferred to sleep during transatlantic flights. A portable greenhouse that Morticia refused to leave behind. 3 crates marked fragile, explosive that Pugsley had packed, just in case. And Lurch, who did not fit in any standard aircraft seat, and had to be accommodated in a specially reinforced section of the cargo hold where he sat on a shipping crate and read a dog-eared copy of Dostoevsky. Thing traveled in Harry's breast pocket, occasionally poking fingers out to feel the air pressure change. Wednesday sat beside Harry in the cabin, reading a leather-bound volume titled European Magical Law. Loopholes and exploits that Grandmama had pressed into her hands at the airport with the instruction, "Know the rules so you know exactly how to break them." Pugsley sat across the aisle, disassembling and reassembling a device that looked like a clock, but was almost certainly not a clock, humming tunelessly. Gomez and Morticia occupied the front of the cabin, Gomez pacing the aisle with electric energy while Morticia sat perfectly still, her pale hands folded over a cup of hemlock tea she'd brewed from her travel kit. "The plan, Tish," Gomez was saying, gesturing expansively. "First, Gringotts. We establish the family accounts, assess the Potter vault, Harry's inheritance by blood, which we've left untouched, and make some strategic investments. Then the shopping, wand, robes, books, the works, and then we see who comes to meet us," Morticia finished. "Exactly." Because they both knew. The moment Harry Addams set foot in Diagon Alley, the moment the name Potter surfaced in connection with a living, breathing, very much not missing 11-year-old boy, the wizarding world would react. And the Addams family intended to be ready for that reaction. Gomez stopped pacing and looked at Morticia. "Dumbledore will come, yes, he'll have questions. He'll have demands, darling, disguised as questions." Gomez's eyes glittered. He loved a good negotiation the way some men loved fine wine, for the complexity, the risk, the delicious possibility of everything going sideways. "Let him come. I've been looking forward to this conversation for 10 years. Don't enjoy it too much. Tish, when have I ever been excessive?" Morticia looked at him. Gomez looked at Morticia. The moment held. Then Gomez grinned and kissed her hand, and the plane hit a pocket of turbulence that nobody else seemed to notice. Harry, in his seat, watched his parents and felt the familiar warmth of their orbit. The gravitational pull of 2 people so deeply in love that it warped the space around them. He'd grown up inside that love, shaped by it, and he understood something that most children didn't learn until much later. That love, real love, was not soft. It was fierce. It was territorial. It had teeth. He looked out the window at the Atlantic far below, gray and vast and churning. Somewhere ahead, across all that water, was a world that thought it knew who he was. A world that had built a story around a baby in a crib, a flash of green light, a lightning bolt scar, the boy who lived, the savior. A symbol. Harry touched the scar on his forehead. It was warm under his fingertips. Not painful, not active, just warm, the way a stone is warm after sitting in the sun. "We're going," he thought. Deep beneath Grandmama's wards, in the place where the splinter lived, something stirred. Not words exactly. More like a feeling, a low, uneasy hum, like a tuning fork struck against something it didn't recognize. Harry pulled his hand away and turned to Wednesday. "Have you finished the chapter on statute of secrecy violations, 2 chapters ago? Did you know that bringing a non-magical weapon into Diagon Alley isn't technically illegal? The law specifies Muggle firearms and munitions. It says nothing about bladed weapons, chemical compounds, or, she glanced at Pugsley, homemade incendiary devices. A legal system with personality. Harry said, "Father will be delighted. Father is always delighted. It's his most disorienting quality." They shared a look, the look of siblings who have survived the same beautiful, deranged household and emerged as co-conspirators rather than casualties. Wednesday's face didn't change. It never did, but her eyes, dark as Morticia's and twice as sharp, held something that in anyone else would have been called affection. "Are you ready?" she asked. "Not for Diagon Alley, not for shopping, for whatever came after, the school, the separation, the world. I'm an Addams," Harry said. "That's not an answer. It's the only answer that matters." Wednesday considered this. Then she returned to her book, which was all the approval Harry needed. London materialized out of rain and fog, which the Addams family found deeply welcoming. They'd taken over the top floor of a hotel in Mayfair. Gomez had simply purchased the hotel when the front desk proved difficult about accommodating Lurch. And by early morning on August 2nd, the family was assembled in the suite sitting room, dressed and ready. And when the Addams family dressed for an outing, they dressed. Gomez wore a three-piece suit of charcoal pinstripes so sharp it could have drawn blood, a blood-red pocket square, and shoes polished to a mirror finish. His dark hair was slicked back, his mustache waxed to lethal points. He looked like a man who owned the world and found it mildly amusing. Morticia wore a floor-length black gown that moved like smoke, her dark hair piled and pinned with obsidian combs that had been in the family since the Spanish Inquisition. The Addamses had been on both sides, depending on the day. She carried no purse. She didn't need one. Her gown had pockets, and what was in those pockets was nobody's business. Harry had dressed himself with care: black trousers, a dark green shirt that matched his eyes, a vest of black brocade that Morticia had given him for his birthday, and boots with a knife sheath built into the left one. His black hair was as untamable as ever, standing up in all directions in a way that Gomez called distinguished and Wednesday called a cry for help. Nyx perched on his shoulder, her obsidian eyes scanning the room with predatory alertness. Wednesday wore black. This was not news. Wednesday always wore black. But today's black was a severe, high-collared dress with buttons shaped like tiny skulls, a birthday gift from Grandmama, and her dark hair was in two tight braids that she could, if necessary, use as improvised garrots. She was 10. She looked like she was 40, and had already seen everything the world had to offer and found it wanting. Pugsley, 9 and built like a small, cheerful boulder, wore a striped shirt and shorts that were already stained with something chemical despite having been put on 12 minutes ago. He had 3 pockets that clinked when he walked, and a smile that could melt butter or disguise the fact that he'd just wired your chair to explode. Both, frequently. Uncle Fester had squeezed into a long dark coat that made him look like a walking mushroom, his bald head gleaming, his eyes bright with poorly suppressed electricity. He kept touching metal objects and leaving small scorch marks. Lurch stood by the door in his usual funereal suit, holding an umbrella that was slightly too small for him, which meant it was large enough to shelter a family of 4. And Thing, perched on Harry's other shoulder opposite Nyx, flexed his fingers in anticipation. The leaky cauldron. Gomez announced, consulting a scrap of parchment. "Charing Cross Road, our gateway to Diagon Alley." He looked at his family, this magnificent, terrifying, beautiful collection of people who would follow each other into hell and critique the Dacre. His chest swelled with a pride so enormous it was nearly a physical force. "Let's go introduce ourselves," he said. The Leaky Cauldron was the kind of pub that existed in a state of permanent, comfortable decay. Dark wood, darker corners, a bar that had been polished by centuries of elbows, and a clientele that ranged from shabby to eccentric. It smelled of pipe smoke and butterbeer and old magic. When the Addams family walked in, the pub went silent, not gradually. Not a slow fade of conversation as heads turned, silent all at once as if someone had cast a muffling charm on the entire room. Every head swiveled. every eye fixed on the procession coming through the door. Gomez first, striding in with the confidence of a man who owned the building he didn't yet. Morticia gliding behind him, a study in monochrome elegance. Harry flanked by a raven and a disembodied hand, Wednesday radiating quiet menace, Pugsley jingling, Fester sparking. And Lurch, who had to duck so severely to enter the door that he nearly folded in half, straightening up inside the pub to his full 7 feet, and casting a shadow that covered 3 tables. The bartender, a stooped, bald man named Tom who had seen everything in his decades behind the bar, opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. "Welcome to the Leaky Cauldron," he managed. "Can I help you, my good man?" Gomez approached the bar like he was greeting an old friend. "Gomez Addams. This is my family. We're here to access Diagon Alley and spend an extraordinary amount of money. Could you point us to the entrance? The courtyard, sir, through the back. You'll need to tap the bricks 3rd up, 2 across from the dustbin." "Magnificent. And what's that you're pouring?" "Fire whiskey. I'll take a bottle." "No, 2. 1 for now and 1 for the goblins. Never negotiate on an empty glass." Tom reached for the bottles with the mechanical motion of a man whose body was operating while his brain was still catching up. He set them on the bar. Gomez produced a gold coin from somewhere, not a galleon, but something older, larger, and stamped with a crest that made Tom's eyes go very wide. "Keep the change," Gomez said, and swept toward the back of the pub. The whispering started before they reached the courtyard. "Did you see the boy? Black hair, green eyes, and that scar? It can't be. He's been missing for. That's Harry Potter. That's Harry Potter." Harry heard all of it. He'd been hearing whispers his whole life. The splinter in his scar had taught him to listen to things that operated below the threshold of normal hearing. He didn't react, and Addams never gave the crowd the satisfaction of a reaction. He walked through the pub with his shoulders straight and his chin up, Nix preening on one shoulder, Thing drumming impatient fingers on the other. Wednesday fell into step beside him. "They're staring. Let them." The woman in the corner is crying. People express admiration differently. She's reaching for her wand. To do what? Hug me magically. I'm watching her, Wednesday. So am I. If she moves, I have a hat pin that will reach her from here. That's a 12-foot throw. I've been practicing. They reached the courtyard. Gomez, who had acquired the brick-tapping sequence from the bartender, approached the wall with the enthusiasm of a man about to open a Christmas present. He drew his cane, not a wand. Gomez had never needed a wand. The Addams family's magic predated wands by several centuries, and tapped the bricks in sequence. The wall rearranged itself. Bricks folded and slid and rotated, opening like a mouth, and beyond it, Diagon Alley. It hit Harry like a wave, color, sound, movement, magic. The alley stretched ahead of them, narrow and winding, and crammed on both sides with shops that seemed to compete for attention the way peacocks compete for mates. Cauldrons stacked outside one shop, broomsticks in the window of another, an apothecary with jars of things floating in murky liquid, a bookshop overflowing onto the sidewalk, owls hooting from a storefront hung with cages. Wizards and witches in robes of every color moved through the crowd, shopping, talking, arguing, living. It was, Harry thought, rather like the Addams mansion had turned itself inside out and scattered across a street. Marvelous. Morticia murmured, and Harry could hear the genuine appreciation in her voice. "Look at the architecture, Gomez. 14th century, at least, and that bookshop has wards older than the building." "The apothecary," Wednesday said, her eyes locked on the jars of floating specimens. "I need to go there." "Later, darling. Gringotts first." The white marble building at the far end of the alley rose above its neighbors like a shark's fin above water, angular, gleaming, and somehow threatening despite its beauty. The bronze doors were flanked by goblins in scarlet uniforms, short and sharp-featured, with eyes that assessed every person who entered and made instant, unflattering judgments about their net worth. The Addams family approached. The goblin guards straightened slightly, not out of deference, but out of the heightened alertness that predators show when they recognize other predators. Gomez walked up the marble steps and addressed the nearest goblin with a bow that was neither mocking nor subservient, the bow of an equal. Good morning. Gomez Addams, head of the Addams family. I'd like to speak with a senior account manager about establishing vaults, accessing my son's inheritance, and discussing investment opportunities. I understand your institution values discretion, efficiency, and profit. I assure you we have all three in abundance. The goblin looked at Gomez, looked at Morticia, looked at Harry, and the goblin's eyes went to the scar, lingered there, then moved to the raven on his shoulder and the hand on the other, and something shifted in that ancient, sharp face. Not recognition of Harry Potter, something else. Addams, the goblin repeated, of the American Addamses, the very same. Your family's reputation precedes you, Mr. Addams. We have records of your ancestral vaults dating back to the founding of the Constantinople branch. The goblin's lips peeled back from his teeth in what was technically a smile. We've been wondering when you'd visit the London office. Follow me. They were led inside. The marble hall of Gringotts was designed to intimidate. Vast, cold, every surface polished to a mirror sheen. The click of goblin claws on stone echoing from walls that had been warded against every conceivable threat. Hundreds of goblins worked at high desks, weighing coins, examining gems, scratching figures into ledgers with quills that looked sharp enough to serve as weapons. Their escort led them past the main hall and down a corridor that Harry suspected most customers never saw. The doors here were heavier, the wards denser, the air itself carrying a metallic charge. They were taken to an office, large, well-appointed, dominated by a desk behind which sat the oldest goblin Harry had ever seen, which, admittedly, was a sample size of about 12, but this one was clearly in a different category. Ragnarok, the escort announced. Director of the London branch. Director, the Addams family requests a consultation. Ragnarok looked like someone had carved a face out of granite and then given it a bad day. His eyes were dark and depthless, his suit impeccable, his hands folded on the desk with the stillness of someone who had learned patience over centuries. Sit, Ragnarok said. It was not an invitation. They sat, Gomez and Morticia in the chairs provided, Harry standing behind his father's chair with the ease of someone who'd been attending business meetings since he could walk. Wednesday stood beside Harry. Pugsley, Fester, and Lurch had been diplomatically redirected to a waiting room, though Harry suspected Pugsley was already examining the structural integrity of the walls. Mr. Addams, Ragnarok said, your family has maintained accounts with Gringotts branches in Constantinople, Venice, and Prague for over 700 years. The London branch has not had the pleasure. An oversight I intend to correct, Gomez said. I'd like to establish a primary vault, transfer operating funds from the Constantinople branch, and, he placed his hand on Harry's shoulder, access the Potter family vault on behalf of my son, Harrison Addams, born Harry James Potter. Ragnarok's eyes moved to Harry. They stayed there for a long moment. The Potter Vault, Ragnarok said, Vault 687. It has been held in trust since the death of James and Lily Potter on October 31st, 1981. Access is restricted to the Potter heir. He reached into a drawer and produced a golden key. We've been holding this for some time. Various parties have inquired about it over the years. We declined to release it to anyone other than the heir. Various parties, Morticia asked. Her voice was silk over steel. Albus Dumbledore holds a trustee key and has accessed the vault twice, once in 1982 and once in 1985. Both times for amounts consistent with, as he stated, the maintenance of the heir's living situation. Ragnarok's expression didn't change, but something in his tone suggested he had opinions about this. The funds were transferred to a Muggle bank account registered to one Vernon Dursley. Gomez's hand tightened on the arm of his chair, just slightly, just enough that the wood creaked. My son was never in Mr. Dursley's care, Gomez said evenly. He has been with my family since the night of his parents' death. So I am now learning. The discrepancy will be noted and investigated. Gringotts takes unauthorized access to client accounts very seriously, Mr. Addams. If funds were released under false pretenses, they will be recovered. Ragnar's smile was the smile of someone who genuinely enjoyed the prospect of recovering funds, with interest. In the meantime, young Mr. Addams, if you would step forward. Harry stepped forward. Ragnar produced a small silver bowl and a knife that was clearly ceremonial, old, inscribed with runes, sharp enough to split a hair. 3 drops of blood, Ragnar said, for verification. Harry didn't hesitate. He took the knife, pricked his finger with the casual comfort of someone who'd been around sharp objects his entire life, and let 3 drops of blood fall into the bowl. The blood hit the silver and blazed gold, then shifted, forming shapes, letters, a lineage written in light. Harrison James Potter Addams, son of James Fremont Potter and Lily Evans Potter by blood, son of Gomez Alejandro Addams and Morticia Frump Addams by adoption, bond, and magic, heir to the house of Potter, heir to the house of Addams. Ragnar read the results. Both of his eyebrows rose, which for a goblin of his stature was the equivalent of a standing ovation. Dual inheritance, he said. Unusual, the magical adoption bond is stronger than most blood bonds I've seen. Whoever performed the binding ritual knew what they were doing. My mother. Gomez said with pride. She's very thorough, indeed. Mr. Addams, the younger, you are entitled to the contents of Vault 687, the Potter family vault. You are also, upon your majority, entitled to the Potter seat on the Wisengamot, the Potter estate in Godric's Hollow, and various other holdings. Shall I prepare a full accounting, please? Harry said, and I'd like to see the vault. The cart ride down to the vaults was exactly the kind of experience the Addams family was built for. The cart plunged through caverns of raw stone at speeds that would have terrified normal passengers, banking around corners with centrifugal force that pressed them into their seats, plummeting down drops that left the stomach somewhere several hundred feet above. Gomez whooped with joy. Morticia closed her eyes and tilted her head back, savoring the sensation. Wednesday catalogued the security measures with professional interest. Harry leaned over the edge of the cart and grinned into the rushing air, Nyx spreading her wings for balance on his shoulder. They stopped first at the newly established Addams Vault, a deep vault, high security, the kind that came with dragon guardians and blood-sealed doors. Gomez transferred an amount of gold that made the attending goblin go very quiet for a moment. Then they descended further, to Vault 687. The Potter Vault was modest by Addams standards. A single chamber filled with gold galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts, heaped in piles that reached Harry's waist. It was a fortune by any normal measure, but what caught Harry's attention wasn't the gold. On a shelf near the back of the vault, separate from the money, sat a small collection of items. A pocket watch engraved with the Potter crest, a pair of spectacles, round, wire-framed, one lens cracked, a woman's ring, simple gold set with a small emerald, and a photograph in a silver frame. Harry picked up the photograph. It moved the way wizarding photographs did, a young man with messy black hair and glasses, grinning, his arm around a young woman with red hair and vivid green eyes. They waved. They laughed. They looked at each other with the kind of love that didn't need narration. Harry looked at them for a long time. Your parents, Morticia said quietly. She'd come to stand behind him, close enough to touch but not touching, giving him the space to feel whatever he needed to feel. They look happy, Harry said. They were. From everything we've learned, they were very happy. Harry slipped the photograph into his vest pocket, next to the old newspaper clipping. He picked up the pocket watch, turned it over in his hands, felt the weight of it, the weight of a name, a lineage, a history that was his by blood if not by upbringing. I'll take these, he said. The gold can stay, I don't need it right now. A man who doesn't need gold, Ragnar observed from the vault's entrance. How refreshing. They left the vault richer in ways that had nothing to do with money. Back in Ragnar's office, Gomez and the Goblin director spent an animated 40 minutes discussing investment opportunities, property acquisition, and the finer points of Goblin Wizard financial law. Gomez bought a building in Hogsmeade, the village near Hogwarts, on impulse, and began negotiating for a property in Nocturne Alley that Ragnar described as cursed, haunted, and structurally unsound. Perfect, Gomez said. We'll take it. Morticia, meanwhile, engaged Ragnok in a quiet conversation about the Potter estate's legal protections, the status of the Weisengamot seat, and the various parties who had shown interest in the Potter vaults over the years. Ragnok, who was not in the habit of sharing information freely, found himself sharing information freely. Morticia had that effect on people. She listened so completely, with such dark-eyed intensity, that people told her things just to keep her attention. By the time they left Gringotts, the Addams family had established itself as a major financial presence in Wizarding Britain. Harry had claimed his Potter inheritance, and Ragnok had personally invited them back for what he called a more in-depth discussion of mutual interests. Which in Goblin meant they had passed some test that most wizards didn't even know existed. Diagon Alley embraced them, or rather, Diagon Alley stared at them with open mouths and wide eyes, and a buzzing undercurrent of whispered recognition that spread through the crowd like fire through dry grass. Harry Potter, that's Harry Potter. The scar, did you see the scar? But who are those people? Who is that family? Harry ignored it with practiced ease and followed Gomez toward Ollivanders. They made several stops along the way. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where Harry was fitted for school robes, while Morticia engaged the seamstress in a conversation about fabric so technically detailed that Madame Malkin started taking notes. The apothecary, where Wednesday vanished into the back room and emerged 20 minutes later with 3 bags of supplies and an expression of restrained satisfaction. Flourish and Blots, where Harry bought his required textbooks and then spent an additional 30 minutes in the restricted section that the shopkeeper swore was locked but which opened for Harry without resistance. Nix watching from a high shelf as he selected several volumes on advanced defensive magic, ward theory, and a slim black book on occlumency that practically hummed under his fingers. That section is restricted, the shopkeeper said, watching Harry stack his purchases on the counter. Is it? Harry said the door was open. The door is never. The shopkeeper looked at the restricted section door, which was indeed standing open, its lock dangling uselessly. He looked at Harry. He looked at the raven on Harry's shoulder. He decided, with the wisdom of self-preservation, not to pursue the matter. 12 galleons for the lot. Then Aelop's Owl Emporium, which they entered not because Harry needed an owl, he had Nix and Thing and access to the family's entire menagerie, but because Wednesday wanted to browse. She emerged with a small, pitch-black screech owl that she named Nero, and that immediately attempted to bite Pugsley, endearing itself to the family. And then, at last, Ollivanders. The shop was narrow, dusty, and packed floor to ceiling with long, thin boxes that emanated a collective hum of magical potential. It felt like standing inside a beehive. The air was thick with it, the weight of 1,000 wands waiting for their partners, Mr. Ollivander emerged from the shadows between the shelves like a man materializing from the dust itself. Pale, silver-eyed, ancient in a way that had nothing to do with physical age and everything to do with the sheer volume of what those eyes had seen. He looked at Harry, and Harry had the distinct impression of being X-rayed. "Ah," Ollivander said, "I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter." "Addams," Harry said. "Harry Addams." Ollivander's silver eyes flickered, not to the scar but to Gomez and Morticia standing behind Harry, and then to the raven on his shoulder, and then to Thing, who had emerged from Harry's pocket to perch on the counter. "Addams." Ollivander repeated, and something in his voice shifted, curiosity deepening into fascination. "Yes, I see. How interesting. How very, very interesting." He turned to the shelves. "Let's find you a wand, Mr. Addams." "The wand chooses the wizard, of course, but in your case I suspect the conversation will be lively." He was not wrong. The first wand, Beechwood and Dragon Heartstring, shattered a display case. The second, Willow and Unicorn Hair, set fire to a stack of boxes. The third simply screamed when Harry touched it, a thin, high sound like a kettle on the boil, and Ollivander snatched it back with something approaching alarm. "Tricky customer," Ollivander murmured, but his eyes were bright. very tricky. The core doesn't just need to match the wizard, it needs to match the scope of the wizard, and you, Mr. Addams, have a scope that. He trailed off, disappearing into the deeper shelves, the ones that hadn't been touched in years, decades, maybe longer. He came back with a box that was different from the others, darker, older, the wood stained with age. He set it on the counter and opened the lid with the reverence of a man opening a reliquary. Holly, he said, 11 inches, supple, and the core phoenix feather. Harry picked up the wand. The world changed, not dramatically, not with explosions or earthquakes or dramatic lighting effects. It was subtler than that. It was the feeling of a key turning in a lock, of a circuit completing, of a note finding its harmony. Warmth flooded up Harry's arm and through his chest, and the wand erupted in a shower of green and silver sparks that swirled around him like a miniature aurora. And Nyx shrieked and spread her wings, and Thing drummed the counter in applause. And the wand sang in Harry's hand, a sound only he could hear, a resonance that matched the frequency of his own magic so perfectly that for a moment he couldn't tell where the wand ended and he began. "Oh, bravo," Ollivander whispered. "Yes, oh yes." Gomez was gripping Morticia's hand so tightly his knuckles were white, his eyes shining. "That wand," Ollivander said, and his voice had gone very quiet. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Addams. Every one. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. And that other feather is the core of the wand that gave you your scar." The shop went still. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. Holly, warm, thrumming with an energy that felt like coming home. "Brother wands," he said. "Yes. The wand that chose you is the brother of the wand that belonged to Lord Voldemort." In the silence that followed, Gomez stepped forward. He looked at the wand in Harry's hand, then at Ollivander. "How fascinating," Gomez said. His voice carried no fear, no hesitation. Only the bright, incandescent delight of a man who had never met a dark omen he didn't find thrilling. A connection to the enemy, the brother weapon, the mirror blade. He put his hand on Harry's shoulder. "In my family, Mr. Ollivander, we don't run from connections, we use them." "Indeed." Ollivander said, "I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Addams. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great." Harry turned the wand in his fingers. Holly and phoenix feather, brother to the wand that killed his parents. Brother to the wand that scarred him. He slipped it into the wand holster that Morticia had bought him at the leather goods shop, worn on the forearm, concealed by the sleeve, spring-loaded for fast draw, because Morticia understood that a weapon you couldn't reach quickly was just an expensive stick. "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander." Harry said, "It's a good wand." "It is the right wand. There is a difference." They paid and left. The alley outside was busier now, the morning shopping rush in full swing, and the whispers had reached a fever pitch. Harry could feel the attention like sunlight through a magnifying glass, focused, intense, burning. "Ice cream," Pugsley announced. "I saw a shop. Can we get ice cream?" "After lunch, Pugsley," Morticia said. "What if I told you the ice cream shop has structural vulnerabilities I want to examine?" "After lunch, Pugsley." They made their way toward Fortescue's ice cream parlor anyway. Pugsley's gravitational pull toward food was a force of nature when Harry stopped. A boy was standing outside Madame Malkin's. Blonde, pale, sharp-featured, with the posture of someone who'd been taught to stand up straight by people who considered good posture a moral virtue. He was flanked by two larger boys who appeared to serve roughly the same function as bookends, decorative, structural, and not particularly bright. The blonde boy was staring at Harry. Not at the scar, at Harry. At the raven, the hand, the family arrayed behind him like a Gothic honor guard. His pale eyes were wide, calculating, and just slightly afraid, in the way that a cat is afraid of a larger cat, not terrified, but reassessing. "You're Harry Potter," the boy said. Harry stopped. He considered the boy, the expensive robes, the practiced sneer that didn't quite reach the eyes, the way he held himself as if daring the world to question his right to exist in any given space. Harry recognized the type. He'd met plenty of old-money purebloods through the Addams family's social connections, and they all had this look. the brittleness of people whose confidence came from their surname rather than from themselves. Harry Addams, Harry corrected. And you are, Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Behind Harry, Gomez made a small, interested sound. The Malfoy name was known to him. Old wizarding money, political connections, a family that had danced with dark lords and somehow always landed on its feet. The Addamses and the Malfoys occupied similar strata in the magical world's hierarchy, but they'd never directly crossed paths. Different continents, different philosophies. The Malfoys hoarded their darkness and wielded it as a weapon of exclusion. The Addamses celebrated their darkness and invited the neighbors over to enjoy it. Malfoy, Harry said, and extended his hand. A pleasure. Draco took the hand. His grip was firm, trained, the handshake of someone who'd been drilled in social niceties. But when his fingers closed around Harry's, something passed between them. A spark, a freesaw of magical energy, the kind of thing that happened when two powerful magical signatures brushed against each other. Draco's eyes widened fractionally. You'll be starting Hogwarts this year. Draco asked, recovering quickly. I am as well. My family has been in Slytherin for generations, of course. I expect I'll continue the tradition. Slytherin, Harry said, the house of the ambitious and the cunning. You know it, I've done my research. Draco glanced behind Harry, at Gomez, who was watching the exchange with the gleaming eyes of a man watching a fencing match, at Morticia, who regarded Draco with the calm assessment of a woman cataloging a new specimen, at Wednesday, who was staring at Draco with an intensity that made the blond boy shift his weight backward by half an inch. Your family is, Draco searched for the word. We're the Addamses, Wednesday said, and the word carried enough weight to close the conversation. I'll see you at Hogwarts, Draco. Harry said, I suspect we'll have a lot to talk about. Draco nodded, a stiff, formal nod that was trying very hard to be confident and mostly succeeding. He retreated into Madame Malkin's with his bookends in tow, and Harry heard him hiss to one of them. Find out everything you can about the Addams family. Everything. Harry smiled and kept walking. They'd made it halfway to Fortescue's when the crowd parted, not subtly. Not the gradual thinning of a crowd that happens to shift. This was deliberate, people stepping aside, pressing against shop windows, clearing a path with the instinctive deference of animals making way for something large. And through the gap came a man who was, in his own way, as much a force of nature as Gomez Addams. Albus Dumbledore was tall. Not lurch tall, but tall enough that he rose above the crowd like a lighthouse above rocks. His robes were purple, decorated with silver stars that actually twinkled. His beard was white and long enough to tuck into his belt, which he had. His eyes, behind half-moon spectacles, were blue and bright, and carried a weight that Harry recognized, the weight of someone who had seen too much, and processed it all into something that looked like kindness but was actually a weapon. Those eyes found Harry, and for a moment, just a moment, Harry saw something crack in the old man's carefully composed expression. Relief, disbelief, joy, and beneath all of it, like a stone at the bottom of a clear stream, calculation. Harry. Dumbledore said, and his voice was warm and gentle and absolutely loaded. My dear boy. Gomez stepped forward, not aggressively. The movement was smooth, natural, the way a chess piece slides into position. He placed himself not in front of Harry but beside him, making it clear that whatever conversation was about to happen would happen with the Addams family present and participating. Professor Dumbledore, Gomez said. Gomez Addams, I've been wondering when we'd meet. Dumbledore's gaze moved from Harry to Gomez, and Harry watched the old man recalculate. Whatever Dumbledore had expected, a lost boy, a confused family, someone who could be gently guided, this was not it. Mr. Addams, Dumbledore said. Yes, I have been looking forward to this meeting as well. Perhaps we might speak somewhere more private. What's wrong with right here? Wednesday asked. Dumbledore looked at her. Wednesday looked at Dumbledore. The old man blinked first. Here is fine. Dumbledore said, with the grace of someone who knows when he's been outmaneuvered on a minor point and saves his energy for the major ones. He turned back to Gomez. Mr. Addams, I must confess, I have been searching for Harry for quite some time. 10 years. I arranged for him to be placed with his mother's family after the tragedy at Godric's Hollow, and when he did not arrive, he arrived with us, Gomez said. I found him in the rubble, Professor. That night. A baby in the ruins of his parents' home with nothing but a scar and a blanket. There was no one there, no family, no authorities, no one. I took him home. Gomez's voice was steady, pleasant, and carried an undercurrent of something that wasn't quite a threat but existed in the same postal code. He has been with my family ever since. He has been loved, educated, protected, and raised as my son. Dumbledore absorbed this. His blue eyes moved back to Harry, studying, assessing, and Harry let him look. Stood there in the middle of Diagon Alley with his wand on his arm and his raven on his shoulder and a decade of Addams upbringing in his spine, and let the most powerful wizard in Britain look at him and see exactly what he was. Harry, Dumbledore said gently, I owe you an apology. I failed in my responsibility to ensure your safety that night, and I have spent 10 years regretting it. I am glad, profoundly glad, to see that you are well, more than well, it seems. I appreciate that, Professor, Harry said, and I want you to know I know about my parents. I know about Voldemort, I know about the prophecy. Dumbledore's composure cracked again, wider this time, genuine surprise breaking through. You know about the prophecy. My grandmother is a seer, Professor, not the crystal ball and tea leaves variety, the old kind. The kind that reads bones and blood and the movement of stars. She identified the prophecy's resonance in my scar within the first week. Harry paused and let that sink in. We've known what I am for a very long time. We've been preparing. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The crowd around them had gone utterly silent, straining to hear, but the words seemed to pass through them without sticking. Morticia had done something subtle with her hands, a ward of privacy that looked like nothing more than a woman adjusting her sleeve. I see, Dumbledore said at last. And may I ask, what have you been preparing for? Everything, Harry said simply. That's the Addams way. Dumbledore looked at Gomez. Gomez looked back with a smile that was charming and warm and communicated very clearly that this family would not be directed, managed, or maneuvered. Mr. Addams, Dumbledore said, I would very much like to discuss Harry's education, his safety, and certain matters of considerable importance. Would you and your family be willing to meet with me before the start of term, at Hogwarts, perhaps? We'd be delighted, Gomez said. I've been dying to see the castle. Literally dying. The family curse makes long-distance travel unpredictable. But we survived, so Hogwarts it is. Dumbledore nodded. He looked once more at Harry, a long, searching look that tried to find the boy he'd imagined, the orphan he'd planned for, the piece on the board he'd been moving in his mind for a decade. He didn't find that boy, he found an Addams. Welcome back to the wizarding world, Harry, Dumbledore said. I have a feeling it will never be the same. That's the plan, Harry said. Dumbledore inclined his head, to Harry, to Gomez, to Morticia, and withdrew into the crowd with the practiced grace of a man who knew when a conversation had gone as far as it was going to go. The crowd closed behind him, and the bubble of silence that Morticia had created dissolved, and the noise and color of Diagon Alley rushed back in. Gomez let out a breath and grinned. That man is magnificent, he said. Did you see his eyes, Tish? Brilliant, calculating, disappointed, all at once. I haven't seen that combination since I outbid the Vatican for that haunted crypt in Tuscany. He's dangerous, Wednesday said. Of course he's dangerous. All the interesting ones are. He wanted Harry to grow up somewhere else. Wednesday continued, and her voice had the temperature of liquid nitrogen. He wanted Harry alone, vulnerable, grateful. He wanted a weapon he could shape. Wednesday, Gomez began. She's not wrong, Harry said quietly. That's exactly what he wanted. A boy with no family, no resources, no confidence. A boy who would walk into the wizarding world desperate for belonging and find it in Dumbledore, in Hogwarts, in the fight against Voldemort. He looked at his father. He got me instead. Gomez's expression softened. He put both hands on Harry's shoulders and looked at him, really looked the way Gomez looked at things he loved, which was with his entire being. He got the best possible version of you, Gomez said. He just doesn't know it yet. Harry smiled, Morticia's smile, quiet and devastating. He will. They ate lunch at a small restaurant tucked behind the apothecary, a place that served food of dubious origin but excellent flavor, where the menu changed based on the customer's mood and the chef was rumored to be half-troll. Gomez ordered enthusiastically. Morticia ordered sparingly but precisely. Wednesday ordered a salad, and then spent the meal studying the other patrons with the focus of a field researcher documenting a previously unknown species. Pugsley ate everything put in front of him, and then ate the centerpiece, which turned out to be decorative but not inedible. After lunch, they continued shopping. Pugsley dragged them to a shop called Gamball and Jape's Wizarding Joke Shop, where he spent 45 minutes in intense conversation with the proprietor about the combustive properties of various prank products, and left with a bag that Morticia quietly warded against accidental detonation. Fester discovered a shop selling magical electrical components, wizarding equivalents of Muggle technology, powered by enchantment rather than current, and had to be physically removed after he attempted to rewire their display model to produce about 10 times the output. And Harry, during a quiet moment while Gomez was negotiating the purchase of yet another property, a small shop on the corner of Diagon and Nocturne that he planned to convert into something fun, slipped away with Wednesday into Nocturne Alley. It was darker here, literally, as if the sunlight that managed to reach Diagon Alley's cobblestones simply gave up at the entrance to its side street. The shops were narrower, meaner, their windows displaying items that ranged from the suspicious to the openly sinister. The people were different too, harder-edged, quicker-eyed, moving with the cautious efficiency of those who understood that this was a place where weakness was currency and you spent it fast. Harry loved it immediately. This is more like home, Wednesday observed, almost, needs more cobwebs. There are cobwebs, third building on the left, upper windows. Those are decorative, ours are structural. They walked the alley with the ease of people who had grown up surrounded by darkness and found it comfortable rather than threatening. A hag selling shrunken heads tried to lure them closer. Wednesday examined the merchandise with professional interest and pointed out that the preservation technique was substandard. A wizard in a hooded cloak offered them a genuine cursed amulet that Harry identified with a glance as a fake. The magical signature was all wrong, painted on rather than inherent. 3 galleons for costume jewelry, Harry said. You should be ashamed. The wizard, who was not accustomed to being shamed by 11-year-olds, opened his mouth to respond, and then closed it when Nix fixed him with a stare that carried the weight of something very old and very predatory. They browsed. Harry found a shop selling wand holsters of higher quality than what was available in Diagon Alley. Combat holsters, the kind worn by people who expected to be in situations where a fast draw meant the difference between living and not. He bought 2, one for himself, replacing the one from earlier, and one that he pocketed for later, thinking of classmates who might need it. Wednesday found a bookshop that specialized in what the proprietor carefully described as alternative magical traditions. Necromancy, blood magic, cursecraft, the kind of magic that polite wizarding society pretended didn't exist while simultaneously fearing it. She selected 3 volumes with the methodical precision of a surgeon choosing instruments. Father will want to see those, Harry said. Father already has copies. These are for me. They were heading back toward Diagon Alley when Harry felt it, a pull. A tug, not physical but magical, like a fishhook in his chest, drawing him toward a narrow shop at the far end of the alley. The sign above the door read Borgin and Burke's in letters that had once been gold and were now the color of dried blood. Harry, Wednesday's hand found his arm, her grip surprisingly strong for a 10-year-old. Something in there wants my attention, Harry said. He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. Wednesday understood magical intuition. She'd grown up in a house where the walls had opinions. They entered. The shop was crowded with objects that radiated dark magic like heat from a furnace. Cabinets of cursed jewelry, Shelves of sinister instruments, glass cases containing things that moved when you weren't looking directly at them. The proprietor, a stooped man with oily hair and an obsequious smile, started forward when they entered and then stopped, his smile faltering, as Nix fixed him with a look and thing emerged from Harry's pocket to perch on a display case. "Just browsing," Harry said. The pull led him to the back of the shop, past a case of human bones labeled by species, mostly, past a shelf of dark artifacts that whispered to themselves, to a glass cabinet standing alone against the rear wall. Inside it, on a black velvet cushion, sat a locket, gold, heavy, ornate. A serpentine S inlaid on the front in green gems. And inside it, Harry could feel it without touching the glass, something alive. Something trapped. Something that resonated with the splinter in his scar like a tuning fork answering a struck note. The scar pulsed. Not painfully, Grandmama's wards held, but insistently, a heartbeat rhythm that said same, same, same. "What is that?" Wednesday asked, looking at the locket with narrowed eyes. "Something like me," Harry said quietly. "Like what's in my scar, another piece of him." Wednesday's eyes went cold. Not angry, Wednesday didn't really do angry, she did something worse, absolute crystalline focus. "A Horcrux," she said. Harry looked at her. "Grandmama's books," Wednesday said. "Third shelf, fourth volume, chapter 16. The creation of Horcruxes, containers for fragments of a soul, created through the act of murder, dark magic of the highest order." She looked at the locket. "This is a piece of Voldemort's soul. Yes, there are more. If he made two, he made more. That's the psychology of it. One is a safeguard, two is a pattern." They stood together in the back of a dark shop in Nocturne Alley, an 11-year-old and a 10-year-old, staring at a fragment of the darkest wizard in modern history, and neither of them flinched. "We should tell Father." Wednesday said, "We should tell the whole family. This is an Addams problem now. It was always an Addams problem. It became one the night Father found you." Harry looked at the locket one more time. The thing inside it stirred, sensing the proximity of its kindred fragment, reaching out with tendrils of awareness that broke against Grandmama's wards like waves against a seawall. He turned away and walked out of the shop. "We'll be back for that," he said over his shoulder to the confused proprietor. "Don't sell it." The man looked at the locket, then at the boy, and for reasons he couldn't entirely explain, he nodded. They reconvened at the Leaky Cauldron for a late afternoon drink. Butterbeer for the children, fire whiskey for Gomez and Fester, hemlock tea for Morticia. And Harry told his family what he'd found. He did it calmly, clearly, the way he'd been taught. Facts first, analysis second, emotions third. Gomez listened with his elbows on the table and his chin on his fists, dark eyes blazing. Morticia listened with her hands folded around her teacup, perfectly still. Wednesday sat back and watched the family process what she and Harry already knew. When Harry finished, Gomez was quiet for a full 10 seconds, a geological age by Gomez standards. "Horcruxes," he said, "multiple Horcruxes." The man tore his soul apart and scattered the pieces. "Like hiding the parts of a treasure map," Pugsley offered, "except gross." "Exactly like that, old man." "Exactly like that." Gomez sat back. "Mama will need to know. She's the expert on soul magic. She'll know how to find them, how to destroy them, and how to get that splinter out of Harry's head when the time comes." "The splinter in Harry's scar is connected to the others," Morticia said. "That's why he could sense the locket. As he grows stronger, as his magic matures, the connection will grow stronger too. Which means I can find them," Harry said. "All of them." "You want to hunt them down," Gomez said, not a question. "I want to finish what started the night you found me. Voldemort killed my parents. He tried to kill me. He shattered his own soul to cheat death, and somewhere out there what's left of him is waiting to come back." Harry's green eyes were steady, calm, and utterly without fear. "The Addams family doesn't leave threats standing. You taught me that." Gomez looked at Morticia. That silent communication passed between them again, 20 years of marriage compressed into a glance. "Not alone," Morticia said. "You will not do this alone, Harrison." "I have no intention of doing it alone. I have you, I have all of you. And I have Hogwarts, a castle full of resources, connections, and knowledge. This is a family operation. The boy's right, Fester said, sparking slightly with excitement. Soul fragments hidden in objects, that's basically a scavenger hunt. I love scavenger hunts. Remember the one in 73, Gomez. When we had to find Great-Uncle Vlad's bones before the full moon, we found 17 of them. Only lost the pelvis. See, experience. Gomez laughed, that big, booming, irrepressible laugh that meant he'd found something in life that matched his appetite for it. He stood up, raised his glass of fire whiskey, and addressed his family. A quest, he declared. A hunt. A campaign against the darkness, not because we fear it, but because it had the audacity to touch one of ours. He looked at Harry, and the love in his eyes was so fierce it was almost frightening. We are Addamses. We do not hide from monsters. We invite them to dinner and serve them on a platter. Here, here, Grandmama cackled. To Harry, Gomez said, to the hunt. And to the utter ruination of anyone fool enough to threaten this family. They drank. Even Wednesday took a sip of her butterbeer, which for her was the emotional equivalent of a war cry. The rest of August passed in a blur of preparation. The family established a base in their newly purchased London hotel, and the days took on a rhythm: mornings for research, afternoons for training, evenings for strategy. Gomez wrote to the Hogwarts Board of Governors, a letter so charming, so persuasive, and so subtly threatening that it secured him a seat at the next board meeting, and an invitation to tour the castle before term began. He also engaged the family's legal team, a coterie of attorneys who operated in both magical and Muggle jurisdictions, and who had, on at least one occasion, successfully argued a case in the Goblin courts, which was roughly equivalent to winning a poker game against a table of sharks. Morticia began corresponding with Hogwarts staff. Her letter to Professor Sprout, the herbology teacher, was a masterpiece of shared enthusiasm and quiet suggestion that resulted in Sprout sending back a 12-page response and a request for cuttings from Morticia's private greenhouse. Her letter to Professor Snape, the potions master, was more guarded, a careful probe disguised as an introduction, and Snape's response was terse, suspicious, and accidentally revealed that he was deeply knowledgeable about exactly the kind of advanced potion work that Morticia found interesting. Grandmama arrived from New York via a method of travel that she declined to specify, but that left scorch marks on the hotel's roof. She brought with her 3 trunks of supplies, a cauldron that was older than the country they were standing in, and a determination to fortify Harry's scar wards to a level that would make the splinter, as she put it, wish it had never been born. Well, created. Well, you know what I mean. She spent 3 days working on Harry. It was not pleasant. The ritual involved bone, dust, blood, Harry's, freely given, candles that burned black, and words in a language so old that even Grandmama wasn't entirely sure of the pronunciation. But when it was done, the wards around the splinter were a fortress. Harry could feel the fragment more clearly now, not because it was stronger, but because the wards gave him a window into it, a way of observing without being observed, and what he observed was strange. The splinter was afraid. Not of Harry, not of the wards. It was afraid of something else, something out there, connected to the other fragments, a network of shattered soul pieces communicating across distances in a language of shared agony. The splinter had been in Harry's head for 10 years, saturated in Addams magic, surrounded by love of a ferocity that dark magic had no framework for understanding. It had changed. It was still Voldemort's, still dark, still wrong, but it was also, in some fundamental way, no longer entirely the same as the piece it had been broken from. Harry kept this to himself. For now, there were some things he needed to understand before he could explain them. On September 1st, the family descended upon King's Cross Station. Gomez drove. This was always a mistake, because Gomez drove the way he fenced, with passion, aggression, and a complete disregard for the survival of anyone in his path. The car was a black 1933 Packard that the family had shipped from New York, and it carved through London traffic like a shark through fish, leaving a trail of honking horns and traumatized pedestrians. They arrived at the station with their trunks, their pets, and their presence. Platform 9 3/4 was accessed through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, a solid brick wall that you walked through, which the Addams family considered delightfully on brand. Gomez went first, striding through the barrier with the confidence of a man who had walked through walls before. The house on Cemetery Lane had at least 3. Morticia followed, gliding through as if the bricks simply chose to move aside. Wednesday walked through without breaking stride or adjusting her expression. Pugsley charged it at a run and came out the other side laughing. Fester walked into it, bounced off, took 3 steps back and ran at it again, successfully this time, though the barrier shuddered. Lurch had to be rethought. They ended up having him walk around to a service entrance that Gomez bribed into existence with a gold coin and a smile. Harry went last. He stood before the barrier, his trunk loaded on a trolley, Nix on his shoulder, Thing in his pocket, the holly wand warm against his forearm. Behind the wall, the Hogwarts Express, the school, the world that had been waiting for him for 11 years, he walked through. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos, beautiful, steaming, noisy chaos. The Scarlet Hogwarts Express dominated the platform, belching steam like a dragon with a cold. Families swarmed the platform, parents hugging children, trunks being loaded, owls screeching, cats yowling, a toad making a desperate bid for freedom across the platform floor. The Addams family stood in the middle of it like a rock formation in a river, immovable, striking, and impossible to ignore. Parents pulled their children aside. Students pointed and whispered. A woman with red hair and a brood of children that suggested either extraordinary fertility or a deep commitment to Weasley tradition, stared openly at Gomez and Morticia with an expression that couldn't decide between admiration and alarm. Harry turned to his family. This was the moment, the departure, the separation, the first real distance between him and the people who had made him who he was. Gomez grabbed him. Not a handshake, not a pat on the back, a full, crushing, Gomez-Addams embrace that lifted Harry off his feet and compressed his ribs and communicated, in the language of the body, everything that words couldn't cover. "You are going to be magnificent," Gomez said into Harry's hair. "You are going to walk into that castle and they are going to see exactly what an Addams can do. And if anyone gives you trouble, you remind them who your family is, and then you handle it, because you can, because you're ready. I know, Father. And write to us every week. Use Thing, the owls are too slow." "I'll write." Gomez set him down and held him at arm's length, hands on his shoulders, dark eyes bright with tears he would never be ashamed of. "I love you, Harry. More than trains, more than swords, more than," he glanced at Morticia. "Well, almost more than anything. I love you too, Father." Morticia stepped forward. She did not crush. She enveloped, drew Harry into an embrace that smelled of nightshade and old roses and something indefinable that was simply her, the scent of home and safety and the dark, fierce love of a mother who would burn the world and not blink. "Be yourself," she said, "completely and without apology. That is all we have ever asked of you, and it is all you ever need to do." "Yes, Mother." She kissed his forehead, directly on the scar, and Harry felt the ward's pulse in response, strengthening, warming, as if Morticia's love was itself a kind of magic. Which he suspected it was. Wednesday stepped forward. She looked at Harry. Harry looked at Wednesday. "If you die," she said, "I will be very annoyed. I'll try to avoid it, see that you do. I have plans that require your participation." She did not hug him. She extended her hand and they shook, a formal, solemn handshake between co-conspirators who understood that sentiment was for other people, and that a firm grip was worth more than 100 embraces. Then Wednesday leaned in and whispered, "I'll be there next year. Try not to fix everything before I arrive." Harry smiled. "I'll save you the interesting parts." Pugsley hugged Harry around the middle with the force of a small bear, said, "I made you something," and pressed a small metal device into Harry's hand. Harry pocketed it without looking at it, because looking at Pugsley's inventions was often a mistake and always an adventure. Uncle Fester clapped him on the back with enough force to stagger him and said, "Give him hell, kid," Lurch groaned. It meant everything. Things scurried from Harry's pocket, up his arm, and perched on his shoulder. Harry looked at the assembled family. "Thing is coming with me," he said. "The rest of you try not to burn down London while I'm gone." "No promises," Gomez said, grinning. Harry grabbed his trunk, settled Nix on his shoulder opposite Thing, and turned toward the Hogwarts Express. The platform was still staring. Let them stare. Let the whole wizarding world stare. He was Harry Addams, and he was going to Hogwarts. He climbed aboard the train, found a compartment near the back, stowed his trunk, and settled into a seat by the window. The platform was visible through the glass, his family standing together, Gomez's arm around Morticia, Wednesday beside them like a small, dark sentinel, Pugsley waving, Fester crackling, Lurch towering. The train whistled. Steam billowed. The platform began to slide backward. Harry pressed his hand to the window. On the platform, Gomez pressed his hand to the air, mirroring the gesture, and even through the glass and the steam and the growing distance, Harry could see his father's face. Proud, anguished, joyful, all at once. The face of a man watching his son ride into the world and knowing. With absolute certainty that the world wasn't ready, the platform vanished. London blurred past the windows. The train picked up speed, carrying Harry north toward Scotland, toward Hogwarts, toward everything. He sat back in his seat, pulled out his wand, and turned it in his fingers. Holly and Phoenix feather, 11 inches. The brother wand. Nix settled on the luggage rack and tucked her head under her wing. Thing explored the compartment with the enthusiasm of the recently liberated, checking under seats and tapping on walls. The compartment door slid open. A girl stood in the doorway, bushy brown hair, slightly too large front teeth, and an expression of barely contained intellectual hunger that Harry recognized immediately. Because it was the same expression Wednesday wore when she found a new subject to dissect, figuratively and occasionally. "Literally, has anyone seen a toad?" the girl asked. "A boy named Neville's lost one." "No toad," Harry said, "but if you find one, I'd recommend checking the bathroom compartments. Toads seek moisture." The girl blinked. "That's actually very logical, thank you. I'm Hermione Granger." "Harry Addams." Hermione's eyes went to his scar, widened, went to Nix, widened further, went to Thing, who waved and widened to a degree that seemed medically inadvisable. "Is that a hand?" she whispered. "That's Thing. He's family." "A disembodied hand is family. We're a close-knit household." Hermione stared. Then, with the adaptive resilience of a highly intelligent person confronted with something outside their framework, she recalibrated. "I've read about you," she said. "You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. But none of the books mention the Addams family. The books don't know about the Addams family. Most people don't in Britain. We're a largely American institution. But you're Harry Potter. I'm Harry Addams. Potter is the name I was born with. Addams is the name I was raised with." He gestured to the seat opposite him. "Would you like to sit down, Hermione? You're going to have questions, and I find interrogations go better when everyone's comfortable." Hermione sat. She had, indeed, questions. Many questions. Harry answered them honestly, directly, and without the evasion that most people employed when discussing their own history. He told her about the Addams family. She was fascinated. About his upbringing, she was concerned, then fascinated again when he explained that the concern was unnecessary. And about his education prior to Hogwarts, she was deeply envious, particularly regarding the library. They were 15 minutes into a lively discussion about the theoretical limits of wandless magic when the compartment door opened again. This time it was a boy, tall for 11, with red hair, freckles, and an expression of transparent nervousness. He had a smudge of dirt on his nose and a rat on his shoulder that Harry's instincts immediately flagged as wrong in a way he couldn't quite articulate. "Is it true?" the boy said. "They're saying all down the train, Harry Potter's in this compartment." "Harry Addams," Harry said. It was becoming a reflex. "And you are Ron Weasley." The boy's eyes darted around the compartment, Nix, Thing, Hermione, Harry, and settled on Harry's scar with the gravitational inevitability of the starstruck. Sit down, Ron, Harry said, before you fall down. The train's moving and you look like you've seen a ghost. There are ghosts at Hogwarts, actually, Hermione said. I read about them in Hogwarts, a history. Course there are, everyone knows that, Ron said slightly defensively as he dropped into the seat beside Hermione. So, you're really him. The boy who lived. That's what the papers called me, apparently. I've always thought it was a bit of a low bar. Most people are the boy who lived right up until they're not. Ron's mouth opened, closed. A grin cracked across his freckled face, a real grin, surprised out of him by humor he hadn't expected. Yeah, all right, that's a fair point. Harry liked him immediately. Not the way he liked Hermione, not the kinship of intellectual equals recognizing each other, but the simpler, warmer recognition of someone who was exactly what they appeared to be. Ron Weasley was honest. Not strategically honest, not honest as a tactic, but genuinely, transparently, almost painfully honest. In a world of masks and maneuvers that was rare and valuable, they talked. Ron explained the wizarding world from the inside. The houses, the politics, the rivalries, the way things actually worked as opposed to how the books said they worked. Hermione contributed factual corrections that Ron pretended to resent and secretly appreciated. Harry listened, absorbed, catalogued. The trolley came. Harry bought everything on it because Gomez had instilled in him the philosophy that generosity was just enlightened self-interest. The people you fed today were the people who fought beside you tomorrow. Ron's eyes went wide at the pile of sweets. You didn't have to do that, Ron said, around a mouthful of chocolate frog. I wanted to. Besides, I need allies who owe me food debts. It's a time-honored strategy. Is everything a strategy with you? Not everything, just the important things. The door slid open for a third time, and Draco Malfoy was standing there, flanked by his bookends. Crabbe and Goyle, large boys with small eyes and the general demeanor of furniture. So it's true, Draco said, and his voice had the practiced drawl of someone who'd been rehearsing this entrance. Harry Potter is on the train. His eyes moved to Ron. Red hair, hand-me-down robes, you must be a Weasley. Ron flushed. Harry set down his chocolate frog. Draco, Harry said pleasantly, we met in Diagon Alley. How nice to see you again. Draco's carefully constructed entrance faltered. He'd prepared for a Potter, the orphan, the icon, the boy he could impress or intimidate. He hadn't prepared for an Addams, someone who'd already taken his measure and filed it under interesting but not threatening. I came to, Draco started, offer an alliance, establish a social hierarchy. See where you stand relative to the most famous student on the train, Harry smiled. It was a genuine smile, warm even, but underneath it was the kind of confidence that didn't need anyone else's approval to sustain itself. Sit down, Draco. Have a pumpkin pasty. You don't need to perform for me. I already know who you are. You don't know anything about me. You're a Malfoy. Old money, old blood, old politics. Your father was a Death Eater who claimed Imperius after the war. Maybe true, maybe not. Not my business either way. You've been raised to believe that blood determines worth, which is an interesting theory that I look forward to testing. And you're scared of going to Hogwarts, which you're covering with bravado, which is actually a perfectly reasonable response and nothing to be ashamed of. The compartment went very quiet. Crabbe and Goyle looked confused, which was their baseline. Hermione looked impressed. Ron looked like he was watching someone defuse a bomb. Draco looked like he'd been slapped, which slowly resolved into something more complicated, surprise, resentment, and the grudging, furious respect of someone who'd been seen clearly for the first time. I'm not scared, Draco said. Then sit down and prove it. We've got pasties and we've got conversation. Both are excellent. Draco hesitated. The moment stretched. Then he sat stiffly, formally, maintaining every ounce of dignity, and accepted a pumpkin pasty from Thing, who offered it with a little bow that was either respectful or mocking and might have been both. The train carried them north. 5 children in a compartment, a raven on the luggage rack, a hand on the windowsill, and a rat on Ron's shoulder that Harry kept watching from the corner of his eye. because something about that animal made the splinter in his scar stir uneasily, and an Addams always trusted the warning. Afternoon lights slanted through the windows. The countryside rolled past, green and gold and ancient, a landscape that had been accumulating magic for millennia, layer upon layer of it, like sediment in a riverbed. Harry could feel it through the glass, the weight and depth of magical Britain, a country that was old in ways that America simply wasn't, where the earth itself remembered things. Hermione talked about books. Ron talked about Quidditch. Draco pretended to be above both subjects while being drawn into both. And Harry sat among them, this strange collection of personalities that shouldn't have worked together, but did, the scholar, the everyman, the aristocrat, and the Addams, and felt something settle in his chest, not the scar. Not the splinter, something simpler, the feeling of a story beginning. He pulled out a piece of parchment and a quill, Addams stationery, black paper, silver ink, the family crest embossed in the corner, and began to write, "Dear Mother and Father," on the train. Have made 3 friends, identified 1 suspicious rat, and discovered that British candy is bizarre but compelling. The train has no security measures worth mentioning, no ward sensors, no compartment locks, not even a basic alarm system. I could take this vehicle apart with a butter knife and moderate determination. You'd be appalled, Hogwarts soon. I'll write when I've seen the castle, love to Wednesday, Pugsley, Uncle Fester, Grandmama, Lurch, and the house. Your son, Harry. He folded the letter and gave it to Thing, who tucked it away for delivery. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the Scottish Highlands in shades of amber and shadow. Somewhere ahead, hidden in the mountains, a castle waited. Harry leaned back, rested his head against the seat, and closed his eyes. Nix preened on the luggage rack. Thing patted his knee. The train rocked onward. The wizarding world had been warned. Everything after this was going to be very, very interesting. Chapter 3. Sorting out the details, the castle appeared out of the darkness like something dreamed into existence. One moment there was nothing but black water and blacker sky, the Scottish mountains hulking against the stars like sleeping giants. And then the boats rounded a bend in the lake, and there it was, towers and turrets and battlements. Lit from within by 1,000 windows that burned gold against the night, perched on a cliff above the water as if it had grown there, as if the stone itself had decided to become something magnificent, and simply had, around Harry, first years gasped. Hermione made a sound that was half prayer, half academic assessment. Ron whispered something profane. Even Draco, who had been maintaining a studied air of indifference since they'd left the train, went quiet, his pale face tipped upward, his eyes reflecting the castle's light. Harry looked at Hogwarts and felt the magic of the place reach out to him. Not aggressively, not invasively, but curiously. The way a large and ancient animal might sniff a newcomer, deciding whether to welcome or devour. The castle's wards were enormous, layered, interwoven, centuries of enchantment built on top of enchantment, until the entire structure vibrated with accumulated power. Harry could feel them pressing against his own magic, testing, tasting. He let them. And Addams never flinched from inspection. The wards touched him, lingered on the scar, the splinter stirred, and Harry felt the wards recoil slightly before returning with renewed interest, moved through him and withdrew. If a building could nod in approval, Hogwarts did. Impressive, Harry murmured. Nix, who had been circling above the boats in the darkness, dropped onto his shoulder with a sound like rustling silk. Thing, hiding in Harry's pocket to avoid the lake water, gave a thumbs up against his hip. The boats scraped against the underground harbor's stone dock, and a massive figure shepherded them up a flight of carved steps toward the castle's entrance. Hagrid Rubeus Hagrid, the groundskeeper, a man roughly the size and shape of a small hill, had met them at the station with a lantern and an enthusiasm that Harry found genuinely endearing. Hagrid had looked at Harry with eyes that went wet and bright, opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again, and finally managed, "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Ye look a lot like your dad, but ye have got your mum's eyes." "So I've been told," Harry said. "It's nice to meet you, Hagrid." "I knew your parents, Harry," Good people, the best. I know they were. Thank you for remembering them. Hagrid had blown his nose into a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth. And that had been that. A connection made, simple and honest, the kind of human exchange that didn't require strategy or calculation. Harry filed Hagrid away in the category of people worth knowing. Genuine, loyal, and terrible at keeping secrets, which made him both a friend and a resource. Now Hagrid deposited them at the castle's front doors and knocked 3 times. The doors swung open, and standing in the entrance hall, stone floors, stone walls, a ceiling lost in shadow, torches that guttered in a wind that shouldn't have existed indoors, was a woman who looked like she had been carved from the same material as the castle and shared its opinions about nonsense. Professor McGonagall was tall, thin, severe, and Scottish in a way that went beyond nationality into something geological. Her dark hair was pulled back under a pointed hat, her glasses were square, her mouth was a line. Her eyes moved across the assembled first-years like searchlights sweeping a yard, cataloging, assessing, and dismissing in a single pass. Those eyes found Harry and stopped. He watched her process it. The scar, the raven, the fact that he was standing with the easy posture of someone who was not nervous, who was in fact examining her with the same appraising attention she was giving him. Something flickered across her face, surprise, memory, something private and quickly suppressed. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, and her voice was exactly as sharp as her face suggested. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. Your house will be your family while you are here." "I already have a family," Harry said, not loudly, not rudely, just a statement of fact pitched to Carrie. McGonagall's gaze sharpened. Several students tittered nervously. Hermione, standing beside Harry, looked like she was trying to decide whether to be mortified or impressed. "Your school family, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, with an emphasis that suggested she would brook no further interruptions. "Addams," Harry said, "I beg your pardon. My name is Addams, Harry Addams. The school's records may say Potter, but I'd appreciate the correction." He said it politely, directly, without aggression, and Addams didn't need to be aggressive to make a point. They just needed to be absolutely clear. McGonagall studied him for 3 seconds. 3 seconds of silence from Minerva McGonagall was significant. It meant the gears were turning, adjustments were being made, assumptions were being revised. "Mr. Addams, then," she said, "follow me." She turned and led them through the entrance hall toward a pair of doors from beyond which came the dull roar of hundreds of voices. But instead of going through, she diverted them into a small chamber off the hall. A waiting room, Harry supposed, a staging area for the soon-to-be sorted. "Wait here," McGonagall said. "I will return when we are ready for you. And Mr. Addams," she paused at the door, "your mother wrote me a very interesting letter. I look forward to discussing it." She left before Harry could respond. "Your mother wrote to McGonagall," Ron whispered. "My mother writes to everyone. It's how she maintains control of a conversation before it starts. That's terrifying. That's efficiency." The waiting room filled with nervous chatter. Students clustered in groups, introducing themselves, comparing anxieties, speculating about the sorting process. Ron's older brothers had told him it involved wrestling a troll, which Ron relayed with the half-believing dread of someone who knew his brothers were liars but couldn't quite be certain this time. Hermione was speed-reciting every spell she'd learned, her lips moving silently. A round-faced boy, the one who'd lost the toad, Neville, stood alone near the wall, clutching his recovered toad. Hermione had found it in the 3rd bathroom compartment, exactly where Harry had suggested, with the desperation of someone holding onto the only friendly thing in an unfamiliar world. Harry watched Neville for a moment. The boy was scared, obviously, deeply, wholly scared, the kind of scared that went beyond first-day nerves into something more fundamental. He stood the way people stood when they expected to be overlooked, with hunched shoulders and downcast eyes, making himself small. Harry walked over to him. "Neville, right? Hermione mentioned you on the train." Neville looked up, startled. "Why, yeah, Neville Longbottom." Harry Addams. That's a good-looking toad. Neville blinked. It was possible that no one had ever complimented Trevor. Thanks, he's always running off. I'm rubbish at keeping track of him. Toads are independent. It's not a character flaw, it's a species trait. Harry leaned against the wall beside Neville, casual, unhurried. You nervous, terrified, Neville admitted with the honesty of someone too scared to bother lying. Good. Terrified means you care about the outcome. The people who aren't terrified are either lying or too stupid to understand what's happening. Harry glanced at Draco, who was holding court with a cluster of students and radiating studied nonchalance. What house do you want? My gran wants me in Gryffindor. My parents were both Gryffindors. But Neville swallowed. I'm not brave, I'm not anything, really. Harry looked at him steadily. Really looked, the way Gomez looked at things, with his entire attention, the kind of look that made people feel seen. Neville, you got on the train, you came to the castle. You're standing here terrified and you haven't run. That's brave enough, everything else is just practice. Neville stared at him, the toad croaked. Neville started. And for what it's worth, my grandmother says that the most powerful witches and wizards are the ones who get told they're nothing and become something anyway. She's about 150 years old, and she's never been wrong about anything. A ghost of a smile crossed Neville's face. Just a ghost, but it was there. Thanks, Harry. Don't thank me. Just remember this conversation later when you're doing something incredible and someone's trying to tell you that you can't, McGonagall returned. We're ready for you. Form a line. They formed a line. Harry ended up near the middle, between Hermione, vibrating with anticipation, and a dark-skinned boy named Blaise Zabini, who had the careful, watchful demeanor of someone who assessed every room before committing to it. Harry respected that. It was a very Addams quality. The doors to the great hall opened. Harry had seen impressive rooms. The ballroom at 0001 Cemetery Lane was 3 stories tall, lit by a chandelier that Wednesday had once dropped on him, and decorated with portraits of Addams' ancestors whose eyes followed you and occasionally offered unsolicited advice. He'd been in the family crypt, a subterranean cathedral of stone and shadow. He'd stood in the vault at Gringotts. The great hall of Hogwarts was something else. 4 long tables stretched the length of the room, packed with students in black robes, their faces lit from above by thousands of candles that floated in midair, drifting slowly like luminous jellyfish. Above the candles, no ceiling. Or rather, a ceiling enchanted to mirror the sky outside, and tonight the sky was clear, strewn with stars, a vault of darkness and light that made the room feel infinite. At the far end, a raised table where the staff sat. Harry's eyes moved across them in quick succession, Dumbledore in the center, resplendent in robes of midnight blue, his expression benign and his eyes sharp, McGonagall taking her seat beside him. A tiny wizard who must be Flitwick, a large, earthy woman who matched Morticia's description of Sprout. A man in a purple turban who Harry stopped. The man in the turban was looking at him. And the splinter in Harry's scar, quiet for so long behind Grandmama's wards, suddenly moved. Not painfully, the wards held, but urgently, pressing against its containment like a trapped animal sensing something through a wall. Same, the same signal he'd felt in Borgin and Burke's standing before the locket, the resonance of a soul fragment recognizing its kin. There was a piece of Voldemort in this room, not just the piece in Harry's scar. Another piece close, alive, attached to someone, the man in the turban. Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher. Harry had read the staff list. A nervous, stuttering, supposedly brilliant wizard who'd taken a year off to get practical experience and come back changed. Changed because something was riding him. Something was in him, the way the splinter was in Harry's scar, except Quirrell's passenger wasn't warded, wasn't contained, wasn't sleeping. It was awake and aware, and it had just noticed Harry. Harry kept walking. He didn't break stride, didn't change expression, didn't give any outward sign that anything had happened. But inside, behind his eyes, he filed the information away with the cold precision that Morticia had taught him. Quirrell. possessed, Voldemort or a piece of him. Threat assessment, significant but manageable. Priority, observe, gather intelligence, act when ready, and beneath all that, a smaller, quieter thought. The man who killed my parents is in this room, wearing a teacher like a suit. He's looking right at me, and he has no idea what I am. Harry smiled. Not for the crowd, not for show, for himself, good. They reached the front of the hall where a stool sat before the staff table, and on the stool sat a hat. Old, patched, frayed, a pointed wizard's hat that looked like it had been through several wars and enjoyed none of them. It sat there in silence for a moment, and then a rip near the brim opened like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. It was a good song. Historical, informative, rhyming with the determined competence of something that had been writing lyrics for 1,000 years, and had gotten neither better nor worse at it. It described the 4 houses, Gryffindor for the brave, Slytherin for the ambitious, Ravenclaw for the wise, Hufflepuff for the loyal, and ended with a flourish that the student body applauded with the polite enthusiasm of people who'd heard variations of it every year. McGonagall stepped forward with a scroll. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. Abbot Hannah, a pigtailed girl, stumbled forward, crammed the hat on her head, and after a moment's pause, the hat shouted, Hufflepuff. And the table on the right erupted in cheers. Names were called. Students were sorted. Harry watched with interest, studying the hat's deliberation times, some instantaneous, some lengthy, one a girl named Lavender Brown, taking nearly a minute before landing on Gryffindor. The hat was reading them, he realized, not just their surface desires but something deeper, their character, their potential, the architecture of who they were and who they could become. Addams Heir, the hall, which had been maintaining a steady murmur of conversation, went dead silent. Harry felt every eye in the room lock onto him as he walked forward, the students, the staff, Dumbledore leaning slightly forward in his chair, Quirrell twitching. Snape, a dark-haired man with a hooked nose and the general demeanor of someone who had been sucking lemons professionally for 20 years, going rigid. Harry sat on the stool. McGonagall placed the hat on his head, the hat settled over his eyes, and the great hall vanished. Well, 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 said a voice in his head, not the splinter. This was different, warmer, amused, carrying the accumulated personality of 1,000 years of conversation. What do we have here? Harry Addams, Harry thought. Pleased to meet you. Oh, the pleasure is mine, Mr. Addams. I've been looking forward to this. I don't often get to sort someone whose mind is this. The hat paused. Interesting. Interesting good or interesting bad. Interesting, interesting. You have the courage of a Gryffindor, genuine courage, not the performative kind. You have the intellect of a Ravenclaw, sharp, hungry, disciplined. You have the loyalty of a Hufflepuff, fierce, particular, earned rather than given. And you have the ambition of a Slytherin, not petty ambition, not the kind that wants titles and gold, but the deep kind. The kind that wants to reshape the world and has the tools to do it. So where do I go? Where do you want to go? Harry thought about it. He thought about Gryffindor, his parents' house, the house of the brave, the house that the wizarding world expected the boy who lived to inhabit. He thought about Ravenclaw, the house of knowledge where his intellectual hunger would be fed and sharpened. He thought about Hufflepuff, the house of loyalty, often underestimated, which appealed to the contrarian in him, and he thought about Slytherin, the house of ambition and cunning, the house that Voldemort had corrupted and claimed, the house that the wizarding world associated with darkness, darkness. Harry had grown up in darkness, not the evil kind, not the kind that destroyed and diminished, but the rich, complex, necessary darkness of a family that understood that shadows were just light from a different angle. The Addams family had taught him that darkness wasn't something to fear or flee from. It was something to master, to inhabit, to make your own. Slytherin was broken. It had been warped by Voldemort's legacy, turned from a house of ambition into a house of prejudice, its potential poisoned by blood purity and Dark Lord worship. It needed someone to walk in and remind it what it was supposed to be. Slytherin, Harry thought. The hat laughed. actually laughed, a warm, delighted, slightly manic sound that reverberated through Harry's skull. "Oh, I like you, Mr. Addams. I haven't had this much fun since I sorted your father, your blood father, James Potter. He argued with me too, but in the opposite direction." The Hat's voice dropped, going serious. "You know what you're walking into. Slytherin will test you. The children of Death Eaters sit at that table. The legacy of Voldemort haunts those dormitories. You will not be welcome. I'm not looking for welcome. I'm looking for a challenge. You'll find one." The Hat paused again, and when it spoke, there was something almost reverent in its voice. "There's something else in here with you, Mr. Addams. Something lodged in your scar. I can feel it, I know. We've been cohabiting for 10 years. It's mostly quiet. It's not quiet right now. It's another pause. It's afraid of you, not of your magic, not of your power, of your happiness. It doesn't understand how someone carrying a piece of the darkest wizard in history can be this whole, this loved, this absolutely, unshakably certain of who he is." Harry felt something shift in his chest, a warmth, a solidity, the bedrock of a decade of Addams' love holding firm against the abyss. "Tell it I said hello," Harry thought. The Hat laughed again. "Oh, Mr. Addams, Hogwarts is not going to know what hit it." And then out loud to the silent, waiting, breathless hall, "Slytherin." The silence held for one beat. 2, 3, then the Slytherin table erupted, not with the unrestrained joy of Gryffindor's celebrations or the warm welcome of Hufflepuff's, but with a sharp, possessive, hungry applause. Harry Potter, Harry Addams, the boy who lived, the vanquisher of the Dark Lord, sorted into Slytherin, into their house. The political implications alone were staggering, and Slytherin students, whatever their other qualities, understood politics the way fish understood water. Harry stood, handed the hat back to McGonagall, who looked at him with an expression that was trying very hard to be neutral and not quite succeeding, and walked to the Slytherin table. Nyx flew from wherever she'd been perching to land on his shoulder as he walked, a dramatic flourish that Harry hadn't planned but appreciated. Thing emerged from his pocket and waved to the crowd, which caused a ripple of confused alarm. He sat down. The older students around him radiated a complex mixture of triumph, suspicion, and calculation. A prefect, a tall fifth year with a sharp jaw and sharper eyes, extended a hand. "Marcus Flint. Welcome to Slytherin, Addams." Harry shook his hand. "Good to be here. The dungeons suit me." Across the table, Draco Malfoy was staring at him with an expression of such complicated emotion that it looked like his face was having an argument with itself. He'd clearly expected Harry to go to Gryffindor, everyone had, and Harry's arrival in Slytherin had appended whatever social strategy Draco had been constructing. "Well," Draco said, "this changes things." "It changes everything," Harry agreed pleasantly, "but let's eat first." "Strategy's better on a full stomach." The sorting continued. Hermione went to Gryffindor. The Hat barely touched her head before shouting it, which Harry suspected was less about certainty and more about the Hat being overwhelmed by the volume of her thoughts. Ron went to Gryffindor, looking relieved. Neville went to Gryffindor after a long deliberation that Harry watched closely. The Hat had been on the boy's head for nearly 4 minutes, and when it finally shouted its verdict, Neville looked not just relieved but surprised, as if the Hat had told him something he hadn't expected. Blaise Zabini, the last to be sorted, joined Harry at the Slytherin table with a nod of acknowledgement that suggested he'd been planning to end up here all along. Dumbledore stood and said a few words, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, which Harry found either profoundly philosophical or completely insane, and then the food appeared. It materialized on the golden plates: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb, sausages, potatoes in several configurations, vegetables, bread, gravy boats, and a dozen other dishes that appeared out of thin air with the casual extravagance of a kitchen staffed by invisible labor. Which Harry knew from his reading it was house elves, bound magical creatures who worked the Hogwarts kitchens. He filed that information away under things to investigate and began to eat. The Slytherin table was an ecosystem. Harry observed it while eating, cataloging the social hierarchies, the alliances, the fault lines. The older students sat in clearly delineated clusters, a group of seventh years who radiated the lazy authority of incumbency, a cluster of fifth years grouped around Flint, a knot of third years who seemed to be navigating some internal drama that involved a lot of significant glances and strategic seating. Among the first years, the dynamics were already forming. Draco had established himself as the center of gravity, flanked by Crab and Goyle with Pansy Parkinson, a pug-faced girl with a sharp tongue orbiting close. Theodore Knott, thin and quiet, sat slightly apart, watching everything with the detachment of someone who preferred to observe before committing. Daphne Greengrass, blonde and poised, maintained a careful neutrality that suggested political training from birth. And Blaise Zabini ate his dinner with the serene indifference of a cat in a room full of dogs. Harry sat among them and felt perfectly at home. Not because they were warm, they weren't. Not because they were welcoming, they were performing welcome while actually assessing. But because this was familiar, this was the game, and Harry had been trained by masters, Draco made his move before dessert. "So, Addams," he said, loud enough for the nearby students to hear but quiet enough to maintain the fiction of a private conversation. "Slytherin, not what anyone expected." "I don't generally concern myself with what anyone expects." "No, I imagine not, but you should know Slytherin has traditions, ways of doing things. The first years who do well here are the ones who understand the hierarchy." Harry took a bite of roast potato, chewed, swallowed. "Describe this hierarchy for me." Draco leaned forward slightly, his pale eyes intent. "Blood matters, family connections matter, power matters, magical power, political power, social power. The students who have these things lead, the students who don't follow." "And where do you see yourself in this hierarchy, Draco?" "My family has been in Slytherin for—" "That's your family. I asked about you." The table had gone quiet. Not just the first years. Nearby older students were listening, their conversations stalled, their attention drawn by the gravity of what was happening. Two alpha predators were meeting at the waterhole, and everyone wanted to see who drank first. Draco's jaw tightened. "I intend to lead." "Then lead," Harry said. "But understand something, because I'll only say it once. Blood doesn't impress me. My family has blood going back further than any wizarding line in Britain, and we've never once used it to justify cruelty or exclusion. I'm not going to dismantle your hierarchy, Draco. I'm going to ignore it, and if you're smart, which I think you are, you'll watch what happens when someone operates outside the system entirely, and you'll learn something." Draco stared at him. "I'm not your enemy," Harry continued. "I have no interest in enemies among my own housemates. But I'm not your follower either. I'm something you haven't encountered before, and the sooner you stop trying to fit me into your existing categories, the sooner we can actually be useful to each other." The silence stretched. Then Draco, with the adaptability of someone who had been raised in politics and understood when the landscape had shifted, gave a small, precise nod. "You're different than I expected," Draco said. "Everyone says that, have some treacle tart." Dessert appeared, and the tension dissolved into sugar and conversation. But Harry could feel the change, a recalibration rippling through the Slytherin table like a stone dropped in water. The first years were rearranging their assumptions. The older students were paying attention. And somewhere in the back of the hall, at the staff table, Severus Snape was watching Harry with an expression that defied simple categorization, part suspicion, part curiosity, part something that looked almost like reluctant recognition. After the feast, Dumbledore stood again and delivered the start-of-term notices. The Forbidden Forest was forbidden, magic in the corridors was prohibited between classes, and the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds to everyone who did not wish to die a very painful death. Harry's ears pricked, a death threat as a security measure, in a school full of children. He thought about what Gomez would say, probably something enthusiastic about the school's commitment to natural selection. He thought about what Morticia would say, something cool and precise about liability. He thought about what Wednesday would say. Wednesday would already be planning to visit the third-floor corridor. Harry smiled and filed it away. The Slytherin first years were led to their common room by the prefects, down, down, down into the castle's bowels, through stone corridors that grew colder and greener as they descended, until they reached a stretch of bare, damp wall. The prefect said a password, Serpent's Tongue, and the wall melted away to reveal the Slytherin common room. It was beautiful. Not the warm, inviting beauty of what Harry imagined the other common rooms looked like. This was the beauty of the deep sea, of underground rivers, of places where pressure and time had created something extraordinary. Low-ceilinged, long, lit by green-tinged lanterns that cast everything in an emerald glow. Leather armchairs and dark wood furniture. A massive fireplace with a mantelpiece carved in serpents. And one wall that was entirely glass, or rather, entirely lake, the water of the Black Lake pressing against it, dark and vast and occasionally punctuated by the shadow of something large moving in the depths. Our common room is beneath the lake, the prefect announced. The windows look out into the water. You'll see the giant squid sometimes. Don't tap the glass, it annoys it. Harry walked to the glass wall and pressed his palm against it. The water was black on the other side, a darkness so complete that it felt alive. Something moved in the depths, a vast, slow shape that might have been the squid or might have been something else entirely. It paused as if sensing Harry's touch, and for a moment something pale and enormous pressed close to the glass, a single eye, the size of a dinner plate, ancient and curious. Harry looked into the eye. The eye looked into Harry, then it was gone, sliding back into the darkness, and Harry was left with his hand on cold glass, and the distinct impression that he'd just been assessed for the second time tonight and, for the second time, passed. "You're either very brave or very stupid," Blaise Zabini said from behind him. "My family doesn't differentiate." Blaise raised an eyebrow, a single, elegant motion that communicated volumes, and Harry decided he liked him. Blaise had the Addams quality of seeing the world clearly and not being particularly troubled by what he saw. The dormitory was a long, low room with four-poster beds hung with green silk curtains. Harry's trunk had been placed at the foot of a bed near the wall, which suited him, back to the stone, eyes on the room, the tactical positioning that Uncle Fester had drilled into him since he was old enough to understand the concept of defensible position. He unpacked methodically. Clothes in the wardrobe, books on the bedside table, the knife from his boot under his pillow, a habit, not a necessity, but habits kept you alive. Nix settled on the headboard and closed her eyes. Things scurried under the bed to establish a perimeter, which involved checking every inch of the floor, the bed frame, and the space behind the wardrobe for traps, secret passages, and interesting dust. "Your hand is checking the room for threats," Draco observed from the next bed. He was trying to sound casual and not quite managing it. "Thing checks every new space. It's procedure. Procedure. You have procedures." "Draco, I grew up in a house where my sister regularly attempted to kill me as a form of affection. Procedures aren't optional." Draco opened his mouth, decided there was no appropriate response to that statement, and closed it again. He pulled his curtains shut, and Harry heard him settle into bed with the careful movements of someone trying very hard to seem unbothered. Harry lay on his bed, staring at the green canopy above him, and let the castle's magic wash over him. It was different down here, heavier, older, flavored with the lake above and the stone below. He could feel the school like a living thing, its corridors like arteries, its rooms like organs, the magic flowing through it like blood. And beneath it all, deep in the castle's foundations, something sleeping. Not the splinter kind of sleeping, not malevolent, not parasitic. Something that belonged here, something that had been here since the beginning. The scar pulsed once softly. The splinter stirred, reached out, touched the edge of the castle's magic, and recoiled, not in pain but in recognition, as if it had been here before. As if some ancestral memory, encoded in the soul fragment, remembered these stones. Interesting, Harry thought. He pulled out a piece of parchment and wrote by wandlight, "Dear Mother and Father Slytherin. Before you say anything, Father, yes, I know it was Voldemort's house. That's rather the point." There's something in this house that needs fixing, and I intend to fix it. Also, the dungeons are lovely. Morticia approved Dacre throughout. The castle is extraordinary. The wards are deep, older than the building itself, I think, anchored to the bedrock. I can feel them. They feel like home, which is strange because nothing feels like home except home. I've identified a potential threat among the staff. The defense professor, Quirrell, is carrying something like my splinter. I'll investigate carefully. The third-floor corridor has been declared off-limits on pain of death. Naturally, I intend to visit at the earliest opportunity. Wednesday will love it here. Make sure she packs the good hatpins. Your son, Harry, he gave the letter to Thing, who would find a way to send it. Thing always did. Then he closed his eyes and let sleep take him down into the deep, green darkness of the Slytherin dormitory, where the lake pressed against the glass, and something ancient and enormous patrolled the waters above. Harry's first morning at Hogwarts began with potions, which was either a scheduling coincidence or the universe's idea of comedy. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, deeper even than the Slytherin common room, a cold stone room lined with shelves of jars containing things that floated in murky liquid and occasionally bumped against the glass. It smelled of formaldehyde, sulfur, and something herbal that Harry's trained nose identified as a base of valerian root and crushed beetle. Morticia would have loved it. The class was shared with the Gryffindors, a pairing that Harry immediately recognized as strategic, placing the two most antagonistic houses together and lighting the fuse. He spotted Hermione and Ron at a table near the front, Hermione with her textbook already open, and Ron with the resigned expression of someone who'd been told where to sit and hadn't argued. Neville was in the back, clutching his cauldron like a lifeline. Harry caught his eye and gave him a nod that said, "You're fine, breathe. This is just chemistry with better ingredients." The door banged open and Severus Snape swept in. There was no other word for it. Snape didn't walk, he swept, his black robes billowing behind him like wings, his dark hair hanging in curtains around a face that looked like it had been designed by someone who thought smiling was a structural weakness. He moved to the front of the room and turned, and his black eyes swept the class the way a scythe sweeps a field. "There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class," Snape said. His voice was low, precise, and carried the weight of someone who meant every syllable and would make you regret it if you didn't listen. "I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death." His eyes found Harry. "Ah, Mr. Potter, our new celebrity." Harry met his gaze without flinching. "Addams, sir, not Potter." Something flickered in Snape's expression, too fast to read, a micro-expression that was there and gone like lightning. "Addams," Snape repeated, as if tasting the word. "Very well, tell me, Mr. Addams, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot up. Harry didn't look at her. "The draught of living death," Harry said, "a sleeping potion so powerful it's indistinguishable from actual death. The standard recipe calls for a ratio of 3-to-1 wormwood to asphodel, but the Addams family formula uses 4-to-1 and adds 3 drops of belladonna extract during the simmering phase, which extends the duration from weeks to months. My grandmother makes a batch every Christmas. She calls it eggnog." The classroom went silent. Snape stared at Harry. Harry looked back at him with the polite, steady gaze of someone who had answered honestly and was waiting for the next question. "Where," Snape said slowly, "would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat, that's the standard answer. But bezoars can also be found in the stomachs of several other ruminants, and the most potent ones come from the Himalayan ibex. We keep a jar in our medicine cabinet at home. They're very useful. My brother Pugsley requires one about twice a year." "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "There isn't one. They're the same plant, aconitum, also known as aconite, extremely toxic. My mother grows it in her greenhouse. She uses it in her evening tea." Harry paused. She doesn't drink it for the taste. The silence in the classroom was now so complete that Harry could hear the bubbling of a cauldron somewhere in the back, and the faint, strangled sound of Hermione's hand straining toward the ceiling. Snape looked at Harry for a long moment. His expression was doing something complicated. The suspicion was still there. The hostility that Harry suspected was inherited from some history with James Potter, but underneath it, something else was emerging. The look of a craftsman recognizing another craftsman's work. "Well," Snape said, "it appears that someone has actually prepared you for this class." "How unprecedented," he turned to the board. "The draft of Living Death will not be on your first-year curriculum. Today we begin with something simpler. A cure for boils. Instructions are on the board. You have 1 hour. Begin." Harry set up his station with the muscle memory of someone who'd been brewing potions since he could reach the cauldron. His knife work was precise. Gomez's fencing training translated perfectly to the fine motor control of ingredient preparation. His understanding of heat, timing, and chemical reaction was instinctive. Morticia's years of instruction in her greenhouse had built a foundation that the Hogwarts curriculum was only beginning to approach. He finished his potion 20 minutes early. It was perfect, the exact shade of blue the textbook described, with a consistency that Snape, passing his station, examined in silence for 10 seconds before moving on without comment, which from Snape was the equivalent of a standing ovation. Around the room, other students struggled. Hermione's potion was technically correct but lacked the intuitive touches that distinguished competence from mastery. Ron's was passable. Draco's was good, not surprising, given that the Malfoy family almost certainly had private tutors. And Neville, Harry smelled the problem before it happened. The acrid tang of overheated nettles, the chemical precursor to Neville, take the cauldron off the fire. Now, Neville's head snapped up. He looked at Harry, then at his cauldron, which was beginning to shake, its contents turning from blue to an angry orange. I can't, the heat." Harry was already moving. He crossed the room in 4 strides, grabbed Neville's cauldron with a conjured cloth, a wandless summoning that he performed without thinking about it, the magic responding to need rather than incantation, and lifted it off the flame. The potion inside bubbled furiously, spattering, and Harry held it steady while the heat dissipated, the cloth wrapped around his hands absorbing the temperature. The potion settled. The orange faded to a sickly green, ruined, unsalvageable, but no longer about to explode. Harry set the cauldron down and looked at Neville, who was white-faced and trembling. "You added the porcupine quills before taking it off the fire," Harry said. "That's the step everyone misses. The quills are volatile at high temperatures. You have to remove the heat source first, then add them. It's not intuitive. The textbook buries it in a subordinate clause. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, don't apologize, learn, that's what this is for. Mr. Addams." Snape had materialized behind them with the silence of a man who had perfected the art of appearing out of nowhere. His black eyes moved from the ruined potion to the conjured cloth in Harry's hands. "Wandless summoning, in your first potions class." "It seemed faster than reaching for my wand, sir." Snape's eyes narrowed. 5 points to Slytherin for preventing an explosion. And 5 points from Gryffindor Longbottom for incompetence. "That's not," Ron started from across the room. "Would you like to make it 10, Mr. Weasley?" Ron shut his mouth. Neville looked like he wanted the floor to swallow him. Harry caught Snape's eye and held it, not challenging, not confrontational, but communicating something very clearly. "I won't object to your teaching methods in public. But you should know that I see what you're doing, and Neville Longbottom is under my protection now." Snape read the look. His expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes, a recalculation, a reassessment. He turned and swept back to the front of the room. "Clean up your stations. Class dismissed." As the students filed out, Harry lingered by Neville's table. The Gryffindor was packing his supplies with the mechanical movements of someone trying very hard not to cry. "Neville, I know, I'm terrible. You made one mistake on a tricky step that the textbook doesn't properly emphasize. That's not terrible, that's normal. Snape doesn't think so." Snape thinks everyone is terrible. It's his baseline. Don't measure yourself by his standards, measure yourself by your own progress. You got everything else right, Neville. The prep work, the ingredient order, the timing up until the quills, that's not nothing. Neville looked at him. His eyes were red-rimmed, but no tears had fallen, and Harry respected that. The boy was stronger than he looked, stronger than he knew. "Why are you helping me?" Neville asked. "I'm not in your house. I'm not useful to you. You're my friend," Harry said. "I decided that on the train. I don't make that decision lightly, and I don't unmake it because of a botched potion." Neville stared. Then something happened to his face, a small, incredulous, fragile smile that looked like the first green shoot in a field of ash. "Thanks, Harry. Same time next week. I'll walk you through the quills step before class." The days fell into a rhythm, or rather, they tried to fall into a rhythm, but Harry kept disrupting it. In charms, he performed the levitation charm on the first try, lifting his feather to the ceiling and then, because he was feeling expansive, lifting Draco's feather as well. Professor Flitwick, a tiny, excitable man who bounced when he was pleased, nearly fell off his stack of books. "Oh. Oh, marvelous, Mr. Addams. 10 points to Slytherin. The control, the precision. It's just focused intent, Professor. The incantation helps, but it's the will behind it that does the work." "Exactly so, exactly. Most students don't understand that for years." In Transfiguration, McGonagall assigned them a match-to-needle transformation that most students spent the entire class failing at. Harry transformed his match on the second attempt. First attempt produced a match that was silver and pointy but still wooden, which he considered a partial success. Second attempt produced a perfect needle, gleaming, sharp, and when McGonagall examined it, she found that it was not merely transfigured but refined. The metal was purer, the point sharper, the eye more precisely formed than the standard spell should have produced. "This is beyond the expected result, Mr. Addams," McGonagall said, holding the needle up to the light. "The base transfiguration is correct, but you've added an optimization layer." "How?" I thought about what a needle should be, not just what the spell says it should be. "The spell gives you the template, the intent gives you the quality." McGonagall looked at him over her square glasses for a long moment. Then she said, 10 points to Slytherin," in a tone that suggested she wasn't entirely happy about awarding points to the house she wasn't head of, but was too principled to deny them. In herbology, Harry was in his element. Professor Sprout, round, cheerful, perpetually soil-stained, had already been primed by Morticia's letters to expect something unusual, but Harry's performance in the greenhouse still took her aback. He handled the plants with a familiarity that went beyond textbook knowledge, his hands moving among the leaves and stems with the confident intimacy of someone who had grown up among things that could kill you and had learned to love them anyway. "Mr. Addams, that's a venomous tentacula you're petting," Sprout said carefully, watching Harry stroke a tendril that was trying to wrap around his wrist. "She's just being friendly. Tentacular respond to confidence. If you hesitate, they sense the fear and constrict. But if you approach them like a colleague rather than a threat, they're quite sociable." He let the tendril wind around his forearm, gently, like a snake settling into a warm spot. "My mother grows a variant that's twice this size. She named it Desdemona." Sprout blinked. Then she laughed, a big, warm, earthy laugh that made the greenhouse feel like home. "Your mother sounds like a remarkable woman, Mr. Addams." "She is. She told me to give you these." Harry produced a small envelope from his pocket, seeds carefully wrapped, labeled in Morticia's elegant handwriting. "Moonshade iris, extinct in the wild. My mother has the only surviving specimens. She thought you'd appreciate them." Sprout took the envelope with hands that trembled slightly. She opened it, looked at the seeds inside, and her eyes went wide. "These are Mr. Addams. These haven't been seen in Britain since the 17th century. They are extremely toxic, beautiful, and they only bloom under a full moon. Mother said you'd know what to do with them." Sprout clutched the envelope to her chest like a holy relic, and looked at Harry with an expression that said he had just become her favorite student, and would remain so until the heat death of the universe. Defense against the dark arts was different. Harry walked into Quirrell's classroom with every sense heightened. The splinter in his scar was active, not painfully, the wards held, but constantly, a low vibration that intensified the closer Harry got to the turban-wearing professor. It was like walking toward a fire. You could feel the heat long before you could see the flames. Quirrell was a performance. Harry recognized it instantly, the stutter, the nervous tics, the way he flinched at his own shadow. It was a mask, and not a particularly good one. The man beneath the stutter was sharp, watchful, controlled. And the thing beneath the man, the thing riding in his skull, wrapped around his consciousness like a parasitic vine, was something else entirely. Harry could feel it. Through the splinter, through Grandmama's wards, he could sense the presence in Quirrell the way you sense someone standing behind you in a dark room. It was aware of him, it was watching. It was hungry. Harry sat through the class, he took notes. He answered questions with deliberate mediocrity, not so poorly as to attract attention, but not so well as to reveal his capabilities. This was the one class where showing off would be a mistake. The thing in Quirrell's skull was assessing him, and Harry intended to control exactly what it saw. Afterward, walking to lunch with Draco, who had fallen into the habit of walking with Harry without either of them explicitly agreeing to it, Harry said, "What do you think of Quirrell?" "Waste of space," Draco said dismissively. "My father says the position is cursed. No one lasts more than a year." "Cursed how?" "Literally cursed. The Dark Lord," Draco caught himself, a flicker of unease crossing his face. "You know who is supposed to have cursed the position after Dumbledore refused him the job. Every defense teacher since has left after 1 year, fired, injured, dead, or worse. Worse than dead, obliviated, turned into a ferret. One of them apparently became a ghost and now haunts a lavatory in Wales." "Fascinating," Harry paused. "And the turban, what about it? Doesn't it strike you as odd? A man who supposedly spent a year fighting vampires and dark creatures comes back wearing a garlic-scented turban and jumping at loud noises." Draco frowned. "You think it's an act. I think the turban is hiding something, and I think the garlic is masking a smell." Harry touched his scar lightly. "Pay attention in his class, Draco, not to the lessons, to him. Watch where his eyes go, watch who he watches. You sound like my father. Your father is a Slytherin, so am I, so are you, act like it." Draco's frown deepened, but it was the frown of someone thinking rather than someone offended. Harry counted that as progress. The weeks turned. September bled into October, and Harry began to understand Hogwarts the way he understood the Addams Mansion. Not as a building, but as a personality. A vast and ancient intelligence with opinions, preferences, and a wicked sense of humor. The staircases moved. Not randomly. Harry figured that out within the first week. They moved in patterns, responding to the castle's mood, the time of day, the alignment of certain magical currents that flowed through the stone like underground rivers. If you understood the patterns, you could navigate the castle with an efficiency that baffled students who'd been there for years. Harry understood the patterns. He'd grown up in a house where the staircase had a missing step that wasn't always missing, and a landing that occasionally led to the Bermuda Triangle, and Hogwarts' eccentricities felt like home. The ghosts liked him. Nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, sought him out specifically to discuss the finer points of decapitation, a subject on which Harry had surprising expertise thanks to Uncle Fester's extensive collection of historical execution devices. The Bloody Baron, Slytherin's ghost, a silent, silver blood-stained specter that most students avoided, actually spoke to Harry once in a voice like chains dragging over stone. He said, "You are not what they expected." Harry said, "Neither are you, I suspect." The Baron almost smiled, which was a phenomenon that hadn't been observed in approximately 400 years. Peeves, the poltergeist, a creature of pure chaos, a malicious, cackling entity that existed solely to make life difficult for everyone in the castle, took one look at Harry, threw a water balloon at him, which Harry caught without looking, an instinct honed by years of Wednesday's ambushes, and declared him no fun at all, very disappointing, come back when you're scared properly. "I'll send my sister next year," Harry told him, She'll give you nightmares. Peeves, who had never had a nightmare and wasn't entirely sure he could, found this intriguing enough to leave Harry alone thereafter. And through it all, the classes, the exploration, the slow, deliberate process of building alliances and mapping the castle's secrets, Harry watched the third-floor corridor. He didn't go there immediately. And Addams was patient, and Addams gathered information before acting. He listened to the rumors, a Cerberus guarding something, a trapdoor, a mysterious package moved from Gringotts the day Harry visited. Cross-referenced them with what he'd observed, Dumbledore's announcement, Snape's interest. Quirrell's barely concealed fixation on something that wasn't the curriculum, and built a picture. There was something in the castle. Something valuable enough to protect with a three-headed dog and whatever else lay beneath the trapdoor. Something that Dumbledore had placed here deliberately, in a school full of children, which was either breathtakingly arrogant or calculated to draw someone out. Both, probably. Dumbledore struck Harry as the kind of man who could be breathtakingly arrogant and strategically brilliant simultaneously. Harry wrote to his father about it. Gomez's response, delivered by Thing at breakfast 3 days later, read, "Dear Harry, a three-headed dog. Magnificent. Your mother and I once encountered one in the Greek islands. Morticia tamed it with a raw steak and a lullaby. Delightful creatures, terrible breath. As for the mystery item, I've done some research. On the day we visited Gringotts, a vault was emptied, Vault 713. The item was moved to Hogwarts on Dumbledore's orders. My contacts in the banking sector, Ragnarok, sends his regards. Tell me the vault was registered to one Nicholas Flamel. I trust you know the name. If not, check the library. As for the question you didn't ask, yes, your mother and I are looking into the locket. And no, you are not to go after it yourself. Not yet. We have a plan. You have a school. Both require attention. Your mother sends her love. Wednesday sends a coded message that I've enclosed but cannot read, because she's changed the cipher again. Pugsley blew up the conservatory. Lurch is fine. Your father, Gomez. P.S. The property in Nocturne Alley is officially ours. I've named it the Addams Arms. Fester is overseeing renovations. God help us all. Harry pocketed the letter, unfolded Wednesday's coded message, a modified Vigner cipher with a key based on the periodic table. She'd changed it 3 times since September. Decoded it in his head during History of Magic, a class so boring that the teacher, a ghost named Binns, hadn't noticed he was dead, and read, the locket is Slytherin's. Research the founder's heir. The pieces are connected. Harry loved his sister. Halloween arrived, and with it the troll. Harry felt it before anyone announced it. A tremor in the castle's wards, something large, something wrong, something that didn't belong inside the walls. He was at the Slytherin table in the Great Hall, eating dinner, listening to Draco dissect the latest Quidditch scores, when the feeling hit him like a wave of cold water. The doors to the Great Hall burst open, and Quirrell came sprinting in, his turban askew, his face gray, his performance of fear for once almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Troll in the dungeons. He stopped in the middle of the hall, swaying. Thought you ought to know. And he collapsed, pandemonium. Students screaming, standing, knocking over goblets, grabbing each other. The noise was enormous, a wall of panic that hit the rafters and bounced back amplified. Silence. Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. The hall went quiet. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. Harry didn't move. Around him, Slytherin students were standing, organizing, the prefects already barking orders. But Harry was thinking, troll in the dungeons. Slytherin dormitory is in the dungeons. Dumbledore just ordered the Slytherins to march toward the troll. Either the headmaster had made a catastrophic error in the heat of the moment, or he didn't care, or Harry looked at Quirrell. The professor was on the floor, apparently unconscious, but Harry's scar sense was screaming. The thing inside Quirrell was awake, alert, excited. This wasn't a crisis for Quirrell. This was a distraction. The teachers were leaving. Dumbledore first, the others following, and Quirrell was being left on the floor where he'd conveniently collapsed, which meant he'd be alone in approximately 30 seconds, with the entire student body being shepherded in the opposite direction. The third floor. He's going for whatever's on the third floor. Harry stood. Draco, take the first years to the common room. Don't go through the lower dungeons. Take the long way through the charms corridor and down the back stairs. That's 3 times the distance. The troll is in the lower dungeons. The direct route takes you past it. Long way around, Draco. Keep them safe. Draco's eyes widened. Then his jaw set and something shifted in his posture from aristocratic brat to something closer to a leader, someone who'd been given a job and intended to do it. Right. You heard him. First years with me. Crabbe Goyle, watch the rear. They moved. Harry watched them go, waited until the great hall was nearly empty, and then went the other way. He moved through the castle with a speed and silence that owed as much to Wednesday's years of attempted murder as to any magical training. The corridors were empty. Everyone was either heading to dormitories or heading to the dungeons. Harry climbed, taking the staircases 2 at a time, feeling the castle's layout in his bones, navigating by instinct and the magnetic pull of the splinter in his scar. Third floor. Right-hand side. A door, locked. Harry passed his hand over it and the lock clicked open, the wards recognizing something in his magic and parting like curtains. Behind the door, a corridor. At the end of the corridor, another door. He stopped, not because of the door. Because of something else, a sound coming from below, not the troll. Something smaller, closer, human, crying. A girl crying in a bathroom. Harry's head snapped toward the sound. It was coming from the floor below, the second floor, a girl's bathroom, and the crying was high and raw and scared. Hermione, she hadn't been at dinner. Harry had noticed. He always noticed when someone who should be present wasn't, and Ron had mentioned something about her being upset after charms, about hiding in the bathroom, about not knowing where she was. Hermione was on the second floor. The troll was in the dungeons. Except the troll wasn't in the dungeons anymore. Harry could feel it. A massive, lumbering wrongness in the castle's wards, moving upward. Drawn by sound or smell, or the simple animal stupidity that made trolls dangerous not because they were clever, but because they were big and hungry and didn't stop. The troll was heading for the second floor. Harry looked at the third floor door. Quirrell was heading there. He could feel it, the dark presence moving through the castle with purpose and direction. Whatever was behind that door was in danger, but Hermione was in danger now. It wasn't a choice. It was never a choice. Gomez had taught him, when 2 things need doing and you can only do one, do the one with a heartbeat. Harry turned from the third floor door and ran. He hit the second floor at a sprint, following the sound of crying and the stench of the troll, a smell like an open sewer mixed with dirty gym socks, a wall of foulness that would have stopped most people in their tracks. Harry had smelled worse. Grandmama's weekend cooking experiments defied the Geneva Convention. The girls' bathroom. The door was ajar. Inside, Hermione was backed against the far wall, her face white, her wand out but shaking, and bearing down on her was 12 feet of mountain troll, gray-skinned, small-eyed, carrying a wooden club the size of a tree trunk, moving with the slow, inevitable momentum of an avalanche. Harry stepped through the door. Hey, the troll turned. It was slow. Trolls were always slow. Their nervous systems were basically decorative, and Harry used the time it took the creature to process his presence to assess the room. Sinks to the left, stalls to the right, Hermione against the far wall, one exit behind him. The troll's club was the main threat. A single swing could demolish a wall, and the bathroom wasn't large enough to give much room for maneuvering. The troll finished turning and looked at Harry with tiny, piggy eyes that held about as much intelligence as a brick. Then it raised its club. Harry raised his hand. He didn't use his wand. There wasn't time for the draw, and besides, what he needed wasn't a spell, it was force. Raw, directed, overwhelming force. The kind he'd been practicing in the Addams ballroom since he was 8, channeling his magic through his body the way Uncle Fester channeled electricity, turning intent into impact. The club came down. Harry pushed. The force hit the troll like a freight train. Not a gentle shove, not a careful application of measured power, a full bore. Addams-level blast of raw magical force that picked the 12-foot creature up off its feet and slammed it backward into the wall with an impact that cracked the stone and rattled the pipes and sent a shower of plaster raining from the ceiling. The troll hit the wall, slid down it, and didn't get up. The bathroom went quiet. Water dripped from a broken pipe. Dust settled. Harry lowered his hand. His fingers were tingling, the after-effect of channeling that much power, a pins and needles sensation that faded in seconds. The troll was alive, unconscious, its club lying 3 feet away, its face bearing the dazed expression of something that had encountered a force it lacked the cognitive capacity to understand. Harry, he turned. Hermione was still against the wall, her wand still raised, her face still white. But her eyes were wide and her mouth was open, and she was looking at him with an expression that was equal parts terror, relief, and the burning, insatiable curiosity that was Hermione Granger's defining characteristic. "Are you hurt?" Harry asked. "No, I know, you just was that was wandless magic. You threw a mountain troll into a wall with wandless magic." "I know, I was there." That's supposed to be. The textbooks say wandless magic at our age is limited to small, unconscious bursts, levitating objects, breaking glass, Hermione. "Are you hurt?" She stopped, took a breath. Looked at herself, patting her arms and legs with the systematic efficiency of someone running a diagnostic. "No, I'm fine, I'm fine, thank you. How did you know I was here? You weren't at dinner." The troll was moving upward. "I did the math." "You did the math," she repeated. "You left the Great Hall, navigated the castle alone, found a mountain troll and did the math." "It's what my family does. We solve problems, preferably with style." Footsteps in the corridor. Many footsteps moving fast. The teachers arrived in a thunderclap of robes and wands and righteous alarm. McGonagall first, Snape behind her, Quirrell bringing up the rear with his turban freshly straightened and his stutter firmly back in place. They filled the doorway and stopped, taking in the scene, the unconscious troll, the cracked wall, the 2 first years standing unhurt among the rubble. "What on earth?" McGonagall began. "There was a troll in the bathroom, Professor," Harry said calmly. "Hermione was trapped. I handled it." "You handled it? You handled a mountain troll?" "Yes, ma'am. It wasn't particularly complicated. They're strong but slow, and they have almost no magical resistance. A sufficient application of force, Mr. Addams. You are 11 years old. I'm aware of my age, Professor." It didn't seem like a reason to let my friend be crushed. McGonagall opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. Behind her, Snape was examining the troll with an expression that was rapidly transitioning from suspicion to something that might, in extremely dim light and from a very generous angle, have been respect. Quirrell was staring at Harry. Not the man, the thing behind the man, the presence Harry could feel through the scar, staring out of Quirrell's eyes with an intensity that made the splinter vibrate like a struck bell. "It sees me," Harry thought. "It sees what I can do. Good, let it see. Let it understand what it's dealing with." 5 points from Slytherin," McGonagall said, "for reckless endangerment and leaving the Great Hall against explicit instructions." She paused. "And 20 points to Slytherin for outstanding bravery and the protection of a fellow student." Snape's eyebrow rose. It was an impressive eyebrow. It conveyed entire paragraphs. "Now both of you back to your dormitories, immediately." They went. In the corridor outside, away from the teachers, Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. "Harry, what you did in there, it's what anyone would have done." "No, it's not." "It's what you did, and I won't forget it." She squeezed his arm hard, and then let go and walked away toward Gryffindor Tower with the straight-back determination of someone who had just redefined her understanding of what was possible. Harry watched her go. Then he turned toward the dungeons, the long way, the safe way, the way he'd sent Draco and the first years. As he walked, he replayed the evening. The troll. Quirrell's distraction. The third-floor corridor that he hadn't reached. Whatever was behind that door was safe for now. Dumbledore would have seen to it, but the play had been made. Quirrell, or rather, the thing wearing Quirrell, had used the troll as a diversion. It was a clumsy gambit, transparent. The kind of move that relied on chaos and fear rather than sophistication. It told Harry something important about his enemy. Voldemort, or whatever fraction of Voldemort was riding in Quirrell's skull, was impatient. Desperate, maybe, hungry for whatever the third floor was hiding. The Philosopher's Stone. Gomez's letter had given him the name, Nicholas Flamel. The only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary alchemical creation that could produce the elixir of life and turn base metals to gold, immortality and unlimited wealth. Dumbledore was hiding the Philosopher's Stone in a school behind a gauntlet of protections, and Voldemort wanted it. Because Voldemort was not dead. He was diminished, shattered, scattered across his Horcruxes, but the piece in Quirrell was active, aware, and seeking the one thing that could give it a body again. Harry reached the Slytherin common room. The password had been changed, emergency protocol, Flint informed him after the troll breach, but Draco was waiting by the entrance. "You're alive," Draco said, disappointed, concerned. "There's a difference." "Is there?" Harry grinned. "Everyone's safe, all accounted for. The first years are in the dormitory. I had Crabbe and Goyle guard the entrance until the all-clear." Draco paused. "Where did you go?" "Second floor bathroom. There was a friend in trouble. Granger, the Gryffindor Muggle-born." "Hermione." "Yes." Something flickered across Draco's face, the instinctive sneer of inherited prejudice, quickly suppressed as something newer and more complicated rose to take its place. "You left your house to save a Muggle-born Gryffindor. I left the Great Hall to save my friend. Her blood status and house are irrelevant, not to everyone. Then everyone is wrong. And if you're going to argue the point, Draco, think carefully about whether you want to have that argument with me." Draco thought about it. He thought about what he'd seen Harry do in class, on the first night, in every interaction since September. The casual power, the absolute confidence. The way Harry treated the conventional hierarchies of the wizarding world as suggestions rather than rules. He thought about his father's teachings, the bedrock assumptions he'd been raised on, the simple binary of pure and impure, worthy and unworthy. And he thought about the fact that Harry Addams had just knocked a mountain troll unconscious with his bare hand and a thought. "I don't want to have that argument," Draco said quietly. "Smart man, let's go to bed." November brought Quidditch. Harry had been flying since he was 7, not on a broomstick, which the Addams family considered rather pedestrian, but on various enchanted objects that Fester had modified for flight, including a chair, a bathtub, and on one memorable occasion, a grand piano that achieved an altitude of 600 feet before the enchantment failed, and they plummeted into the cemetery, destroying 3 headstones and traumatizing a family of rabbits. A broomstick, by comparison, was simple. Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, had noticed Harry's ability during the first year's flying lesson, a class that had also resulted in Neville breaking his wrist after his broom went rogue, which Harry had prevented from being worse by grabbing the tail of Neville's broom with a burst of wandless magic and slowing its descent. Draco had attempted to steal Neville's Remembrall during the chaos, a move he'd clearly been planning as a power play, and Harry had intercepted it out of the air with a dive that Hooch later described to McGonagall as the best natural flying I've seen in 20 years. The Slytherin Quidditch captain, Marcus Flint, had cornered Harry after dinner that same evening. "Addams, you fly." "I do. You fly like your broom owes you money and you're collecting. I want you on the team, Seeker." "First years aren't allowed their own brooms," Flint grinned. It was not a pleasant grin. Flint had the teeth and temperament of something that lived under a bridge. "I talked to Snape. Snape talked to Dumbledore. You're the exception. Congratulations." "What happened to the old Seeker?" Higgs graduated. "We've been using Malfoy's dad's money to keep the team equipped, but money doesn't catch snitches." "You do. First practice is Saturday." Harry joined the team. Slytherin hadn't won the Quidditch Cup in 3 years, and Flint was hungry enough to override tradition for talent. The team was rough, aggressive, built for intimidation. beaters who hit like artillery, chasers who flew like they were personally offended by the opposing team's existence. And now a seeker who flew like gravity was an inconvenience rather than a law. Practice was brutal, which suited Harry perfectly. He'd been trained by Gomez, who believed that the best way to learn something was to do it at maximum intensity until either mastery or catastrophe occurred. Both were considered acceptable outcomes. Flint's coaching philosophy aligned: fly hard, hit harder, and if you fall off your broom, make sure you land on the other team. The first match was Slytherin versus Gryffindor, the traditional season opener, and the entire school turned out for it with the kind of fervor usually reserved for warfare. The stands were a sea of green and red, banners waving, students chanting, the November air sharp enough to cut. Harry mounted his broom, a Nimbus 2000, purchased by Gomez and delivered by Express Owl with a note that read, "Fly like an Addams, my boy," which is to say, recklessly and with great panache, and kicked off. The world fell away. Flying was the closest Harry came to pure joy. The uncomplicated, physical, visceral joy of movement and speed, and the wind tearing at your robes and the ground far below. A patchwork of green and brown and the glittering surface of the lake. He climbed above the pitch, above the stands, above the crowd's roar, and hung there for a moment in the cold, clean air, feeling the broom respond to his thoughts like an extension of his body. Nick circled above him, a dark shape against the gray sky. The whistle blew. The game exploded into motion. Quaffles and bludgers, and 14 players hurling themselves through the air with the aggressive enthusiasm of people who'd been given permission to fly fast and hit things. Harry circled above it all, scanning for the snitch, his eyes tracking the tiny golden blur that could be anywhere in the three-dimensional space of the pitch. The Gryffindor Seeker, a third year named Altair Montrose, was doing the same thing from the opposite end. Harry assessed him in seconds: competent, cautious, experienced but not exceptional. The kind of seeker who found the snitch through patience rather than instinct. Harry found the snitch 7 minutes into the game. It was hovering near the base of the Gryffindor goalposts, a tiny flutter of gold against the post's dark wood. Harry saw it, locked on and dove, not a gentle dive, not a measured, calculated descent. A Gomez-Addams dive, straight down, full speed, a vertical plunge that pulled a gasp from the crowd and made Madame Hooch reach for her whistle. The wind screamed past him, the ground rushing up, the snitch growing from a speck to a glint to a target. The broom jerked, not turbulence. Not a gust of wind, a deliberate, vicious pull, as if invisible hands had grabbed the broomstick and were trying to wrench it out from under him. Harry's legs clamped down, his hands tightened on the handle, and he felt it, magic directed at his broom, trying to unseat him. From the staff box, someone was hexing his broom. Harry's scar pulsed. The splinter strained against its wards, pointing like a compass needle toward the source of the magic, toward the staff box, toward Quirrell, who was staring at Harry with unblinking intensity, his lips moving in a continuous, silent incantation. The broom bucked again. Harry held on. He was 50 feet up and losing altitude in jerky, uncontrolled drops, the broom fighting him like a living thing, and the crowd was screaming and pointing. And this was supposed to be the moment where he panicked. He didn't panic. He let go of the broom with one hand, raised it toward the staff box and pushed, not at Quirrell, too obvious, too dangerous, too many witnesses. He pushed at the air around Quirrell, a wall of force that disrupted the man's concentration the way a shove disrupts a marksman's aim. The hexing magic stuttered. The broom steadied for half a second was enough. Harry grabbed the handle with both hands, kicked the broom into a roll that shook off the last traces of the hex, and dove again, faster this time, reckless, the broom responding to his fury as much as his direction. The snitch was still there, still hovering, a golden taunt. He caught it. Not gracefully. He came out of the dive 3 feet from the ground, one hand wrapped around the struggling golden ball, the other white-knuckled on the broom handle, and he pulled up so hard the broom's tail brushed the grass. He leveled out, climbed 10 feet, and held the snitch above his head. The Slytherin stands detonated. Green and silver erupted like a volcano, students screaming, banners waving, Flint punching the air with both fists. Even the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs were applauding. The dive had been spectacular enough to transcend house loyalties. Harry landed, dismounted, and was immediately engulfed by his team. Flint lifted him onto his shoulders. The captain was strong enough to bench press a troll and demonstrated this by carrying Harry around the pitch while bellowing victory chants. In the chaos, Harry looked toward the staff box. Quirrell had gone pale. Snape was watching Quirrell with narrow, suspicious eyes. Harry noted that, filed it away. And Dumbledore was looking at Harry with an expression that Harry couldn't quite read from this distance, but that seemed, in the way that a portrait's expression seems, to be equal parts admiration and concern. Harry held up the snitch and smiled. In his pocket, Thing gave a thumbs up. That night, in the Slytherin common room, with the green glow of the lake filtering through the windows and the celebratory noise of the victory party finally dying down, Harry sat in an armchair by the fire and wrote 2 letters. The first, to his family: "Dear Mother and Father, won the Quidditch match. Caught the snitch in 7 minutes. Someone hexed my broom during the dive. Quirrell, using the thing inside him to channel the magic. I countered it mid-flight. The castle saw me fly. Quirrell saw me fight. The game within the game is accelerating. I can feel the thing in the 3rd floor corridor from here. It wants to be found. Everything in this castle is a test, and I don't think all the tests are Dumbledore's. Missing home. Missing the greenhouse, the ballroom, the sound of Wednesday sharpening things in the next room. Tell Pugsley his device is excellent. I've identified 3 potential applications and 1 probable felony. All my love, Harry." The second letter he folded smaller, sealed with a drop of wax and a whispered word, and addressed to Wednesday. Wednesday, the cipher worked. You were right, Slytherin's locket, Slytherin's heir. I've confirmed 1 Horcrux in Borgin and Burke's and 1 riding inside a professor. The scar contains a 3rd. If the pattern holds, there are more. I need your research on Founder's artifacts. If he used the locket, he may have used others, objects of significance, objects of power. Think about what a man with delusions of grandeur and an obsession with Hogwarts history would choose to house pieces of his soul. Come quickly. I'm saving the interesting parts, but they won't keep forever. Your brother, H.A. He gave both letters to Thing, who tucked them away with the efficiency of the world's smallest, most dedicated postal service, and scurried off into the shadows. Harry sat in the armchair, the fire crackling, the lake pressing against the glass, and let himself feel the full weight of where he was and what was coming. 11 years old, sitting in the dungeon of a castle that was both a school and a chessboard, carrying a piece of his parents' murderer in his skull, surrounded by the children of people who had served that murderer. Watched by an old man who wanted to use him and a dead man who wanted to consume him, he should have been scared, he should have been overwhelmed. He should have been a frightened orphan, desperate for guidance, grateful for any hand extended in his direction. Instead, he smiled. He was an Addams. The darkness was his home. The danger was his element. The game was only beginning, and he intended to win it, not for prophecy, not for destiny, not for the wizarding world that had lost him and only wanted him back as a symbol for his family. For the people who'd found a screaming baby in the rubble and said ours, and meant it with every fiber of their magnificent, terrifying, boundless love. Harry closed his eyes and slept, and if the splinter in his scar trembled through the night, whispering its fear to the dark water beyond the glass, Harry didn't hear it. He was dreaming of home. Chapter 4. Family Matters. The owl arrived during breakfast on the first Monday of November, and it wasn't an owl at all. It was a bat. Specifically, it was a fruit bat the size of a small terrier, with wingspan enough to cast a shadow across the entire Slytherin table. And it carried in its claws a package wrapped in black paper and tied with a ribbon that was either very dark red or had recently been dipped in something Harry chose not to speculate about. The bat swooped through the great hall with the confidence of a creature that knew exactly where it was going and didn't care that 300 students and a dozen teachers were staring at it in mute astonishment. Dropped the package squarely in front of Harry's plate. Executed a barrel roll that scattered Pansy Parkinson's toast and departed through the same window it had entered, leaving behind a faint smell of cave musk and grandmama's perfume. "What," said Draco, "was that?" "Mail," Harry said, and opened the package. Inside was a letter from Wednesday, a sealed vial of something luminous and green from Morticia, a small cloth bag that clinked metallically from Pugsley, with a note reading "Don't open near fire or people you like," and from Gomez, a newspaper clipping from the Daily Prophet. Harry read the clipping first. It was a small article, buried on page 6, but it hit like a sledgehammer. Addams family acquires seat on Hogwarts Board of Governors. Gomez Addams, the American patriarch of the reclusive Addams family, has been confirmed as the newest member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors following a unanimous vote at Friday's emergency session. Mr. Addams, whose family recently relocated operations to Britain, replaces the late Abraxas Knott, whose seat had remained vacant for 3 years. Sources within the board describe Mr. Addams as energetic, unorthodox, and impossible to say no to. Mr. Addams is the adoptive father of Harry Potter, the boy who lived, currently a first-year student at Hogwarts. When asked about potential conflicts of interest, Mr. Addams reportedly laughed for 45 seconds and then offered to buy the board new chairs. Harry folded the clipping and tucked it into his vest pocket. Across the table, Draco was reading a letter from his own father. Harry could tell by the way the color was draining from the boy's face. "Your father," Draco said slowly, "is on the Board of Governors. It appears so. My father is on the Board of Governors. Small world. My father says your father spent the entire meeting doing 2 things, charming everyone in the room and systematically dismantling 3 proposals that my father had been building support for over 2 years. That does sound like father." Draco set his letter down with the careful deliberation of someone handling something explosive. His pale eyes met Harry's, and Harry saw the wheels turning. The boy was genuinely intelligent underneath the bluster and the breeding, and he was rapidly coming to understand that the political landscape he'd been raised to navigate had just acquired a new mountain range. "Your family doesn't do anything small, do they?" Draco said. "Small is for people who are afraid of being noticed. And the Addams family isn't afraid of anything. Now you're learning." Harry turned to Wednesday's letter, which was written in their current cipher and decoded to reveal a message of characteristic efficiency. Harry research complete. Founders' artifacts, 4 founders, 4 potential vessels. Slytherin's locket, confirmed Borgin and Burke's. Hufflepuff's cup, last known owner Hepzibah Smith, deceased 1957, circumstances suspicious. Ravenclaw's diadem, lost for centuries, location unknown. Gryffindor's sword is accounted for Dumbledore's office, behind the desk, 3rd shelf, I have sources. The sword is likely not a Horcrux, as Gryffindor and Slytherin's heir would have had opposing magical signatures. Additional theory. The diary. Tom Riddle kept a diary during his Hogwarts years. A self-writing diary imbued with personality and memory would be a natural vessel for a narcissist's soul fragment. Current location unknown, but likely in the possession of a former follower. Pattern analysis. If Voldemort created 6 Horcruxes, magical significance of 7 total soul pieces including the main fragment, the known/suspected containers are locket, cup, diadem, diary, Harry's scar. 1 unknown. Possibly a personal artifact or a living vessel, unlikely but not impossible given his arrogance. Grandmama confirms the extraction timeline. Your scar fragment can be removed safely when your magical core reaches full adolescent maturity, approximately age 14. Until then, the wards hold. Don't do anything reckless. I arrive at Hogwarts in September. Try not to solve everything before then. Wednesday. P.S. Pugsley's bag contains modified gobstones. They explode. "You're welcome." Harry read the letter twice, committed it to memory, then touched his wand to the parchment and watched it dissolve into ash. He pocketed Pugsley's bag with a mental note to experiment somewhere structurally expendable, uncorked Morticia's vial and sniffed it, essence of moonshade. A restorative that Morticia brewed for special occasions, capable of clearing mental fog, sharpening magical focus. And tasting like liquid midnight, and drank it in one swallow, the effect was immediate. The world sharpened. Colors brightened, edges hardened, and the ambient magical field of the great hall, normally a background hum that Harry registered the way most people register white noise, surged into focus. A symphony of wards and enchantments and the individual magical signatures of every person in the room. He could feel Dumbledore at the staff table, a massive, controlled presence like standing near a generator. Snape beside him, dark, compressed, tightly wound. Quirrell, and behind Quirrell the other thing, the passenger, a cold, hungry void that pressed against Quirrell's consciousness like a face pressed against glass, and something else. Something he hadn't felt before, coming from the Gryffindor table, from Ron's shoulder, from the rat. The rat that had bothered Harry since the train. The rat that was too old, too smart, too aware for a common pet. The rat that, under the amplifying effect of Morticia's potion, blazed with a magical signature that was unmistakably, impossibly human. Harry's hand tightened on his fork. He kept his face still. Years of playing poker with Wednesday and Grandmama had given him a mask that even Snape would have envied, and let his eyes drift casually across the hall, passing over the Gryffindor table without lingering, cataloging the rat's position, Ron's left shoulder. Eating a piece of toast, its beady eyes nervously scanning the room, an animagus. An unregistered animagus hiding as a schoolboy's pet, the implications cascaded. Why would an animagus hide as a rat? Fear, flight, guilt, the desire to remain close to the wizarding world without being seen. And the fact that it was at Hogwarts, sitting on a Weasley's shoulder, the Weasleys, who were an old light-side family, connected to the Order of the Phoenix. Harry's mind raced through the history he'd studied. The war, the Potters, the betrayal, a secret keeper who'd sold his parents to Voldemort. Sirius Black blamed and imprisoned. Peter Pettigrew declared dead, only a finger left behind, a finger. Rats had toes. If you cut one off, Harry set down his fork very carefully. He needed to think about this. He needed to be absolutely certain before he acted, because if he was right, if that rat was Peter Pettigrew, the man who'd betrayed his parents, then the implications went far beyond one animagus hiding in a school. It meant Sirius Black was innocent. It meant the Ministry had imprisoned the wrong man. It meant the real traitor had been sleeping in a child's bed for years, hiding in plain sight, and no one had noticed. I noticed. He finished breakfast, pocketed Wednesday's decoded message, already memorized, soon to be destroyed, and stood. Draco, library after classes. What are we researching? Animagus registration laws and the trial records of Sirius Black. Draco's eyebrows rose. That's a rather specific combination. I'm a rather specific person. Meet me at 5. Harry left the great hall, and as he passed the Gryffindor table, his eyes flicked to the rat one more time. The rat was grooming itself, its tiny paws working over its whiskers, the picture of harmless domesticity, but one of its front paws was missing a toe. Harry kept walking. November at Hogwarts was cold, gray, and magnificent. The castle's heating charms struggled against the Scottish wind, and the dungeons, normally cool, became genuinely frigid, a fact that the Slytherins treated as a badge of honor and the other houses treated as evidence that Slytherins were masochists. Harry, who had grown up in a house where the heating was optional and frostbite was considered bracing, found it perfectly comfortable. He fell into a routine that looked, from the outside, like the ordinary schedule of an exceptional first-year student. Classes, homework, Quidditch practice, meals with his housemates. But underneath that surface, Harry was running 3 parallel operations with the quiet efficiency of someone who'd been taught strategy by a man who played chess against himself and won. Operation 1, Quirrell. Harry watched the defense professor with the patient attention of a predator stalking prey it wasn't ready to catch. He mapped Quirrell's movements, where the man went after classes, which corridors he favored, how often he visited the third floor, 3 times that Harry could detect, always late at night, always turned back by whatever protections Dumbledore had in place. He noted which teachers Quirrell avoided Snape conspicuously, and which he cultivated Sprout, who was too kind to be suspicious, and Flitwick, who was too polite. And he monitored the thing inside Quirrell through the splinter in his scar, a passive surveillance that Grandmama's wards made possible, letting Harry observe without being observed in return. The thing in Quirrell was getting desperate. Harry could feel it, a mounting pressure, a growing hunger, the frantic energy of something trapped and running out of time. Whatever sustained Quirrell's possession, the unicorn blood, Harry suspected, after finding silver stains on the man's robes, was losing effectiveness. The parasite was consuming its host, Operation 2, the rat. Harry and Draco spent 3 evenings in the library, and what they found confirmed Harry's suspicion beyond reasonable doubt. Sirius Black had never received a trial, no hearing, no presentation of evidence. He'd been arrested at the scene of Pettigrew's supposed murder, a street blown apart, 12 muggles dead, a finger and some bloody robes the only remains, and sent directly to Azkaban on the authority of Bartemius Crouch, then head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. No trial. Draco said, staring at the records with an expression that mixed outrage with calculation in roughly equal parts. The heir of the noble and most ancient house of Black, imprisoned without a trial. Your family is connected to the Blacks, aren't they? My mother is a Black. Narcissa Black before she married father. Draco's jaw tightened. Sirius Black is my mother's cousin. He was disowned, but the blood connection remains. If he was imprisoned without due process, there are legal avenues. There are more than legal avenues. If Pettigrew is alive, if that rat is Pettigrew, then Black didn't kill him, which means the entire basis for Black's imprisonment collapses. And the Potters, Pettigrew was the secret keeper, not Black. It was switched at the last minute. I know this from my family's research. The official story has it wrong, and no one checked because no one gave Black a trial. Draco sat back in his chair and looked at Harry with something approaching awe. You've been sitting on this since breakfast. I've been sitting on it since the train. The rat bothered me from the first moment I saw it. I just didn't have the context until now. What are you going to do? Write to my father. This needs to go through the proper channels, legal, political, very public. If we try to grab the rat ourselves, Pettigrew runs. He's been hiding for 10 years. He knows how to disappear. And Black, Sirius Black, is my godfather. If the records are right, my parents named him my magical guardian, which means he's family. Harry's green eyes were steady, calm, and burning with a cold flame that Draco recognized as dangerous. And the Addams family takes care of its own. Gomez's response arrived 2 days later, delivered by Thing personally. Thing had apparently traveled from London to Scotland by means that defied explanation. He simply appeared on Harry's pillow one morning, tapping impatiently, holding a rolled letter in his fingers. Harry, your mother and I are incandescent with fury. I want you to understand that this is not the joyful kind of fury that I experience when fencing or when your mother speaks French. This is the cold kind, the kind that builds things, the kind that tears them down. Sirius Black, your godfather, the man your parents trusted above all others, has been rotting in Azkaban for 10 years without a trial. Peter Pettigrew, the man who betrayed your parents, who sold them to Voldemort, who is directly responsible for their deaths, is alive and hiding as a rat in a school full of children. I have contacted our legal team. Tully is preparing a formal petition to the Wisengamot demanding Black's case be reopened. I am also reaching out to Amelia Bones at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, a woman of integrity, by all accounts, who will be appalled by this miscarriage. Your mother is writing to Dumbledore, and I assure you her letter will remove any ambiguity about how we feel. Do not move on the rat yet. We need the legal machinery in place first. If Pettigrew is captured before Black's case is reopened, the ministry could simply execute Pettigrew and claim the matter is resolved without ever admitting they imprisoned an innocent man. We need Black free first. Then we need Pettigrew alive and talking. I know this is difficult. I know what Pettigrew is, and I know you are sitting across a room from him every day. Your restraint in this matter makes me prouder than I can express. We are coming for Christmas. The entire family. We will bring this to resolution. Your father, Gomez, P.S. Fester has completed renovations on the Nocturne Alley property. It is, by all accounts, magnificent and deeply unsettling. He has named the pub The Last Drop. Your mother approves. Harry read the letter, folded it, and placed it inside his trunk in the compartment that was warded against unauthorized access. A compartment Thing had lined with enchantments of his own devising, because Thing took security personally. Christmas. The family was coming for Christmas. And with them, the full weight of the Addams name, legal, political, financial, and magical. Pettigrew had no idea what was coming. Operation 3, the third-floor corridor. Harry went on a Tuesday night in mid-November at 2 in the morning, when the castle was at its quietest, and even the ghosts had retreated to whatever spectral rest they took between hauntings. He didn't go alone. He'd asked Hermione and Ron to join him, a calculated decision that served multiple purposes. Hermione's knowledge of magical protections was encyclopedic. Ron understood wizarding strategy in ways that Harry, raised outside Britain, sometimes missed, and both of them needed to see what was behind the door. This was going to be their fight too, eventually, and allies who understood the stakes were more valuable than allies kept in ignorance. They met on the second floor, under the cover of Harry's natural stealth. Years of avoiding Wednesday had given him the ability to move through any building without making a sound, and Hermione's portable bluebell flames, which she kept in a jar and which cast just enough light to navigate by without alerting every portrait in the corridor. "I can't believe I'm doing this," Hermione whispered, her face a battlefield of excitement and moral anguish. "This is against at least 14 school rules." 15. Harry said, "I counted. You're not helping. I'm not trying to help. I'm trying to get us to the third floor without being caught." "Ron, stop breathing so loudly. I'm breathing normally." "Normally is too loud. Breathe like you're hiding from something." "That's not comforting, Harry." "It's not supposed to be comforting. It's supposed to be quiet." They reached the third-floor corridor. The door was locked, a simple Alohomora lock, which Harry found almost insultingly easy to bypass, but which confirmed his suspicion that the protections on this corridor were designed to be defeatable. This wasn't a vault. It was a test. Harry opened the door. The room beyond was large, stone-floored, and occupied by a dog, a very large dog, a dog with 3 heads. The Cerberus was the size of a small elephant, its massive body filling most of the room, its 3 heads currently resting on its enormous paws in sleep. It snored 3 distinct snores, slightly out of sync, creating a rumbling harmonic that vibrated in Harry's chest. The smell was extraordinary, wet dog multiplied by 3 with undertones of something carnivorous and recent. "Oh my God," Ron breathed. "Oh my, that's a Cerberus," Hermione whispered, her terror and her academic excitement engaged in visible combat. "A genuine Greek Cerberus. They're supposed to be extinct, not extinct. Rare." Harry studied the creature with professional interest. It reminded him of Kitty Cat, the Addams family's pet lion, which was technically several decades older than any lion should be and had similar personal hygiene issues. And sleeping. "Look, there's a trapdoor under its paw. That's what we're here for." "We're not going down there tonight," Ron said, in the tone of someone who wanted very much to be agreed with. "No, tonight we observe." Harry circled the sleeping Cerberus, keeping close to the walls, noting the creature's position, the size of the trapdoor, the room's dimensions and exits. Things scurried ahead, scouting, returning with a series of hand signals that Harry interpreted. 1 exit, 1 trapdoor, creature sleeps deeply, floor vibrations minimal. "It responds to music," Harry said. Cerberus mythology, Orpheus put Cerberus to sleep with his lyre. The principle is sound-based sedation, keyed to harmonic frequencies. My father encountered one in Greece. A lullaby works. You know a lullaby that puts a three-headed dog to sleep, Ron said flatly. I know several. My mother's lullabies could put anything to sleep. She used to sing me to sleep with a ballad about a woman who poisoned her entire village, and I never had a single nightmare. He paused. Well, not about that. They retreated, relocking the door behind them, and made their way back down to the second floor, where they found an empty classroom, and Hermione cast a silencing charm with a competence that belied her first-year status. The Philosopher's Stone, Harry said, sitting on a desk. Nicholas Flamel's creation, that's what's down there. Hermione's eyes went wide. The Philosopher's Stone, the actual Harry, that's one of the most significant magical artifacts in existence. The elixir of life, the transmutation of metals, immortality, Harry said. That's what matters. Voldemort wants it. He's using Quirrell to get it. Ron flinched at the name. Don't say. I'll say his name as often as I like. Fear of a name is a gift to the person who bears it. Harry looked at both of them. Here's what we know. The stone is beneath the trapdoor, protected by a gauntlet of challenges, each one designed by a different teacher based on their area of expertise. Dumbledore set this up deliberately. It's a test. A test for who? Hermione asked. For whoever tries to steal it, for Quirrell, and... Harry paused, considering how much to share. Possibly for me, for you. Dumbledore believes I have a destiny. He spent 10 years preparing for a confrontation between me and Voldemort, and when I didn't show up as the malleable orphan he expected, he had to adjust his plans. The stone is bait for Voldemort, yes, but also for me. It's a crucible, a proving ground. He wants to see what I'll do. That's mental, Ron said. That's absolutely mental. He's using the whole school as bait. The school is incidental. The gauntlet is what matters. And Dumbledore has calculated, correctly, I think, that Quirrell can't actually get through it. The final protection will require something Quirrell doesn't have. But Dumbledore also knows that eventually I'll come, because I'm curious and because I need to face what's wearing Quirrell's face. You don't need to face anything, Hermione said sharply. You're 11. I've been facing things since I was born, Hermione. A killing curse at 15 months, a possessed professor at 11. This is just the latest in a series. The difference between me and the version of me that Dumbledore planned for is that I'm not doing this out of desperation. I'm doing it on my terms, with my family's support, when I'm ready. And when will you be ready? Ron asked. Soon, but not yet. There are other pieces in play. Christmas is coming, and with it, my family. When they arrive, things are going to start moving very fast, and I want both of you prepared. Prepared for what? Harry smiled. It was Gomez's smile, the one that preceded either a kiss, a sword fight, or an explosion, and sometimes all three simultaneously. For the Addams family. Nothing in this school, nothing in this world will prepare you for my family, but I'm going to try. December frosted the castle in white and silver, turning the grounds into a postcard, and the lake into a sheet of dark glass. The Hogwarts greenhouses steamed against the cold, and Sprout's new moonshade iris had already produced its first leaves, dark purple, veined with silver, giving off a faint luminescence that made the greenhouse look like something out of a painting. Harry's days were full. Classes continued to be simultaneously too easy and deeply useful. Too easy in terms of the practical magic, which Harry had been performing at advanced levels since childhood, but deeply useful in terms of the theory, the history, and the social dynamics that surrounded every lesson. He'd become a fixture of Hogwarts life in a way that the school didn't quite know how to categorize. Slytherin's star seeker, Snape's unexpected favorite, or least hated, which amounted to the same thing. The boy who'd thrown a troll into a wall and somehow befriended students from every house. He studied with Hermione in the library, played chess with Ron in borrowed classrooms. Ron was brilliant at chess, genuinely brilliant. He beat Harry 6 games out of 10, which was more than Gomez managed some weeks. Trained with Draco on the Quidditch pitch. And spent quiet evenings with Neville in the greenhouses. teaching the boy herbology techniques that drew on Morticia's methods and watching Neville transform from a trembling wreck into someone who handled plants with the same instinctive confidence that Harry handled magic. Neville was a revelation. Under the layers of fear and self-doubt, there was a core of something strong, the same stubborn, unyielding substance that oak trees were made of. He just needed someone to tell him it was there. Harry did, not with platitudes but with challenges, pushing Neville to try harder spells, tackle trickier plants, stand up straighter, speak louder. "You flinch," Harry told him one evening in the greenhouse, watching Neville handle a particularly temperamental bouncing bulb. "Before anyone even does anything, you flinch. You're bracing for impact before the blow comes. Force of habit," Neville said quietly. "Your grandmother, she wants me to be like my parents. My dad was an Auror. My mum was an Auror. They were brave and powerful and," his voice cracked, "they were tortured into insanity, Harry, by Death Eaters, the Lestranges. They're in St. Mungo's. They don't recognize me." The greenhouse was quiet except for the rustle of plants and the distant drip of water. "I know," Harry said softly. "I read about it. Gran thinks I'm a disappointment. She gave me my father's wand. It doesn't even work properly for me. It's not mine. And she keeps waiting for me to be him, and I'm not. You're not your father. You're Neville Longbottom." And Neville Longbottom is someone who walks into a greenhouse full of things that can kill him and makes them grow. That's not weakness, Neville. That's a kind of bravery your grandmother can't see because she's looking for the wrong kind. Neville's hands had stopped shaking. The bouncing bulb, sensing the change in his grip, settled and went still. "You need your own wand," Harry said. "One that chose you, not your father's ghost. Write to your grandmother. Tell her you need it for your studies. And if she refuses, tell her I said it's necessary and have her write to my mother." "Your mother?" "My mother can convince anyone of anything. It's not even manipulation. She just presents reality in a way that makes disagreement feel foolish." Neville almost smiled. "She sounds terrifying." "She is, in the best possible way." The letter was written. Neville sent it. 3 days later, a response arrived from Augusta Longbottom that was stiff, formal, and grudging, but enclosed a permission slip and funds for a new wand. Neville went to Hogsmeade with Professor Sprout as chaperone and came back with a cherry and unicorn hair wand that fit his hand like it had been waiting for him. The difference was immediate. Spells that had fizzled and sputtered through his father's wand came alive. Neville's magic, properly channeled at last, was warm, steady, and surprisingly powerful. Not flashy, not explosive, but deep like roots, like the slow and irresistible force of things that grow. "Thank you," Neville said, holding his new wand like a man holding a lifeline. "Harry, I don't know how to. Don't thank me. Just remember who told you that you could." The Mirror of Air Eyes found Harry on the first night of the Christmas holidays. He hadn't been looking for it. He'd been exploring the castle, a nightly habit, undertaken when the dormitory was asleep and the corridors were empty. Harry mapped Hogwarts the way Gomez mapped new properties. Thoroughly, obsessively, with an appreciation for hidden rooms and secret passages that bordered on the romantic. He'd found 14 secret passages so far, 3 hidden rooms, and 1 corridor that led to a door that opened onto a wall of solid stone, which he suspected was less a dead end and more a locked room that hadn't found the right person to open it yet. The mirror was in an unused classroom on the 4th floor. Harry entered through a door that shouldn't have been unlocked, but was, for him, which was becoming a pattern. And there it stood. A massive mirror in an ornate gold frame, reaching from floor to ceiling, its surface bright as water in the wand light. Inscribed across the top, "Arized stra eru oit ub kafru oit on wosi." Harry, read it. Read it backward. "I show not your face but your heart's desire." He looked into the mirror for a moment. He saw himself, 11, dark-haired, green-eyed, the scar a thin line on his forehead. Normal. Expected. Then the reflection changed. The Harry in the mirror was standing in the ballroom at 0001 Cemetery Lane. Gomez was beside him, saber in hand, grinning with the nuclear intensity that was pure Gomez. Morticia stood behind them, one hand on Harry's shoulder, her smile quiet and devastating. Wednesday was at his left, arms crossed, wearing an expression that in anyone else would be blank but in her was fierce, protective love. Pugsley was sitting on the floor, building something that was probably explosive. Uncle Fester was in the background, generating enough electricity to power a small city. Grandmama was stirring a cauldron. Lurch stood by the door, thing perched on the mantelpiece. And beside Gomez, two figures who hadn't been there a moment before, a man with messy black hair and glasses, grinning James Potter's grin, and a woman with red hair and green eyes, Lily Potter's eyes, Harry's eyes. Looking at him with a love so fierce it transcended the boundary between the living and the dead, the Potters and the Addamses together. One family. Whole. Harry stood before the mirror for a long time. He didn't cry. Addamses felt their emotions fully but expressed them on their own terms, but his throat was tight and his chest ached with a longing that he'd carried so quietly, so deep, that he'd almost forgotten it was there. He missed them. His blood parents. He'd never known them, couldn't remember them, had nothing of them but a photograph and a pocket watch, and the eyes that everyone said were Lily's. But he missed them the way you miss a limb you never had, a phantom ache, a sense of incompleteness that no amount of love, and he had so much love, so much, could entirely fill. It's a beautiful vision. Harry didn't turn. He'd felt Dumbledore's presence the moment the old man entered the room, that vast, controlled magical signature, unmistakable. The mirror of Air-Eyes, Harry said. It shows the viewer's deepest desire. It does. Dumbledore moved to stand beside him, his reflection appearing in the mirror, tall, silver-haired, his blue eyes softened by the enchanted glass. May I ask what you see, my family, all of them, the Addamses and the Potters together? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, not power, not glory. Not the defeat of Voldemort. Why would I desire power I already have, or glory I don't need? Harry looked at the old man. I have everything, Professor. The best family in the world, magic that answers when I call, friends who trust me. The only thing I don't have. He looked back at the mirror, is them. And the mirror can't give me that, nothing can. No, Dumbledore said softly, nothing can. You put this mirror here. In an accessible room with an unlocked door during the Christmas holidays when you knew students would be wandering the empty castle. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but his eyes flickered. You put it here for me, Harry continued. You wanted to see what I'd see, what my heart desired. You wanted to know if I was the weapon you needed, obsessed with revenge, hungry for power, driven by the need to defeat Voldemort. You wanted to take my measure. You are remarkably perceptive, Harry. I was raised by remarkable people. Harry turned to face Dumbledore fully. I know what you want from me, Professor. You want a champion, a chosen one. The boy from the prophecy who walks willingly into the fight and sacrifices everything for the greater good. And I will fight Voldemort, not because of prophecy, not because of destiny, but because he killed my parents and he threatens my family, and an Addams never leaves a threat standing. But I will not be managed, I will not be maneuvered. I will not be a piece on your chessboard, however benevolent you believe your intentions to be. I am not your weapon, Professor, I am my own. He paused. And if you try to use me, you will find that an Addams is a very dangerous thing to aim at someone without their consent. The classroom was silent. The mirror shimmered between them, still showing Harry's vision. The two families, united, whole. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long time. Then something happened that Harry hadn't expected. The old man's composure cracked, not into anger, not into calculation, but into something raw and honest and profoundly tired. You're right, Dumbledore said. About all of it, I have been trying to manage things. Trying to control the pieces, direct the outcomes, ensure that everything falls into place at the right time and in the right way. He took off his glasses and cleaned them on his robes, a very human gesture, surprisingly vulnerable. I have been doing this for so long, Harry, that I sometimes forget there are other ways. Better ways. My father says the best way to solve a problem is to throw everything you have at it and see what sticks. He also says the second best way is to marry someone smarter than you and let them handle it. Dumbledore almost smiled. Your father sounds like a wise man. He's a lunatic. But he's a lunatic who loves his family more than anything in the world, and that makes him wiser than most people who have all their faculties in order. Dumbledore put his glasses back on. I would like to start over, Harry, not as a chess player and a piece. As allies, perhaps. People who want the same thing and are willing to work together to achieve it. What do you want, Professor? I want Voldemort destroyed. I want the wizarding world safe, and I want— He looked at the mirror, and Harry saw something shift in his reflection, something private and painful. I want to stop making the mistakes that cost good people their lives. Harry considered this. He considered the old man standing beside him. Brilliant, flawed, manipulative, regretful, carrying the weight of decades of decisions that had been right more often than they'd been wrong, but whose wrong decisions had been catastrophic. A man who had placed a baby on a doorstep and walked away. A man who had searched for that baby for 10 years. We can be allies, Harry said, but allies share information. No more secrets, no more tests, no more putting things in locked corridors and waiting to see who bites. You tell me what you know, I tell you what I know, and we make decisions together. That is a significant request. There are things I know that are dangerous. I have a piece of Voldemort's soul in my skull, Professor. I've been living with danger since before I could walk. Don't protect me from information. Trust me with it. Dumbledore looked at Harry, looked at the scar. And for the first time, Harry saw the old man see him. Not the boy who lived, not the prophecy child, not the piece on the board, but Harrison Addams, a boy raised by monsters who loved him, standing in front of a mirror that showed him his family and finding it enough. Very well, Dumbledore said. Allies, and I will start by telling you something that I suspect you already know. The Philosopher's Stone is beneath the trapdoor on the 3rd floor, and Professor Quirrell is going to try to steal it, I know. And the thing riding inside Professor Quirrell is a fragment of Voldemort. Yes, I know that too. I've known since the welcoming feast. Harry paused. Professor, while we're sharing, how much do you know about Horcruxes? The color drained from Dumbledore's face. Not slowly, instantly, as if someone had pulled a plug. His blue eyes, usually so controlled, went wide. How do you know that word? Dumbledore whispered. My grandmother is a practitioner of old magic. She identified the fragment in my scar within a week of my adoption. My sister, she's 10, she'll be here next year, has been researching Horcruxes for 6 months. We've identified 5 probable locations, including one in a shop in Nocturne Alley and one attached to the professor currently teaching defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore sat down. He didn't choose to sit down. His legs simply gave way, and he ended up in a chair that Harry suspected the room of requirement had provided, because it appeared the instant the old man needed it. 5, Dumbledore breathed. I've been researching this for years. I had confirmed, suspected 3. You found 5, 6 counting mine. We believe there are 7 soul fragments total, including Voldemort's main piece, 6 Horcruxes. We've identified the locket of Slytherin, the cup of Hufflepuff, the diadem of Ravenclaw, a diary from Riddle's school years, my scar, and Quirrell's passenger. One may be unaccounted for, possibly Nagini, his snake, if she's still alive. Dumbledore stared at him, the greatest wizard of the age, reduced to speechlessness by an 11-year-old in a Slytherin tie. Your family, Dumbledore said finally, your family did this. My family does everything. It's sort of our thing. A sound escaped Dumbledore, somewhere between a laugh and a sob, the sound of a man who had been carrying the world and just discovered someone else had been lifting from the other side. Harry, I owe your family, more than I can express. I have been working on this alone for so long. You're not alone anymore, that's what I'm telling you. You have the Addams family behind you, and I promise you, Professor, there is no force on Earth more relentless, more resourceful, or more absolutely committed to the destruction of its enemies than my family when someone threatens one of our own. Dumbledore took a breath, steadied himself. The composure returned, but underneath it now was something new, not the serene control of a master manipulator, but the cautious, grateful openness of a man who had been offered something he hadn't known he needed. Your family is coming for Christmas, I understand, Dumbledore said. The whole family. Gomez, Morticia, Wednesday, Pugsley, Uncle Fester, Grandmama, Lurch, and, Harry paused, possibly the car. Father gets attached to vehicles. Perhaps we could arrange a meeting, a proper one with tea in my office. I'll warn them about the stairs and the candy. Father will try to eat everything. The lemon drops are enchanted too. I know, he'll love it. They stood together in the empty classroom, the mirror of eyes glowing between them, and something settled, not a resolution, not an ending, but a beginning. An alliance built not on manipulation or necessity, but on the one thing that both of them, the old wizard and the young Addams, understood in their bones. That love was the only weapon that mattered, and it was most powerful when you stopped trying to control it. I should go, Harry said. It's late, and I have transfiguration in the morning. Of course, and Harry, the mirror will be moved tomorrow to a safer location. Good, it's a dangerous thing, a mirror that shows you what you want most. It could trap a person in their own desire. It has trapped many. I am glad it did not trap you. I already have what I want most, Professor. I just wanted to see it all in one place. He left the room, and behind him, the mirror shimmered, and the image of two families, living and dead, blood and chosen, dark and light, lingered for a moment in the glass before fading into silver. The Addams family arrived at Hogwarts on December 23rd, and the castle would never be the same. They came by car. The black 1933 Packard pulled up to the front gates of Hogwarts at precisely 4 in the afternoon. Having driven from London at speeds that had caused 3 separate Muggle police chases, all abandoned when the car took a turn that no car should have been able to take and vanished into what the officers later described as some kind of fog situation. Gomez was at the wheel, Morticia in the passenger seat, and the back was a compacted mass of Addams' children, Addams' relatives, and Addams' accessories. The car stopped. The doors opened. The Addams family emerged. Dumbledore, who had come to the gates personally to receive them, a courtesy he extended to very few visitors, and one he was already regretting, watched as Gomez Addams unfolded himself from the driver's seat with the elastic grace of a man who treated every exit from a vehicle as a dramatic entrance. Professor Dumbledore. Gomez strode forward with his hand extended, his smile blazing, his pinstripe suit somehow unrumpled despite 9 hours in a car with Pugsley. Magnificent castle, the battlements alone. Tish, look at the battlements, Gothic revival with original medieval foundations. I'm in love. Not as much as I'm in love with you, obviously, but architecturally speaking, Mr. Addams, Dumbledore said, shaking the offered hand and finding his own hand shaken with an enthusiasm that traveled up his arm and into his shoulder socket. Welcome to Hogwarts, and Mrs. Addams. Morticia emerged from the car like nightfall given human form. She extended one pale hand, which Dumbledore took with the caution of a man who had once handled a cursed necklace and recognized danger when he saw it. Professor, Morticia said, your wards are impressive. Not impenetrable, but impressive. I thank you, I think. The layering could use some work near the North Tower. There's a gap at approximately 70 feet where the Elizabethan-era wards overlap with the original founder's enchantments. A competent infiltrator could exploit the harmonic dissonance. Dumbledore blinked. I will look into that. Mother has already drawn up a schematic, Wednesday said, materializing beside Morticia with the silent inevitability of a closing door. She handed Dumbledore a rolled parchment. Corrections in red, suggestions in black, non-negotiable demands in green. Dumbledore took the parchment, unrolled it, and stared at a ward diagram of such detail and sophistication that it would have taken his own team of cursebreakers months to produce. How long did this take you? He asked Morticia. The drive up, she said. From the back of the car, Pugsley emerged carrying 2 duffel bags that clanked ominously. Where should I put the equipment? He asked brightly. What equipment? Dumbledore asked. It's better if you don't know, Wednesday said. Uncle Fester climbed out next, his bald head catching the weak December sunlight, and reflecting it in a way that briefly blinded a group of fourth years watching from a tower window. He looked up at the castle, spread his arms wide, and said, "I can feel the electricity in this place. The magical current density alone, magnificent. Do you mind if I plug into your ward network for a quick diagnostic?" "I would rather you didn't," Dumbledore said. "Too late," Fester said cheerfully, pressing both hands against the stone gate. A visible shudder ran through the castle's wards, every torch in the entrance flickering simultaneously. Fester grinned. "Beautiful system. A little congested around the dungeons, though. Want me to clear it out? Please remove your hands from my castle's magical infrastructure." Fester removed his hands. The ward settled. Somewhere inside the castle, a suit of armor that had been standing in the same position for 400 years took 3 steps to the left and stopped, as if confused about why it had moved. Lurch emerged from the car last. He emerged for some time because there was a great deal of Lurch to emerge. He straightened to his full height, looked up at the castle, and for the first time in anyone's memory, showed an expression that was unambiguously positive. "Ooh," he groaned with feeling. "He says it reminds him of home," Gomez translated. "How wonderful," Dumbledore said faintly. Grandmama did not get out of the car. Grandmama had not been in the car. Grandmama was already inside the castle, standing in the entrance hall, examining a tapestry with professional interest. How she had arrived before them was a question that no one asked, because the answer was invariably unsatisfying. Harry was waiting in the entrance hall. He'd heard the car from the Slytherin common room. Gomez's driving was not quiet, and had arrived just in time to see his family pouring through the gates like a beautiful, terrifying invasion force. Gomez saw him first. Harry. The embrace was immediate, total, and structurally threatening to Harry's ribcage. Gomez lifted him off the ground, spun him once, set him down, grabbed his shoulders, looked at him with eyes that burned with 10 weeks of missing his son, and said, "You look magnificent. Taller. Sharper." "The castle agrees with you." "I agree with the castle," Harry said. "It's mutual." Morticia's embrace was softer but no less fierce, the press of her cheek against his forehead, the scent of nightshade and old roses, the whispered, "Mon petit monster, we've missed you." "I've missed you too, Mother." Wednesday stood before him and extended her hand. They shook. It was their ritual, the solemn contract of siblings who expressed love through formality because anything else would be embarrassingly sincere. "You haven't died," Wednesday observed. "Not yet. Acceptable. Show me the dungeons." Pugsley hugged him around the middle and slipped something into his pocket that was either a present or a weapon. Fester ruffled his hair with a hand that carried a static charge that made Harry's hair stand up even more than usual. Grandmama materialized beside him, took his face in her gnarled hands, turned it left and right, examined the scar with professional intensity, and said, "The wards are holding beautifully. The splinter is dormant. You're healthy, magically robust, and your aura has expanded by at least 30% since September. I approve. Thank you, Grandmama. Now show me the kitchens. I need to inspect the food preparation. If these house elves are feeding my grandson, I want to ensure they're meeting Addams' standards." "Grandmama, the house elves are excellent cooks. Addams' standards." Harry showed her to the kitchens. The house elves, confronted with a witch of Grandmama's vintage and intensity, responded with the frantic devotion of acolytes meeting a high priestess. Within 10 minutes, she had reorganized the spice rack, introduced 3 new ingredients from her personal stores, and taught the head elf a recipe for soup that used just a touch of hemlock, for flavor, not fatality. Christmas morning at Hogwarts was usually a quiet affair for the students who stayed behind. A smattering of children from various houses, a subdued breakfast, presents opened in dormitories. This year, with the Addams family in residence, Dumbledore had provided guest quarters in the West Tower, though the family had immediately migrated to the dungeons, declaring them more atmospheric. Christmas morning was something else entirely. Harry woke to find his bed surrounded by presents, a mountain of them, some wrapped in conventional paper, others in materials that defied description. Gomez's gift was a new saber, balanced for Harry's height and reach, with a blade that sang when drawn from its sheath. Morticia's was a set of advanced potion brewing equipment, including a cauldron that adjusted its own temperature and a set of crystal vials that were unbreakable and self-cleaning. Wednesday's was a book, The Complete History of Magical Assassination, with a bookmark at Chapter 7. Poisons undetectable by standard ministry screening. Pugsley's was a vest made of a flexible material that could, according to the attached note, stop most curses, all hexes, and about 60% of high-velocity projectiles. Uncle Fester's was a pair of gloves that amplified magical conductivity. Grandmama's was a pendant, old, heavy, carved from bone, inscribed with words of protection in a language that Harry felt more than read. And at the bottom of the pile, unmarked, unwrapped, folded in silver cloth, an invisibility cloak. Harry picked it up and felt the magic in it, ancient, layered, deep as bedrock. This was no ordinary invisibility cloak. This was something legendary, something that predated the castle, something that hummed with a power that resonated in Harry's bones. A note fell from the folds. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well, no signature." But Harry recognized the handwriting, Dumbledore's, he put on the cloak. His body vanished, not invisibility as a spell produced it, with shimmer and distortion, but true invisibility, absolute and perfect, as if he had simply stepped out of the visible world entirely. Interesting. Harry murmured and folded the cloak carefully into his trunk. The great hall at Christmas was a wonderland of trees and tinsel, and enchanted snow falling from the ceiling and melting before it reached the tables. The Addams family descended upon it like a force of nature. Gomez appeared in a suit of such festive darkness that it somehow communicated holiday spirit while being entirely black. He'd added a red pocket square, his concession to Christmas convention, and moved through the hall greeting everyone he encountered with the warmth and enthusiasm of a man who genuinely loved people and found each new one a delight. "You must be Professor Snape," he announced, accosting the potion's master before Snape could execute a retreat. "Harry speaks very highly of you." Snape, who had been spoken highly of by approximately no one in living memory, looked as if he'd been struck. "He does, brilliant teacher," he says, demanding but fair. "Exceptional knowledge of dark magic countermeasures and advanced potion theory. My wife has been dying to meet you, Tish. Come here, darling, Professor Snape. This is my wife, Morticia." Morticia materialized at Gomez's side. She did not arrive, she materialized, the way shadows materialize when the light changes, and extended her hand to Snape. "Professor," she said, "your modified Wolfsbane formulation is inspired. The substitution of aconite root for standard monkshot in the base reduces the toxicity to the lycanthropic system by nearly 40%. I've been wanting to discuss the theoretical basis." Snape took her hand. He was staring at Morticia with an expression that Harry had never seen on the man's face. Not suspicion, not contempt, not the carefully constructed hostility that was Snape's default setting. Something closer to recognition. As if he had spent his entire adult life surrounded by people who either feared him or dismissed him, and suddenly, for the first time, someone was speaking his language. "The theoretical basis," Snape managed. "Yes, I would be pleased to discuss it. Wonderful, after lunch. I have some notes on the effect of moonshade extract on the secondary fermentation stage that I think you'll find interesting. Moonshade is considered an extinct genus, not in my greenhouse, Professor." Snape looked at Morticia. Morticia looked at Snape. Something passed between them. Not warmth exactly, but the connection of two minds that operated on the same frequency, the recognition of intellect by intellect. Harry watched this from across the hall and felt something unlock in his chest. Snape had spent years hating the memory of James Potter and transferring that hatred to James's son. But Harry wasn't James's son, not in the ways that mattered, and Morticia wasn't Lily. But she was brilliant and dark and spoke the language of potions with the same fluency that Lily must have. and Snape was responding to that the way a man dying of thirst responds to water. Good, Harry thought. One more ally, one more piece in place. Lunch was a production. Grandmama had consulted with the house elves, a diplomatic term for taken over the kitchen, and the Christmas feast reflected her input, traditional Hogwarts fare supplemented by dishes that ranged from the exotic to the alarming. A soup that changed color based on the drinker's mood, a roast that carved itself. A dessert that Grandmama simply described as festive, and that Dumbledore, after one bite, declared the most interesting thing I've eaten since 1927, and I don't mean that entirely as a compliment. After lunch, the meeting, Dumbledore's office. The entire Addams family, plus Dumbledore, Snape, invited at Morticia's insistence. And McGonagall, who refused to be left out of any meeting concerning a student's welfare, particularly one whose family had just rewired the castle's ward structure over the soup course. They crowded in, Gomez pacing, Morticia seated with feline stillness, Wednesday in a corner taking notes, Pugsley examining the silver instruments with professional interest, Fester eyeing Fawkes the Phoenix with an expression of pure delight. Does he explode? I love things that explode. Grandmama settling into a chair with the authority of someone who had been attending magical councils since before anyone else in the room was born, and Lurch standing behind the family like a 7-foot tombstone. Harry stood at the center of it all and laid out everything, the Horcruxes. The identifications, the scar, the splinter, the locket in Borgin and Burke's, the possession of Quirrell, the Philosopher's Stone, the gauntlet beneath the trapdoor, Pettigrew, Sirius Black. He presented it cleanly, factually, without drama, the way Morticia had taught him, the way Addamses handled information, as a weapon to be deployed with precision. When he finished, the office was silent. Dumbledore spoke first. The locket, you're certain it's in Borgin and Burke's? I felt it. The resonance with my scar fragment was unmistakable. I'll acquire it, Gomez said. I own the building next door. Borgin will sell to me, or I'll buy his shop out from under him and take it as inventory. The cup, Morticia said, Hufflepuff's cup. Last known location, the vault of Bellatrix Lestrange in Gringotts. Every head in the room turned to her. How do you know that? Dumbledore asked. Ragnarok told me. We've developed a rapport. The goblins are deeply uncomfortable with the idea of a Horcrux in their vaults. It violates approximately 73 articles of the Gringotts Charter regarding the storage of soul-contaminated artifacts. When I explained what the cup was, Ragnarok was motivated. Motivated to do what? To cooperate with its removal, discreetly of course. Goblins never do anything that isn't discreet. Snape, who had been listening with an intensity that bordered on physical, spoke. The diadem. You said Ravenclaw's diadem. It's been lost for 1,000 years. Lost, Harry said, or hidden. If Voldemort found it, and he was obsessed with Hogwarts, with its history, with its founders, he would have hidden it here, in the castle, somewhere that felt significant to him. The room of requirement, Wednesday said from her corner, not looking up from her notes. A room that appears only when needed, configured to provide whatever the seeker requires. If Voldemort needed a hiding place, the room would have provided one. And if he believed he was the only one who knew of its existence, he would have considered it the perfect vault. Dumbledore leaned forward. The room of requirement, I know of it, a few of us do, but its location shifts, its access is restricted to those who know to ask. I'll find it, Harry said. The scar will lead me to it the same way it led me to the locket. And the diary, McGonagall asked. She'd been silent throughout, absorbing, and her face was the color of chalk. You mentioned a diary. We believe it's in the possession of a former Death Eater. Someone Voldemort trusted with a piece of his soul, a significant honor implying a close relationship. Harry looked at Draco's empty chair. Draco wasn't present, but his shadow was everywhere in Slytherin politics. The most likely candidate is Lucius Malfoy. The office went very quiet. The Malfoys, Snape said carefully, are a powerful family with significant political connections. So are the Addamses, Gomez said pleasantly. The difference is that we don't keep fragments of Dark Lords in our dresser drawers. He paused. Well, not anymore. There was an incident in 1847, but we don't talk about that. This is, Dumbledore removed his glasses, cleaned them, replaced them. A gesture that Harry now recognized as the man's reset button, his way of giving himself time to process. This is more progress in one conversation than I have made in 10 years of research. That's because you've been working alone, Morticia said. Isolation is useful for contemplation. It is catastrophic for strategy. She's right, Gomez said. Tish is always right. It's one of her most attractive qualities. Tell me more about being right, Cara Mir in that voice. Gomez, focus. Right, focus, the plan. Gomez straightened his tie, the reset, the centering, the Gomez equivalent of a deep breath. Here's what we do. Tully, our attorney, has already filed the petition for Black's case. Amelia Bones is reviewing it. We estimate 2 weeks before the Wisengamot convenes a hearing. In the meantime, Harry identifies the diadem in the castle. I acquire the locket from Nocturne Alley. Morticia works with Ragnarok to secure the cup, and when Black's case is heard, we present Pettigrew, alive, in custody, unable to run. The rat, Ron said. Everyone turned. Ron Weasley was standing in the doorway of Dumbledore's office, his face white, his ears red, his fists clenched at his sides. Behind him, Hermione, who was clearly the one who'd figured out where the meeting was happening and had dragged Ron along. The rat, Ron repeated. Scabbers, my rat. You're saying my rat is Peter Pettigrew, Harry said gently. Yes, Ron, I'm sorry. Ron's face went through a sequence of expressions. Disbelief, horror, revulsion, and finally a cold, hard anger that Harry recognized, because it was the same anger he saw in Gomez's eyes when family was threatened. Ron's family had been sleeping in the same house as the man who'd betrayed the Potters. His brothers had carried Pettigrew in their pockets. I'll get him, Ron said. His voice was steady, even though his hands were shaking. Scabbers is in my dormitory if I go now, not alone, Harry said. And not yet. If Pettigrew suspects we know, he'll bolt. Then when, Harry looked at Gomez. Gomez looked at Morticia. Morticia nodded once the way she nodded when a decision had been made and the universe was expected to comply. Tonight, Gomez said, after dinner, we do it together. They did it together. The Gryffindor dormitory at 9 p.m. on Christmas night was empty except for Ron, who sat on his bed with Scabbers in his lap, petting the rat with the hollow, mechanical movements of someone who was performing a familiar action for the last time. Harry stood by the door. Gomez and Morticia flanked him. Dumbledore was present, his wand out but lowered, a concession to the severity of the situation. Snape lurked in the corridor outside, guarding the exit, his expression suggesting that he found the entire proceeding deeply distasteful, but wouldn't miss it for the world. And Grandmama stood in the center of the room, her cauldron set up on the floor, the ingredients already prepared, the spell already on her lips. A forced animagus reversion, old magic, the kind that didn't ask permission. Now, Harry said, Grandmama spoke. The words were old pre-Latin, older than English, older than the castle, and they carried a weight that pressed against the walls and made the candles flicker. The magic rolled outward from the cauldron in a wave of silver light, and where it touched the rat in Ron's lap, the rat screamed. A high, thin, animal scream that twisted halfway through into something human. And then the rat was growing, changing, limbs extending, fur receding, and Ron through it. Him to the floor and scrambled backward as the shape writhed and expanded and became a man. Peter Pettigrew was small, soft, and rodent-faced, watery eyes, pointed nose, thin hair. The look of a man who had been hiding so long that the hiding had become his shape. He crouched on the floor, naked and shivering, his eyes darting from face to face with the frantic, calculating terror of a trapped animal. His eyes found Harry and went wide. Harry. Pettigrew's voice was high, wheedling, nothing like the squeak of the rat, but carrying the same quality of desperate self-preservation. Harry Peapotter, you look just like your father. James was my friend, my dearest friend. Don't, Harry said. The single word carried enough weight to stop Pettigrew's babbling mid-syllable. Don't say his name, don't say my name, don't say anything until someone asks you a question. Pettigrew's mouth worked silently. Dumbledore stepped forward. His face was grave, his eyes hard, every trace of the twinkling grandfather stripped away to reveal the wartime commander underneath. "Peter Pettigrew," Dumbledore said, "you are alive. You have been in hiding for 10 years, and you have a great deal to answer for." Pettigrew looked at Dumbledore, then at Gomez, who was smiling a smile that was all teeth and no warmth, then at Morticia, whose expression would have made a glacier feel underdressed, then at Grandmama, who was already preparing a truth-compelling potion with the casual efficiency of someone who'd done this before, and the last of his composure shattered. "It wasn't my fault," he wailed. "The Dark Lord, he would have killed me. I had no choice." "You had every choice," Harry said. "You chose to betray my parents. You chose to frame Sirius Black. You chose to hide while an innocent man rotted in Azkaban. You made those choices, and now you're going to live with the consequences." He looked at his father. Gomez's dark eyes met his, fierce, proud, the eyes of a man watching his son stand tall in the face of the thing that had destroyed his first family. "Get him out of here," Harry said. "Grandmama, the truth potion. Professor Dumbledore, I believe you know how to contact Amelia Bones." "I do indeed." "Then call her, tonight. Tell her we have a Christmas present for the Wisengamot." Pettigrew was bound, dosed, and removed. Gomez handled the logistics with the smooth efficiency of a man who had managed crises before. Legal team alerted. Ministry contacts activated. The machinery of justice set in motion with the relentless, grinding inevitability that only Addams' resources could produce. Harry stayed behind after everyone else had left. He stood in the empty Gryffindor dormitory, the place where his blood father had once slept, and looked at the bed where a traitor had been hiding for a decade. Ron appeared in the doorway. His eyes were red, but his jaw was set. "You okay?" Harry asked. "No," Ron said, "but I will be. That man slept in my bed, Harry, in Percy's bed before mine, in my brother's pocket." He swallowed hard. "Thank you for finding it, for all of this." "You're my friend, Ron. This is what friends do." "Friends identify murderers hiding as rodents in your dormitory. In my family, absolutely." Ron managed a weak smile. Then he crossed the room, and for the first time in their friendship, Ron Weasley hugged Harry Addams. A brief, fierce, rib-cracking embrace that communicated everything that Ron's words couldn't. "Happy Christmas, Harry," Ron said. "Happy Christmas, Ron." Outside the window, snow was falling on Hogwarts. In the dungeons, Grandmama was extracting a confession that would shake the wizarding world. In the West Tower, Gomez was writing letters that would free an innocent man. In the Owlery, owls were launching into the night, carrying messages to the Ministry, to the Prophet, to every corner of magical Britain. And in Azkaban, in a cell that had held him for 10 years, Sirius Black sat in the dark and felt something he hadn't felt in a decade, a warmth faint and distant, like a candle lit on the other side of the world. Something was coming. Something was changing. The Addams family was on the move, and the world was about to learn what that meant. Harry leaned against the window and watched the snow fall, and for the first time since September, the scar on his forehead was perfectly, completely still. Chapter 6. Heir of Addams, the gauntlet under the trapdoor. Harry moves through the challenges with Addams' efficiency, Devil's Snare. Morticia grows those in the living room. A chess game, Gomez taught him. Potions puzzle, Grandmama would weep at the simplicity. The confrontation with Quirrell/Voldemort. Harry faces the Dark Lord not as a frightened child but as an Addams, polite, fascinated, and utterly unintimidated. The scar connection flares. The Horcrux fragment, warped by years in an Addams' mind, does something unexpected during the confrontation. Harry doesn't just survive, he wins on his own terms, in a way that sends a message to every dark wizard watching. The boy who lived is an Addams, and the Addams family protects its own. Aftermath. Dumbledore's hospital wing conversation goes very differently when Harry's entire family is present and armed. Gomez delivers a speech about family that makes even Dumbledore tear up. The year ends with Harry returning home to Cemetery Lane, where the gate swings open and the house groans in welcome. Final scene. Harry writing a letter to Hogwarts friends, Thing delivering it, and a quiet moment with Morticia where she tells him what she tells all her children: we are Addams. And you, my darling, are the most Addams of us all. Chapter ends, and the story closes with the promise that this is only the beginning. Subplot threads woven throughout the Horcrux grows increasingly unstable/sentient, warped by Addams' exposure. Not played for horror, but for dark humor and eventual plot significance. Dumbledore's Dilemma. A good man whose plans require a malleable orphan and who instead gets an Addams. His arc is about learning to let go of control. Pureblood Politics. The Addams family, wealthy, powerful, dark, but not Death Eaters, breaks the binary. They're a third faction that nobody knows how to handle. Harry's identity. He knows he's adopted. He knows about the Potters. He honors them. But he is an Addams, fully and completely, and the story never treats this as a conflict to resolve. It's simply who he is.